Hello? Low gamers. Are we expecting any drama today? I hope not. I don't think there should be. We have a more normal series of games coming up because there is no cross region actually. But the game's starting about an hour, I think. Or is it 2 hours? Let me go look. I think it's usually 2 hours, but wait, it's daylight savings. So they might have kept the same time because EU. It looks like we have 45 minutes, according to Liquipedia, guys. It says here, fight night number 5 EU in 45 minutes. Dude, EU is actually giga-stacked, by the way. You have Buff Enjoyers, PS, and DMS. All 3 previous weekly winners all playing today. Okay, this is actually a good day. Also, the other reason is got whatchamacallit. Apparently the new AMD CPUs come out tomorrow, so I have to actually buy a motherboard. I forgot. Any thoughts on one guy not paying out training rent? Dude, I saw apparently G Dolphin didn't full pay out his training, and I was just like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god. Asked me to help him find teams and put him in contact with people that doesn't pay. It's like, what the fuck? This is such a shit show. Restart audio bugged. You know, it'd be kind of nice, chat. We need to bring back, there used to be this thing in Source called SND Restart. It doesn't really work. And they made stop sound is considered a cheat command. So, like, if the sound gets stuck, you can only use it if you're spectating. It sucks. Let's go. There's my bizarre content. Oh, dude, true. Apparently, the game is good. I was not expecting it. I saw Crip was apparently rank 1. Is this true? The Crip's been owning. Classic Crip, bro. I lost to him 5 times. Holy shit, getting bullied by an old man. Yo, what is the pause going on here? Old man retirement home? I said Chips' name pop 2 times. Bizarre. Wait, really? Dude, I hope Chips is playing. It'd be awesome. Hey guys, how's it going? Criparian here. I fucking love Crip, dude. That guy's awesome. Ran out, I think, for 13 months. Oh, finally the game is starting. Let's go. Wally the Walrus. Dynamo. Bebop! What is the Bebop in my lane? Where? Rocket Horse 43 months, Radnar 13 months. Thank you. I should have blind parried the second one. Fuck. I hate that I had to go up to save pocket because he got fucking parried. Oh no. They gotta get it. I expect bizarre gateway. I expect this train to pop or else. Well, I don't have to do that while the tourney's popping. You wanna know why? Because all you motherfuckers have too high MMR to play the game anymore, and I'm just vibing. Sucks to suck, old man. Yeah, you guys are the ones who, you know, you guys got to work on it out here.
Don't get dead.
The future is now. Are you guys still in 1 hour queues for normal games? Or are you guys also... Well, I saw people complain they had super long queues for the... Oh, that's actually crazy.
No one's dying on my watch.
I didn't see it connected there. I gotta be more careful. Guys, I think Pocket might be dead. When's the tourney start? Like 30 minutes.
Welcome to New York. Little bit of advice. Don't get caught.
I shouldn't be pushing this out here. Or am I just like a chaos gamer like that? Pocket dies, immediately push wave.
Let's work on those turrets.
Curios don't do justice. If you need more protection, you know where to fight.
God, Bebop's last hitting is actually crazy.
Give these up as I can.
He just died so instantly before he even went. He didn't... Wait, can't my guy jump in his suitcase while TPing? Hello? What happened, bro? How'd you die? We should do another E versus NA winner for Buff Enjoyers versus Hydra Nation. Oh no, he got hooked again, bro. No.
Defenses are up.
Get me the fuck out.
Need some healing? Stop the professor. Come on.
Dude, they did 275. My guy's gotten stuck so many times. This guy's probably at like 7 stacks right now. Oh my god.
You got souls to trade, right?
Alright, what are we playing next? Let's play let's go fucking turret build, guys. What do you think?
A long way.
270 damage. He's gotten like 6 bomb stacks already or something. That's crazy. Pinky Pants every 32 months. Was there an update to Seagull's ranks? No, unfortunately not. I didn't play. I had to do like 3 games off stream on Monday and I forgot. He has 3 stacks and 15 from kills. Oh, okay. Yeah, that explains it. I forgot that he has a... Used to... Whatchamacallit. I think it's like... It changed or something compared to where it used to be. So now you're Obscurus. Yeah, I am just an unranked Obscurus gamer.
I see someone appreciates fine craftsmanship.
Here, guys, when you're in a game like this and your teammates are running it down, that's when it's time to just turn off the brain and just play turrets for fun. Oh, I'm dead. Spin a GG, boys. Yeah, isn't this fun? What the fuck, guys? Guys, I think I'm dead. I don't even think if I had Divine Barrier or Reactive, I think no matter what, I still die. Was it ever understood why Ranked is only available for a certain time and why Ranked only resets once a week? I don't know for all of it, but I would say that chances are it's just because of
Good luck not getting shot.
They said, if I remember right, queue times, and then also I think there's probably a psychological reason they don't want immediate negative feedback to have like the once a week like experiment thing going on. I'd also say I mean, I really think it's just player base size, to be honest. Like, I have friends in NA who queue most nights, and they're now at like 30-minute to an hour plus queue times. Once they get into Eternus, which is kind of just, you know, at that point, you're just going to go play pre-mades or pugs or something because you literally can't play the game.
Holy, it traps those bastards.
So I forget to give it a third gun item.
Making history.
What? It just went invisible. What the heck? What is going on there?
Anytime.
Kind of scared to push this wave because I feel like Bebop's gonna be around the corner. I'm gonna get fucking double ulted again.
No.
No, not my wave though.
Oh, I'm doing something. You asked
Okay,
for
I'm
this.
ready. I'm ready.
Wall incoming.
Also, I forgot I wanted to put 2 points wall from now on too. Whoops. Yeah, there's Bebop on the right.
Setting up a turret.
Oh my god, man. This is
You guys, what is going on? I can't. 2 on blue and Bebop is 1v2ing a purple.
No one can stop me.
So I can't even rotate to help him because it's half the fucking team.
come for this haze.
We'll get some cooldown. I always say for heroic. I'm tempted to actually put 2 points in wall, then just get 5 after for fun. We'll do it this way.
Cannot run from you, Vindicta.
All right, buddy, give him hell.
Dodging hooks without even paying attention, dude. I don't even know how ranks work anyway. Well, I mean, it's just win more and you get ranked up. But the thing is, it looks like their Smurf detection is non-existent in this game right now. And also, like, the matchmaking takes forever to put you at a normal rank. So it's all just kind of weird, to be honest. For example, I think Rena said he had to go 90 and 10 playing with his friends on his alt account so that way he could play with them. And then he finally got placed like Eternus. So it probably shouldn't take that many games. I can't even leave this lane. There's just 2 people perma here's. What a fucked up day.
More fire.
Nah, I played 100 games before ranked. Oh, okay. He just went by. Fuck. He just went by just barely at the end. Minus 750, boys.
They're gonna take purple. People will come.
Defenses are up. Let's take a look at this. You're in over your head, Dynamo. Gotta build me some backup.
Damn, dude, so close. If I have heroic core though, I think we kill 2. Yeah, like 2. After rank came out, I placed E6. I think they just don't have like the classic like super fast Smurf detection of new accounts yet, is my assumption. Didn't realize my turret could take that many hits from it. Kind of sick. Seen the viscous raw Reddit video? No.
You got 2 coming behind you in furnace.
Give you a boon.
Who's my favorite bartender?
Not mine.
Well, not looking good for the squadron here. I should have just stayed on blue.
Headed to blue.
Is Zapta spirit damage, right? Turrets have what, 70% spirit resist? I don't know. I think it might be doing max health, to be honest. I don't think it's just spirit.
I see the professor.
What am I buying next, by the way? I've just been doing like a for fun turret build. I guess we'll just give Volan a run around.
Firepower.
Our walker is under attack.
Turrets online.
Okay, we'll drop 2 turrets here and leave. Never mind, that guy's got it. Turret's best build match. Okay, I'll get rapid recharge. Okay, we'll go all in on the turret for funds.
Gotta get as many of these up as I can.
That robot.
That is real.
The urn has been dropped.
All right, buddy, give him hell.
Why is that guy in the floor?
Defend this at all.
What the heck?
They do.
Gotta be around here.
I'll never go to an urn.
Here's your chance to shape your destiny.
I need enduring speed.
Guardian has been destroyed.
I see Dynamo.
Defenses are up. Turrets up. Putting down a turret.
They're just gonna run up the zip line and leave, I think.
Need more firepower. Got one.
Wait, he didn't. He's still here. His teammate. Oh shit, there's another 2 here. Got Bebop here if I chase.
Gotta get as many of these up as I can.
Pew 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 pew. What's that 1200 I want, by the way? I need heal bane. Heal bane, enduring speed, I guess.
This.
Dude, they just turn in every urn. This is totally fine. Hey, let's say for 61 months.
Let's check out Abrams.
Your spirit will be forged into a weapon.
What a fucked up day. Yep. Seriously. I'm scared to get caught here because I think there's... Yeah, fuck it.
Headed to. I see biscuits.
Yank his ass team. Let's go. He's just gonna run. There's ball. See ya.
The goo creature is here.
Need help, mid.
I'll put like a turret down there and so it pushes and we'll go over here. Gamer down.
You got him.
Is that a shadowy viscous? Oh, he has Deadlock. I was like, wait a second. Wait a second.
I knew she was behind probably, but I didn't think that she would be able to catch me on the line.
See haste.
Oh,
I don't understand where she
Setting
ran.
up a turret.
get him turrets. Is that it's fucking shadowy Bebop, I think. Where did you come from? You had no footsteps and you just appeared onto me. Wait, the Bebop is 15-0. He's only killed me twice this game. Oh my god, 1-6, 0-5, 5-7. Okay, I see you've just been farming my whole team. That explains why you just did 1,700 damage in 2 bombs at 18 minutes.
Bebop is sticking to affliction.
The time we get debuff remover? Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have a need to either.
I think we sell Enduring Spirit for it, and then we get, in the meantime, we can sell probably stuff like monster rounds for Soul Shredder, sell Enduring Spirit, get debuff remover, something like that. That way we have a slot.
Gotta build me some backup. Turrets online.
Oh, I just got 15 kills, bro. What the fuck?
They just realized.
Stack, so it's pain.
Gotta build me some backup.
750 damage, bro.
He's saying 750 per stick. That's too funny, dude.
I'm glad he doesn't lose so many. That makes him too bad.
I mean, hey, the funny thing about Bomb Bebop is like he's literally countered by 1 item.
Everyone's left.
Simply build debuff remover or lose. Pick one.
That's gonna help.
How much? 3k? Sure. Although I think I'm actually going to sell monster rounds to get Soul Shredder for now. So now I have lifesteal, then we'll get it next. I need another, we need another flex slot.
Gotta
This
get
sounded great. Left 4 Dead 2 game, remix, and friends. Bro, I haven't played Left 4 Dead 2. Even when back in the day, I barely played that game. I am a boomer.
turrets up. Don't let them position us. Turrets online.
I did my part. I didn't die. Let's go. Have you tested out Steam recording? No.
I see.
Have a great clip for you if you want to see it. Oh god, dude. I saw a clip a while back that was
Dynamo and biscuits coming in from the left.
Should have been
Yeah,
sticking
but
to
too slow.
affliction.
okay, 1 sec.
Should have went down into the subway.
I want to fight, but also I should get debuff remover, but everybody's already fighting, so if I don't fight now, we're fucked.
Time for a
Go
little
heal
help.
station here.
I see biscuits.
You're gonna just ult his body.
Love it when things work out.
Guess I'm running this shit. Let's go.
A courier.
Wait, how are we within? How is it neutral? This guy is 18 or 16 and 0.
Bot might be yellow, by the way.
No, I won't let me buy it. Fuck. Damn it, dude. I tried to buy debuff remover right there, but he meleeed me afterwards. I think the cooldown is 2 seconds, right? So I should be able to buy it in between. And oh, I also... Oh, wait. Carrying the urn still. I was carrying the urn still, so it doesn't matter. Fuck. If I wasn't carrying the urn, I could have actually done it cleansed and then killed him. He died anyway. Let's go. Grab that and grab healing booster.
We're losing 2 walkers right now, guys.
Okay, we're not going to save purple. Maybe we can save this one.
Easy peasy.
I just realized also having debuff remover Shiv's kind of file that he's punched Shiv. Never mind.
Need more firepower.
I sense a very good highlight. I'll take a peek.
Time to block 'em off.
I need to figure out what I want for my next item, by the way.
Setting up a turret.
We can kind of face check the Bebop because if he double bombs us, we can just remove it. Probably want to bait him on me, honestly.
That's all that matters. Building a barrier. Who needs to pick me up?
I'm trying to make sure... Shit, he bombed someone else. He's going to probably just bomb himself.
Chick's gonna die to affliction.
Fuck, dude. I walked into the edge of it. It's okay. Turret's going to kill him.
Aver's behind us. Somewhere. On the side. Going to alley.
Yeah, turret's got him, I think.
Bebop low in here. Can someone come kill him?
We're not dying today. Gotta get as many of these up as I can.
We should be doing mid-boss. This is such a bad idea.
Let's go mid.
The boys are in. Let's go.
Time for a little help.
Really want to keep pushing. Got food, got money.
We should back out. Yeah.
I know mid-boss for us now. It's over. Improved reach, Mystic Slow. Yeah, I just don't have slots. I think it has to be improved reach, huh?
No black hole, nothing for it, bro.
Actually, wait a minute. Can we take green?
Let's push Greenwich.
This is greedy. Let's get out of here.
Other things.
Yeah, just do it out, do it out.
I just have to buy. Like,
Wait, they're forcing mid-boss anyway. Uh-oh.
Setting up a turret. These up as I can.
He stole it! Where did he come from? He came from vent, I guess, huh? I thought I walled it. Fuck. He must come out right at the end.
Demolition time.
Wow. See ya. GG. That's what I get for not walling it better, to be honest. I wasn't paying attention. I think he bombed someone else on my team. It wasn't even me. Double dagger haze. This is so fucking funny, dude.
This is low.
think someone else on my team was got one shot. I heard it. Or double.
Putting down a turret.
We chase.
Damn, didn't catch. Actually, we still catch him, I think. I need toxic balls to damage.
On secret
Black
shot,
hole's
he's
up,
sticking.
black hole's
He's gonna be
up.
absolute one.
Walking in.
Alright, bye. One of the interesting things about mid-boss in this game, Chaz, even if you kill them all and you chase,
He's up here.
if you lose the next team fight, it's so awkward because the creep buff is on everything.
Favorite bartender.
Oh,
Setting up a turret. Barriers up.
Everyone's low.
Put down
Okay, there's a fucking haze. Bye. Guys, my troll build isn't working out. What do? I need to hard carry these games. Troll harder. True.
knocking down an area.
Death brings consequences once more.
Knock them.
Rescue beam so you can pull the bomb player into your whole team. True.
Gets easier every time.
Guys, I need to get Colossus or armors. But my heart says give Boundless Spirit for the meme. Oh.
Die on your feet.
Does Crow have bullet drop? The Crow, does it drop? I don't think so. I mean, it might. I think I might play like 2 games Vindicta, to be honest.
Need more
I don't remember the Crow having drop off in terms of, I assume you mean like bullet drop, like gravity.
defenses are up.
Bro, how are we still within 8% of the enemy team here?
Bulldog's TPing too. We should look to kill this Dynamo.
They delivered the earth.
On their shop.
As long as the furnace takes green, it'll be okay. We're not winning this. These guys just ran down.
Let's push green.
Boost down. I'll buy Mystic slow chat. We'll run around. Thoughts?
Good luck completing the ritual.
My teammates are actually still running it down. I'm joining them. I'm joining them. Let's go.
Turrets online. Turrets up. Gotta build me some backup.
I'll put down just 5 random turrets in the corner. It's 10%, not 8%. Oh yeah, I forget which way it went because they changed it from 8 to 10 or 10 to 8. I don't remember. It is 10 now, right?
I don't know how that hit me. I was like 3 years behind the wall or whatever.
Time for a real help.
The time for slowing bullets. Just go full meme. Just be the slow guy.
Need more firepower. Turrets up.
Oh shit! I fell down.
Turrets online.
Well, this is tough. Wow! It pulled me through the wall. That's fucked up. What?
I got no problem. Correct. Defenses are up. Way to go.
Hey, behind us.
Yeah.
Kill.
Killing blow.
Wow, they're actually feeding. Let's go. This is winnable now. Let's fucking go. Winnable. Hi guys, we sell hollow point now for I don't even know. What do we get for fun? Actually, I need to I need to sell. I need another slot, or I need to sell enchanters for like improved fucking just for the memes. I need to sell this and get like Colossus or something. I need resists. We need a tank. I think it's gotta be Colossus.
Your buff was on yellow.
objectively speaking, turning into a giant punching machine is.
All right, there we go. Now we can kind of tank, okay? And more importantly, our turrets have more HP. Or maybe I should have just gone refresher and just stacked 30 turrets in mid with duration. Maybe that would have been the cool thing to do. They want to force mid. They don't have Bebop or Dynamo ult. He doesn't have refresher. It could be a meme. I'm down. You know, I'm in to throw the fucking game. Let's go.
All right, buddy. Give him hell. We're not dying today. Gotta get as many.
Guys, why are you not doing damage? What's going on here? Oh, well, they're all hopping off. That guy might be dead. Thank God I didn't jump into me.
This is our battlefield.
GCs!
Building some backup. Way to go.
Dude, we're just everywhere.
We're up behind over here still.
I don't hear him.
I kind of want to finish mid boss for the meme right now and just see if we lose the game instantly.
Bebop has soul rebirth, just so you guys know.
I'm gonna sell. I should not sell stamina for duration. It just sounds funny just to try and put down 10 turrets. I'm fucking doing it.
Near the building somewhere.
Bought that off a Knickerbocker that was about to get his legs broken.
Setting up a turret. All right, buddy. Give him hell. We got us covered. Turret's online.
Now, boys, I think we're fucked. We got 5 on us. Good luck. If only had more stamina. Yeah, I don't know.
They might try and finish mid now.
Is it half?
I should have finished mid boss. Mid boss is like 10% health. Wow, he actually would have stolen it if one other person went there. He lifted 3. That's tough. Wait, then you guys went in afterwards and all died? Classic. GG. It's been fun.
I don't know. I got a 3-man stun. It's easily punchable if someone jumped in the pit.
Boop, 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 boop.
I'm just getting started.
They're just gonna shoot my turrets whenever I put them up.
This is our battlefield. Time for a little help.
Goodbye.
That was fun.
GG. Wait, how did I double both my 7 and my Infernus's damage? That's tough. I was supposed to be the troll, guys. To be honest, that's pretty disgusting, that turret damage. Wraith feels tough right now. Wraith is like one of the best characters in the game, to be honest. Let me double check if... So here's the interesting thing. The wiki says we're supposed to be playing Deadlock Fight Night in 5 minutes, but daylight savings happened and their stream isn't live. So I'm wondering, is this in an hour or is it right now? I think it's usually in 1 hour, but daylight savings happen in A. So I don't know how that's going to all work now. It's actually standard time to happen? Oh, true, true. We're back. Because usually we play at 1 p.m. Pacific. I messaged ZP to ask him. I was like, hey, Wikipedia says you guys are playing in 5 minutes. Are you guys actually playing in 5 minutes? And did they fill out the forms? True. Deadlock form night. I'm just going to assume that it's a daylight savings thing and just queue again. You just got to stay for 2 months. Because usually, if they're starting in 5 minutes, they'd be live, but they're not live. So I assume that's what's happening here. Is it Uber stop casting or they rotate? Yeah, it's what I thought. They messaged me back, said, yeah, it's a daylight savings thing. Like, it just didn't change on the wiki. It's supposed to start in an hour like usual. So we have 1 hour of gaming still, or probably 1.5 games to play. The fuck daylight savings, I have to go home in the dark now. Yeah, I hate the feeling of it's dark at 5 p.m. personally. That's just classic Pacific Northwest's in the winter type of thing. Hey, Seagull, I didn't get to show you my McGinnis turret turbo nerd math the other day. I finished my data collection with some interesting results. Wait, really? What are the interesting results? Teach me. Turrets are really weird about how they work. Search for the build government. Okay. Forbidden science, the government denies knowledge. Okay, wait, I need to cancel my queue. Okay, what am I looking for here? These items go on McGinnis. Colossus lets the turret survive Torment Pulse. These items go on a target dummy. A fast demo. I don't want to read. Wait, this is a whole scientific study that you just wrote down. Forbidden science, government denies knowledge. Okay. Fast demo. I don't want to read rambling. After adding the items, place a tier 1 turret facing the dummy will be at 15% attack speed. If you activate Heroic Aura, it does attack faster. Conclusion, Heroic Aura does work on tier 1 turrets. Scroll down for more info. Be given. A level 1 turret will deal 1170 damage to target dummy at 30 damage each. This is 39 shots. A level 2 turret will deal 1410 damage, totaling 47 shots. A level 2 turret has 10% more attack speed. Attack speed modifications are additive, meaning plus 25 and minus 25 perfectly cancel. Hypothesis. Turret attack speed is based off raw attack speed increase decrease. Method. We will test the following scenarios and count the bullets fired by the turret calculated as total damage divided by 30. Data. Shots fired over lifetime. Minus 25 is 34. Minus 15 is 0 is 39. 10 to 20 is 47. 25 to 65 is 59. 75 to 110 is 78. For full data and abuse cases, consult the spreadsheet. Conclusion, turret attack speed is modified by breakpoints in its attack speed. Wow. Forbidden science, government denies knowledge. And by the way, here's the spreadsheet. You just linked it in chat. 1 second, let me load this up, guys. Oh my fucking god. Matrix of tested combinations. We have a legend. We have a cat. Points of it, conclusions. We have breakpoints in the game at or around minus 40, minus 36, minus 15, 2, 25, and 64% attack speeds. Heroic Aura's active does affect turret attack speed. See in line 22 and 32 and line 45. There may be multiple bugs in McGinnis preventing Heroic Aura capping attack speed alone. See 64% attack speed being faster than 65 attack speed in some cases, and 65% having 2 separate attack speeds in others. With only Heroic Aura heal station plus 35, you can already max out a turret's attack speed plus 75 without even using the active. This means you have a maximum power spike at 3,000 souls at 1 point healing station. No points into turret needed. True. The 75% is equal to 100% increased attack speed for turrets. If your turrets are T2 and you have Heroic Aura active, they do not gain any attack speed from your healing station. See it for yourself, or you think they'll die without it? Yep. We knew that too. Suppressor cannot slow down a tier 2 turret with Heroic Aura active in a healing station. Okay, that's a kind of interesting. I didn't even know Suppressor impacted it. Moe and Krill doesn't care anyway. Get pocket sanded. Oh my god, dude. A note, Hunter's Aura is always a base version versus turrets, minions, towers. The wording on the item is triple effect on enemy heroes. True, we tested that as well. Also, you have a asterisk. Oh, wait. Technically minus 32.5%, but the game displays it as minus 33. And then shots fired over 24 seconds. These are so random. What are these two in-betweens that they fire so much faster at 64? Why is it 64% attack speed just has double the well, not double, but the actual next breakpoint, but 65 doesn't? What the fuck? Tick rate stuff? Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be some shenanigans for sure. And then he also said at 65, sometimes he measured it was actually at 59 instead of 78. So it sounds like maybe it's a more precise breakpoint than the game's tooltip shows, or that we can math out. I don't know. Some weirdness. The data is just on the left is sorted by attack speed. It's so random. It's so funny, actually. I'm going to link this to Naked, by the way. He will probably enjoy this. Yeah, this is amazing. This is actually crazy, dude. That you actually just wrote all this. You did all this. Dude, that's fucking awesome. All right, well, 25, thank you for doing all the research. I appreciate you, because I've wondered for a while why, in the points of interest down here, the McGinnis mains knew this stuff. We didn't understand why. The why being, why is it that a single heroic aura maxes out turret attack speed? Didn't really make sense to me. And the fact is, apparently, this turret attack speed just caps at 75 or 70% or whatever it is. So that suddenly makes sense. All this stuff is interesting. Consistently went above 67% attack speed, but actually inconsistently at 65%. Actually, yeah, you are right. My bad. You're right. Because at 65, technically your turret can either shoot 59 or 78 times. And no one knows why. But if it's 64, it'll shoot 78. So 64% attack speed is actually better than 65% attack speed. But then if you want to play it safe, you should make sure you hit 67%. So that way you're always at the attack speed cap. I know why. It's the effects that are applied. I just don't know why that. Why is it inconsistent? If you look at 65% text in the data, you can see the effects. Oh god, because you have the combination here. Okay, wait. So you had G and 1. G is heroic heal plus passive and Hunter's aura. Oh god, but which one was which? And then E0, which is just heroic and baseline? Interesting. Oh god, I'm on your Forbidden Science build. Here, let's just click a random build. Mirabelle main build. Isn't Mirabelle the fucking gamer one trick from you? Hello?
Yo, what up, Seagull?
Hello?
Wait, why didn't I swap lanes?
Wait, so he wants the soul lane as Yamato? I don't care.
Well, I took bomb first. I fucked up.
Oh, your bomb bomb.
Should I go bomb? Dude, I haven't went bomb in a long time. I've been going gun only.
Are you on marijuana, dude? Why are you talking like that?
Shut up, bro.
What? It's my normal voice.
Yeah, he sounds like that all the time.
You sound like an anime.
Like a what?
Is that a compliment or you mean it as negative?
Yeah, wait a
If you
second.
mean it as negative, I'm gonna say something.
Negative, I'm a negative guy.
Oh, that's bad. You're a piece of shit.
Oh, I'm the piece of shit. Who'd you vote for, buddy?
Oh god, here we go.
Grab him.
Oh, look at that,
Who'd
buddy.
you vote for? That's called
I didn't
teamwork,
vote.
baby.
I'm not a communist. Pussy.
Don't say buddy.
What?
Buddy is not it.
But if I did
Get
vote,
it.
it would have been for the winner. Because I only vote for winners.
Let's take a look at those wins.
I got him, 7, lock in.
Don't let Twitter catch. Don't let
Lock
Twitter
in.
keep saying that, bro.
Look at that, 7. Maybe I'm carrying you, dude. Come on.
You couldn't carry a fucking sack of potatoes,
Yeah,
you
I
weak
could.
bitch.
Yes, I could. I'm 165 pounds.
Yeah, exactly. You're weak.
Wait, how strong are you? Are you actually strong?
I'm 190 pounds on a good day.
How tall are you?
Do you go to the gym actively?
6'1" on a good
Oh,
day.
that's crazy. Wait, you might be strapped. Wait, you might
On
be
a
sad.
good day?
On a good day.
So
Depends
what
if
do
I
you
did
want
my
about
tree
that? Like no
stretching
air
or not.
forces, how tall are you?
6 foot.
That's not bad. Well, I'm 5'11". So you're at least 5'11" then.
Yeah, you're victim weight, buddy.
Victim weight?
Wait, what?
I don't want to be a victim.
Hey, grown inch and gain 30 pounds. Pussy.
You know you can get surgery to do that? Like, no joke. You don't care. You're just...
Holy shit, dude.
Go ahead. Say it. Say it. It's charging.
What is happening? Just a classic. When Bananas gets into a game, dude, it's always a good time because Banana starts yapping and it always makes other people start yapping.
Okay.
I love playing with Banana.
Oh.
Did you say
Getting
something
toxic
positive
real
about him?
quick. Just one.
No one had anything positive, I'm
I
sorry.
can't play games all day like you fucking losers.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
You play games all day though. You know what I'm saying?
Don't, bro.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think
You don't
he
even know
does.
who you're fucking talking
I'm
to,
gonna be
buddy.
honest. That's true. That's true.
Gotta get as many of these up as I
Oh, I almost got her.
You know what, though? We're down 1,000, brother.
I got him. I got him. I got him.
I don't care, bro.
You don't have a green at him. I don't feel like I should all in yet.
All me.
7. You're a psycho.
You do
Mirabelle
not-
main
Dude,
build.
you're sucking
I saw.
bullshit.
It sounds like.
You suck.
Psycho. You're a psycho.
Yeah, let's do these two.
There's no way you're not a psycho. I'm hooking them all, bro.
Yeah, you do sound like a hooker. You know what I'm saying? Ha.
You're smiling
gotta
at
build
me,
me some
though.
backup.
That may not be all mean.
Banana's a grinder. Banana plays a lot of games.
I don't think you're actually toxic. You know what I'm
What
saying?
race are you?
Uh-oh. Wait a minute, that's a crazy one.
Who needs to be patched up?
Did you see me predict where he was gonna go?
Alright, I'm just
You
gonna
see me
leave
just
lane,
bomb
bro.
that guy? You saw me bomb
Alright, go for it. Go fuck
UAV.
yourself too while you're at it.
Now this guy, he's a real toxic.
Wait, hold on.
This
hold
is the
on.
real one.
Hey, I
very
don't start shit,
aggressive.
but I'm gonna join.
Everyone is so aggressive. I didn't get him. There's no way. He crossed the laser beam. You had to do more there.
Oh, I had to do more, dude. You just fucking aimed your ult like a bot. Hey, behind you. Hey, look at my sick ult. Look at my sick ult. That's how you fucking ult, pussy. You're bad. You're so fucking bad. Get carried.
Bro, come on.
Get carried.
You're actually crazy if you think I'm doing
I'm
nothing.
cracked! Call me a mug. I'm cracked. I'm a drop dig.
What the fuck?
I don't know what that means. Call you whatever you want.
Help me! Dude,
karma.
can you lock in for a second, please?
Fight.
If you weren't screaming, you would have lived. Think about that. Karma. It's literally karma. Oh, look at that, 7. Okay, you're gonna say it's bad? You're gonna say that's bad? Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you. Your
4
build
more
can't
years.
save
4
you.
more years.
Your
Holy
build
shit,
can't
here we
save
fucking
you.
go.
That was
Every
so
fucking
sick.
game's gonna be this
I
shit.
guarantee you in your head, you were like, no way he hits that. I know you said that. I know you did.
That's the easiest fucking hit to hit, dude.
No, no.
She's literally
Oh, well, we're
standing
fucking
me.
dead, boys. It's been fun. See ya. Got boosted on.
Come to me, come to me.
Hey, that's my boy. Don't talk to him like that.
I don't give a fuck. You're like 1 foot tall.
Holy shit. Bro!
Are you on those balls, dude?
With all due
Doesn't know how to
respect,
play.
he did just in my lane, which is kind of wild.
No, this dude's an inter, bro. Negative impact.
Same. One of us.
I'm not gonna lie, if you look at green lane, guys, it's mass impact, even though 7 doesn't want to think so. We are fed as fuck.
Yeah, you sound fat as fuck. Don't say
Yeah, I
it.
am. No, I'm 160.
Honestly,
I
same.
already-
Same.
You can literally look at me!
I can hear your jowls clap whenever you.
Bro, you
I
go-
don't even
I
back
don't know
up.
what
Look
you're
at
saying.
you.
Yeah, you're just laughing. You're just laughing. Everything you say is just laugh. Like,
Holy
it's not even real.
fuck.
It's all fake. If you show me who you are as a person, then I'll
Fences are
talk to you.
up.
I know you're fucking ugly too.
What?
What the hell, dude?
What the hell is that?
This is your friend?
Bro, how did I just get attacked?
Hey, bro.
I have no big hook. I can't hit him.
Leave lane, bro.
I'm good right here, little bro.
Leave lane low, bro.
I'm good here, buddy.
Damn.
I know you don't like to play the
I couldn't kill
game.
him.
Just leave lane.
5'7", I'm good right here.
Be careful.
Dude, you're 5'7", leave lane, dude.
Oh, I'm 5'7"? Oh.
Oh, please, I need the big hook so bad. I can literally get them non-stop.
Oh my god, dude. This fucking game is insane.
You got expensive taste. I love it.
Nothing but bad blood in the air.
Right?
All right, buddy, give him hell.
I'll get this-
Let's see, we got the D-Gen lobby. Bro, I mean, this is entertainment to me. I'll take
I'll
this.
still share with you. Come on.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was yapping. Gotta catch my wave.
Nice. get swapped and killed. We fucking killed him. Dude is so dumb.
Just gonna stun on high ground. Yeah, good luck.
She got away. Thanks, McGinnis.
Thanks, no problem, man.
I'm here, I'm coming to the
I'm getting
Look at my
right
ult! Look at my ult! Look at my ult!
Oh, he's blinding me. Come on, come on. He got me. He got me. I killed one. He's under our tower. Under our tower, guys. That's really unfortunate. I didn't actually think he would par me under tower.
Releasing spirits.
Did you say Pari?
Parrying me under tower.
Hold up again.
Yo, Pari. I'm not gonna lie.
He's gonna fucking parry me under tower.
Yeah, okay, dude. What are you
I'm
gonna
just
parry
saying,
me?
I'm just saying. Yeah.
You gonna parry me?
Opening the
I'm
page.
gonna break your jaw.
You better hope he doesn't, bro.
I'm gonna literally break your jaw in a video game.
Okay, dude.
Hey, wait, dude, you have to
We'll get
understand,
parried.
I'm a fighter.
That's for damn
I'm a
sure. You
fighter.
try to
I'm a
punch me,
fighter.
you're parried.
Hey! Hey! Leave me alone, bully.
Throwing down a heel.
Are you gonna come? Huh?
No. I'm gonna call your mom and say, hey, your son's a piece of shit.
You were, whoa.
You wouldn't dare. That's too far. You brought
Too far.
You're gonna bring her into
Hey,
this?
I gotta bring your mom into it, bro. I'm gonna call your mom and say you raised a little cunt.
Elizabeth Victor, are you gonna
She's
hook her?
like, how could you talk about my son like that? And you're gonna have to explain to her that you're bullying people online. Think about that. Think about what you're doing.
I can't believe you just like assumed
That's what
my
I'm saying.
gender.
Oh, here we go. More.
It is what it is.
I have this fucking Yamato in my lane.
Fucking leave that pussy! Holy fuck, stop complaining, goddamn! Shut the fuck up!
All right, buddy, give him hell.
Everyone is so angry.
God, people are so mad.
James TV, dude. Not
Guys-
even streaming.
Where's our team chemistry, guys?
I've had this lane
I'm gonna be
frozen
honest,
for like 3 minutes
serialism
now.
is probably
Fuck, you're
good.
talking all this shit and you're the same souls as me. Go do something with your fucking life,
That's true,
loser.
that's true, that's true.
Guys,
Right,
come
Because I'm in
on.
a lane with you, jackass. That's why I'm the
Broccoli
same soul
thoughts?
as you.
Figure it out then,
I don't
pussy,
know
if you're
if
so
I can get
smart.
Up a turret.
Help me!
We're not dying today.
Don't help him.
I do everything for you, Lane, and then when I fucking need you, you just stand there. Stand and watch. Stand and
I'm
watch.
TPing to you.
There's a word for people like that.
What?
Cock.
What cock? That's not,
A little help.
that's not how it works.
Hey, look, Mirage left lane and we got tower, so that's fucking simple.
Bro, just end it.
Yeah, you should end it.
Guys, come on. Hey, no.
Guys, it's not very friendly.
Whoa, look how far he jumped.
Are we
I
feeling
guess
safe?
it's gone.
Guys, what would
Brother, you saw that,
John
right?
Deadlock think of this conversation?
John Deadlock would approve.
I don't know. I don't trust our broccoli. Dangerous vibes from broccoli, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I'm good for your health.
Well, you're bad for my health.
Deploying heal.
Can you guys get a room?
Lots of tension. Good tension in the air at this team. Let's go. Team chemistry.
That's what I'm saying. He's like, someone talked to me, so I'm gonna be a piece of shit till someone said something. And it worked. And it worked. That's how everyone's saying something.
Talking about Tuna.
I'm talking about you.
I haven't done anything wrong except yell at this Yamato.
Yeah? And then you said,
Oh,
what?
so it's wrong. You're right. Yeah, you did do something wrong.
Oh, shit, he
See
got
ya.
me.
Oh, that's
Fuck.
true. That's true.
Fuck.
Damn. Damn.
Today, you're
It's okay. It's okay. We can
Let's go,
As long
reset
as you
here.
recognize that, I think
I need
we can be
suppressor. I
friends.
forgot.
We can reset here. That's all I'm saying. We can reset
Yo,
here.
let's
We can
reset
get
the
more
mental.
aggressive.
Seagull, stop fucking being BM.
I missed.
Yeah, come on, Seagull.
Sorry.
Come on, Seagull. Get locked in.
Turrets online.
No, right here.
Fly on back. Defend my tower. Repeat forever.
Easy. I love you guys. Thanks for helping.
No worries, dude.
Hey.
Wow, look at the turnaround in this team, guys.
Wow. That was a turnaround. That was actually, I didn't expect it.
Yo, let's get this guy. Let's get this Wraith. Get the Wraith. Get the Wraith. Get her
This
ass.
Wraith
Get her
may be
ass.
trolling.
Yeah, bitch.
Let's
That guy-
go. Let's go.
That
That's
guy may
squad.
be trolling.
If they want to put
He
us
may
down,
be trolling.
Let's push green.
That's
let's
a
push
Wraith we
green.
don't have to.
Let's push green.
Sir? We're all gonna come up with swap.
Abraham
too.
Lincoln's here.
I didn't ask, dude.
Listen, I'm just
I'm saying,
pinging because I
let's
just
push
want to have
green.
chaos.
I don't really want to do it. I'm not doing it.
All right, I'm
sorry.
out of here. I don't want to do it. If he doesn't want to do it, I don't want to do it.
He's not doing it. I'm not doing it either.
Yeah. Let's go back to farming.
All right, back to yellow, guys. I left my lane. Stakes are
Powers up.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Help me, guys, help me, please.
You good, little bro?
I'm teleporting in. Get his ass.
He's done.
No, I had to catch a wave. All the fun is in the other lane.
I'm not. What? What?
Return fire. Return fire. Fuck that shit. Okay, genuine question though. It's stupid as fuck to shoot return fire, right? Like even if you, unless you can out heal it.
If
I
they're
feel like
one,
you just
though,
don't shoot.
why would you? Why wouldn't you?
No, but I'm saying if they're one, but I'm saying like
Yo,
full
can I
health
help
to full
purple?
health.
I can't protect
Me and
this.
you making this. Take teleport behind these fuckers.
Ready. I am on the way. Yes, sir.
Be useful.
Yo, Zeroism needs help in
Don't
purple.
die. Oh my god.
I got like one shot.
I'm zooming in. I'm zooming in. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
All right.
We're a little late.
behind, slowly.
You drop. Get him. It's just Ray. It's just TPs. See ya.
I'm fucking gone.
Hey guys, I need to get this fat wave. Like, I don't even care. We got to group up with Mirage here. Mirage, please don't one-shot the wave, bro. Please. Think about the money, bro. Think about the money. Yeah, we just gave up the urn, but think about the money. I'm close here, right? This is fine. All right, we get Fortitude next, apparently, boys. Fortitude. Wait, I'm supposed to Spirit Man. I'm supposed to get Recharge, too. I think I get Recharge next. We need to become a turret god.
We fighting this peep up?
Hey, look at that. You get a reward. You're welcome.
Putting down a turret.
Just doing my job. No, I'm not going to quick melee. Your character is disgusting, he says.
Dude, I don't know how that Abrams reached me at those heights, but that was insane.
He kind of just kept like moving in the
You
air.
saw that, right? You saw that, right? He like literally was like
Probably did
elevator.
like the fancy wall jump techniques.
I fucking shit on that guy, and then I just got actually outplayed.
Yeah, I'm coming 7. We can kill him. Do you stun? Stun him.
I used it.
Setting up a turret.
Yeah, they're fighting over there. Should I be there? Probably. What am I going to buy? This is late game. Yeah, I don't think I get this yet.
Good job, friend.
I'm getting cat on.
Chad, do I get Leech for fun? Dude, I should not rush Leech. I need rapid recharge really
Yo,
bad.
Bottom camp is a fucking fat pig.
Hey, Google,
What's Tuna doing in there?
I need these two. I need these two.
When you're good,
No, you're a fat pig.
I'm coming.
That's fucked, dude.
Oh, wow. Hey, he's almost out of ult, McGinnis.
Got him.
I stood for you, and this is how you treat me. That's fucking crazy.
He's going out. This is going out blue right now.
You're by yourself. No one's near you.
It's just Viscous, dude. He's just out.
Oh, pause.
Fuck!
Guys, pause. Game mechanics. What are we doing here?
I'm out.
Viscous is leaving. I'm going blue.
Here, guys.
I am our most fed player, so maybe I should take control. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
This guy's
Wait, he has 7 kills and I have more money.
Yeah. Let's do
I'm
the
not
most fed
bomb.
player.
I went gun.
Who has 20
So
souls?
we have,
Let's go. Get
most
Shadow
fed
Weave.
off kills is me. Most fed off souls is Seagull.
I'm sorry, I was in the janitor this game.
Okay, Seagull, you have to use the comms because you're highest souls. That means
Roger
you're
that,
not
over.
guns on point.
Team, I'm going blue. Can I get some report in, team? Get some reports in.
I can Mirage TP
Let's
to
do a
you.
rotate. Let's do a rotate.
The Viscous is definitely out. He's just a goner. He's across mid.
Okay, I can go for the
we can't do
wave.
anything. Let's do nothing then. Let's just reset.
Do nothing? All right, I'm standing here.
Just reset.
Changing nothing, because I'm already doing nothing. Over.
Changing nothing. Okay, Yamato, what are you doing over there? There's no souls, no waves. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm admiring this plant. It's actually a cool plant here.
Oh, wow. Yamato lost comms.
Do we clear the fucking comms and focus up, team?
Seagull, what do you think about Team Unknown?
That's the Smite gamers, right? They're cool.
Yeah, what do you think about them?
Well, they're cool. I like them.
It sounds like they're very unknown.
That took,
I don't get it.
that took my Mirage ult. Oh.
I can grab him.
Kill right, kill right, kill right.
He's cursed, gets hit on. He's like, this dude really rushed curse at 12 minutes?
Let's group
course.
green and take the walker or go
We
mid.
should do mid boss.
I'm gonna cover yellow.
I see paradox.
Wait, look at the paradox.
Wait, did we find another
I got
gamer?
one here. Guys, I'm throwing a hook. I'm throwing a hook on green. It might hit the Abrams. Not joking.
Wait, I thought
I'd give it a
green?
45% chance.
I have stuns
45%
soon.
chance. 45% chance I hit someone green. Not joking. 45%.
What about yellow?
No, I'm dead ass serious. 45%.
Who's got yellow? You heard someone to your right.
you're the leader. You tell us, brother.
Coin flip?
No,
I'm down to
you're the
flip.
leader, dude.
I'm
Coin
down to
flip?
flip, but I feel like we should push it out yellow before we flip. No.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm free.
I think we should just do it right now.
No, they have a max Abrams ult. That's just trolling. We'll just lose.
Dude,
we have Yamato.
Abrams ult's
We have
down.
Yamato.
It's gonna be up by the
Yeah,
time we
but they'll
finish.
have it. Yeah, they'll have it.
Yeah, but
We
like
have-
it's
we
down
can
now,
risk it with
dude.
Yamato. We
We
can
get
risk
burst
it with
in 2
Yamato.
seconds.
You should
So
take
it's
the
a
walker.
Yeah, I'm
My
stunned
hook
too.
fizzled. My hook fizzled because the pause. That's not fun.
So are we mid boss? Let's play.
No. It's coin
I'm gonna
flip.
go for another hook.
Just take the green
That's
walker.
the best kind of game, I think.
Turrets up. Gotta get as many of these up as I can.
God, I love this fair character. Oh,
Mo behind
Get
you?
out, get out.
I'm attached. He's slowed.
Defensive.
Oh, he donezo. Oh,
What?
Oh shit.
Warp stones through heights. See ya.
Dude, what the fuck?
That's a gamer.
Wait, I'm still on him. He didn't leave.
Oh shit.
Oh, he's so low.
I missed. They're all rotating over to you. You
Oh
have to
my
be careful.
god, so close.
Gotta build me some backup.
Everyone
He actually duped us.
I know goes away.
I think it's leash time, chat. We save for leash. Thoughts?
You guys know that song?
Yeah.
That's what I'm feeling like.
I've just never heard it.
Or
sang
maybe
that
I get
badly.
healing boost or a heal bane. I think heal bane versus team is good. I'm gonna get heal bane right now and sell the.
Okay. It's all good.
Are we
Don't
coin
start it
flipping?
up again.
It's all good. Smiles for me. Smiles on my side.
Wait, are we coin flipping?
No coin flip.
No,
They have
man.
5 ults. It's over.
So dumb.
So
We have 6 ults.
It's true.
That's one more than that.
Five.
No, we only have
5 is
5.
less than 6. Let's flip.
Actually, wait, I just can't count. They have some. I'm dead. Bye.
No, the team captain's down.
Yeah, we got a low.
Got it.
I'm sorry. I was too busy yapping.
All right, well, I'm just gonna keep farming. I'm gonna be. You guys like Farmville?
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you still use Facebook?
I only
That's
like it because
crazy.
all the hot old baddies play. You know what I'm saying?
I can curse.
All right, healing booster. We just get all greens, boys. All greens.
Return fire, motherfucker, on me, boys.
Oh
Get out
shit.
of there. Don't TP. That's a crazy TP. I'm surprised.
Why? I was here for you.
Yeah,
Here,
yeah, I
guys,
know,
blue,
bro.
blue, blue.
Can't get the guy.
Boosting blue.
We're
I'm
coming,
ulting,
we're
I'm
coming.
ulting.
Time for a little help.
What? I just got a silent fuck, dude. What are the chances of that?
I'm ulted.
I got us covered.
I got Abrams on me. I got Gooba on me.
Hold the line.
I'm being literally CC'd. Abrams won.
Abrams down.
Gooba won. Boss. Predictor won.
Mid boss.
Mid.
We can do it. Yellow walker.
Why is it shooting me?
Why is this so slow?
Hey, no max rifle. I'm not gonna ult.
Turrets online.
I don't have wall stun. Good luck.
Building cover.
What?
We got the rejuvenator. What do we do next?
Nice. That's a good comeback. Let's make a move.
Let's get active, as Calvin would say.
Who's that?
Who's that?
It's just.
That's the guy that says
That's father.
heavenly. He says
Isn't that dude? I thought that was
heavenly.
Dude Cat. What the hell?
Your
Yeah,
dad's
dude
name
cat.
Calvin?
Dude cat.
Dude, cat
I
is
don't know about
father.
Calvin.
All paradise?
This bitch is trying to
I'm
assassinate me
delivering
raw.
urn.
What? She hit the swap on me. What a gamer, actually.
Give him hell.
Where's our team at? What the fuck?
I'm delivering urn.
I'm with you.
Oh,
guys.
he's doing the good job. We're just.
Dude.
He's delivering there and give us a sec, guys. Let's keep it busy.
I got him.
Take cover.
What?
Abrams behind.
Got Abrams.
Nice.
Easy.
Huge.
Thank you.
Let's get Mystic slow.
We're coming back. Infernus, don't die.
Yeah, I should probably
We're
get,
almost there.
you know, Leech or
Oh, you're
something,
up top,
but
you're
screw
up
it.
I am the danger.
The danger.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that, yeah.
Fucking guy.
Sending out a
I do
wall.
so much
Help me,
damage.
please.
Wall paradox.
Come help, please,
Go,
Mirage.
go, go, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Yes, I got a kill.
Oh no.
It's fine.
Oh.
So I'm coming 7.
Hey, a good player would have parried those.
Actually, I was trying to surf it into him.
Building a barrier.
Walled him, walled him. They're walled, they're walled, they're walled.
Oh, shit. Kill the bullets away.
On me. I got
Bullets
fucking
away
return
now.
fired. No.
Oh, shit. Kill Abraham Lincoln.
I got sniped.
You can still die, I don't
God
care.
damn it. Oh,
I'm coming back in, guys.
sniped.
Kill,
They
kill,
sniped.
kill.
Oh, it's over. Guys, shrines. Objectives A. Mo and
Dude,
10 with
LeSean TV, best Yamato I've ever seen play this game.
Holy fuck.
I
I'm gonna
lied.
punch you, bro.
Oh, they have too many.
Hey, my KD's better than yours.
Get him, LeSean.
Oh wait, no, it's not. Actually,
Oh wait, no, it's not.
no, it's not. Fuck.
Shrine down, Worth.
Don't worry, Matt.
I got the slot, boys. I got the slot.
I'm 80%.
Look at this guy doing math.
What the
Yeah,
fuck
bro, I
am
got 5
doing?
more percent KD than you, bro. You
Like
suck.
KD or KDA? Pick one.
KD.
That's
Kill
fucked
death.
up.
Assists don't matter, bro. Let's be honest. You can touch somebody and get an assist.
I know. So I was like, man, I got barriers. This
I'm
doesn't count.
double ulted. I just got double ulted. Dude, Mo and Krill and Wraith all down.
All right, guys, we have infinite slots.
Why isn't our rate doing anything?
I think I just save now for Leech. And then Vibe. Because I got heal. I got so many slots. I mean, I could just pick up double armor or something and sell Enduring. Or I'd rather sell Regen, get double armor. If I want to become Giga Mode tank. Whose builds you following? I'm just trying out a build I saw. It said Mirabelle main build. I know Mirabelle's one of the Guinness one tricks in EU, so I was curious what they're building over in EU. Looks like it's just a hybrid, half and half, which is kind of what I was doing. But they get fortitude and some other stuff.
Hey,
Otherwise, it's pretty straightforward.
Yo, kill a Wraith. Kill a Wraith. Oh, he's gone.
he's doing that camp.
Boom,
Church.
boom, boom.
Church.
Like enchanters, so this build, when you have 500 passive spirit shield with hollow point and improved cooldown and enchanters, is actually just really nice. And then you have barrier to give you even more, which gives you just 1 sec.
Got him.
Holy shit, that was fucking nasty, actually.
Yeah, I made
How the
B the
fuck do you
strongest
get that?
Bebop because I'm a
That was
Bebop
wild.
god.
Help me, help me,
baby.
help me, help me!
Nick is low.
Catch him? Yes.
Where is everybody?
Got Gooby.
Where's Mo and Crow going?
That guy's so pissed. You got to hook back.
Way to go.
Patron.
Bebop
I know
training.
there's buffs,
Guys,
but
who's ready for
patron.
Bebop training?
Better
Coming out,
KDA,
this
better
character isn't
KDA.
broken.
LeSean, better KDA.
Oh,
If
shit.
they nerf Bebop and not Vindicta, I'm gonna be really upset.
No, Bebop is literally not OP. People just don't like getting hooked. Not joking.
I don't think Bebop is that broken.
If you think Bebop's broken, I'm telling you, you're delusion. It's so bad.
You just said.
You said he's not that good.
Curse Mo,
Okay,
curse Mo.
what is this fool doing?
All right, buddy.
Someone pause on him?
Question mark ping. Go. Hit the base. I got swap.
Abraham's behind.
I'll give him hell.
Yay.
Hey, we did it.
Let's go, team.
Dude, we
GG's.
started off a little...
GG!
I can walk amongst you and give you your reward.
Wait, I crash? Holy crap! Oh no, I hit the R button to replay. Fuck! Hey, wait a minute. I had top damage, top healing, and top objective damage. Let's go! So winning a game as a team captain. That's what it's all about right there, boys. Also, my healing was horrific. How did I even have top healing? I didn't even heal anything. It was just fortitude. Because I didn't max my heal. I was confused. I mean, this build's fun, but not having heal for your team feels kind of troll. But you do have a maxed ult, so you just run around and kill everyone. So, it's fun. And having double slow is hilarious. Chan, do you think I could fit one more before? Here's the problem. We're 20 minutes away from the tourney starting, but what are the chances they start exactly on time? Right? Surely they'll start like 10 minutes later. This will be the same time we get a 55-minute game. Okay. I actually am scared to get a 55-minute game. Fuck. You're right. You could actually just go insanely long. All right, we need any friends playing I can spectate. I got nothing. I don't have friends. Usually this filter doesn't even work, apparently. Hit next. Wait, did it actually filter now? Sometimes it works. All right, ZP, do you think I have time to do one more with the tourney starting in 30 minutes? It could be spooky.
Look at the size of that thing.
We can start a little later. Just make sure to fill out the form correctly and you'll be fine.
Fill out the form. Barbarito, thank you for 300 bits. The longer you wait, the worse the probability gets. Dude. All right, fuck it. I'm running it. Let's go. Okay. But I don't want to. Because if it goes long, I'm fucked, dude. I got 30 minutes to spend. Guys, is there like a McGinnis science video? You guys got anything you want to watch for 20 minutes? Guys, we need to burn 20 minutes because otherwise, if I queue a game, I know what's going to happen. It's going to go for like an hour, and then we're going to miss the tourney. Instead of doing a coin flip for best of one choice of map pick ban, what if we recorded a Mo and Krill versus Mo and Krill 1v1? Right now, we coin flip. Oh, so that's like for the first who has first ban. Okay, wait. I would actually like that. I would actually. Okay. So that in chat, if you guys are missing, ZP is actually one of the organizers of the tourney. They're asking, would you guys? So currently, you guys know there's a pick bans draft. The person who gets first ban is decided via coin flip. They're deciding if they should do a Mo and Krill 1v1 instead. But okay, is it just like punch only Mo and Krill? Just like straight up a melee battle Mo and Krill? Dude, that actually sounds fun. You should just do that. Like a knife round from Counter-Strike? Yeah. Punch only Mo and Krill. Dude, I'm down. That sounds hype. Dude, it sounds just fun. And I think that's definitely way more fun than anything else. I can't do it this week, but we'll try and do it next week. Yeah, because you probably need to pre-record before the show. Yeah, you need to. It just sounds funny. Is it going to last for 30 minutes? So no, because, okay. The Mo and Krill 1v1, where all they can do is punch each other and maybe hit the lifesteal and parries and stuff. Like, they might, if one person runs forever, but I'm sure they can give them, like, a boundary rule. Right? Like, hey, you guys have to fight in, like, this square or something. So that way someone just can't run forever. But I feel like you would want it. Okay, if I had a 1v1 punch arena, I would want it with some walls like this, so that way they can wall bounce over each other's punches. You need some movement. You need some movement. There's a debug map. Oh yeah, what is that called again? There is the 1v1 tests. I forgot this map existed. Yeah, yeah, but it's kind of scuffed though, because they're a little bit. If you want to punch only Mo and Krill, this map, the art is a little, because it's just like a test map. The map hero tests. Yeah, I know there's a few of them. Hero testing. This is like the hero test area. Oh, it crashed my game. Oh, I have to change hero here. That's right. We got this area. I should just do the mid-boss arena. Yeah, I think the mid-boss arena is probably easiest in a custom. Or maybe... Is there... Any other maps? I just saw sorts of random stuff. Change level error. What is error? Okay, I don't know what I expected, actually. If you pre-record about the second game. Well, that, I mean, as long as they pre-record, that'll mean like half their games are fine, right? Also, does that mean you're doing a Mo and Krill 1v1 before every game on the other... Oh, how's the draft in the BO3 work? I actually don't know how the draft works in BO3, so... Can somebody make a custom map for it? Oh yeah, we had the... Wasn't there a viscous jump map? I forgot. There was a viscous jump map, wasn't there? I need to actually go look at that map. That map was sick. The BO3 challenger gets first choice and loser picks after first map, so it'd be only for the best of one. Got it. Now, Mo and Krill's heavy punch animation is just fun. The time is tournament in 20 minutes. Which is unfortunately the perfect... Dude, I wish there was like a Deadlock... I don't know how to describe it. I wish there was like a Deadlock deathmatch area. Just straight up give me a deathmatch server. I can just like shoot stuff. I'm sitting here. I have nothing better to do. I need something that isn't 30 minutes minimum. Like Deadlock ARAM. Yeah, something like that. Just give me that. I mean, that does sound fun, doesn't it? Like... ARAM would probably kill the normal queue. That's true. They probably don't want to. They don't want to split because the player base isn't big enough to split too much. Like they're worried enough about splitting that they don't, you know, have 24/7 matchmaking for ranked. Speaking of which, by the way, I didn't do my 7 games this week, chat. So unfortunately, I'm rank obscurus now. You can't even see what I am. Kind of Westfall for 38 months. The Deadlock custom maps. A deathmatch, everyone gets 20k to spend. The 20k might be a lot, but I think maybe like 15k would probably be better because otherwise... Well, I don't know, actually. I ranked one on a journey to staying the same last week. Opened 1 and 13 on Warden. Wait, you hit 1 and 13 on Warden? You stayed the same rank? It's kind of insane, actually. The final finished 14 and 1 as Abrams. Wait, so you played 27 games? Holy fuck, that's a lot of games. Okay, to be fair, if I was actually playing normal rank games in my actual play time, it would also fit, so. No, the game 1 was 1 and 13. Game 2 was 14 and 1. Oh, I thought he said it was a record. I'm dumb. Don't mind me. People shouldn't play Warden if they want to rank up, but high MMR hero is shit as hell. I don't think he's that bad. I think he's just okay. And the problem is he just runs at you and stat checks you. So if he gets even a little bit ahead, he just runs at you and you immediately die. But I feel like if he's ever behind, he just kind of doesn't do anything. He's only good mid game. Is that true? I feel like Warden late game, I mean, I don't know what Warden late game's like, but I felt like his gun damage ain't bad. Warden is one of my highest win rates in ranked right now, so sure for. Oh shit. Also, his gun is kind of satisfying to shoot. I don't know why. It's just slow as balls for some reason.
Have fun. Don't get dead.
I think it feels like he melts. Who, Warden? I guess it depends on what people are doing. I don't actually know what like the most common build is these days. The problem with Warden is he doesn't disproportionately carry for his team if the rest of your team isn't good. And his early laning phase is bad unless he's in dual lane. His best power spikes when last stand kills people. I feel like up until 20 minutes he kind of owns. But I don't know what he's like after 20 minutes because never played Warden that much. I feel like he mostly just initiates fights and does a lot of damage, but he doesn't want to kill everyone.
From the mundane to the spectacular, the Curiosity Shop has what you need.
Wraith and Talon are good right now.
There is no escaping me.
Dude, the grandpa owns. I need to try him out more. Honestly, 4 stamps, so crazy. Please buff Haze. I mean, is Haze... I've only played like 2 games ever as Haze. He's just so boring. But every time I see someone with the Echo Shard dagger build, it does look hilarious.
What you looking for?
Like, it actually does look fun. Also, wait, Bananas just raided me. What's up, Bananas? Hope you had a good set of games.
Beauty. I give up my name. Death.
Mistakes.
I'm not a witch.
Oh yeah, the other thing I have is why the fuck does Vindicta's owl hit so damn hard? I feel like all the Vindictas I see, they always just go spirit build and they just run you down. And by run you down, I mean they hit the owl and you lose half your HP, then they one-shot you. The crow? Crow, owl, what's the difference, chat? They're all birds. Boom.
Tying them down.
Boom, 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 boom.
I make my own opportunities.
You think Headhunter is an early mid item?
Looky what I got.
Headhunter. I haven't actually used it on a lot of my characters. Like, the only 3 characters I ever end up playing are fucking Talon, Kelvin, and McGinnis, and so I never really ever bought a Headhunter. Never made much sense because on characters like McGinnis, there's no point buying Headhunter because you could just get melee charge Fleetfoot for infinite ammo, and then after that point, if you're doing that sort of gun damage build, you're better off just getting intensifying because the damage is too good. Headhunter isn't nearly as good. But that's just because McGinnis is 200 bullets, so you just get too much value from intensifying. And I like the Spirit Bill and Vindicta. Thoughts? I don't know. I haven't played that much Vindicta, but I thought most people do like Mostly spirit with a little hybrid where like maybe they get long range or something, but otherwise 90% of your items are just, you get boundless, you get escalating, and then you just click on everyone and they die. Headhunter's tankiness might be underrated. Yeah, but it's on a 6-second cooldown. It is nice. Headhunter's really good on Paradox. Yeah, if you want the burst damage, I think it's good. Headhunter synergizes really well with anti-armor like Mirage Scarabs. Oh, because you're saying that the plus gun damage gets buffed by negative resist? Is that what you're saying? The Deadlock has a lot of fights that last for 30 seconds. Yeah, I mean, if you're managing to get 3 to 4 procs at a fight, then you're probably big chillin'. Especially when you're probably getting it right at the start of a fight, too. So it's kind of like the first second of the fight you're getting it, and then at like 12 seconds you'll have 3 procs. So if a fight goes for 12 seconds and you already heal for like 20-25%. Wait, we have a clip from the Surefour. wait, Surefour, did you see our the McGinnis nerds? Apparently they figured out there's breakpoints on the turret. And yep, we have a spreadsheet. And apparently it's bugged because exactly 64% attack speed gives you more attack speed than 65. Very strange. Freaking nerds! Yeah, absolute nerds. Oh, guys, it's Lash.
No!
How much damage just do that guy?
Paradox 1, Shiv 1.
One step closer.
What? What? Dude, well, okay, who else on your team shot him? Okay, so you just hit him with what, one shot? And it says 241, 536, 56, 106. Because that's improved bursts, right? And then I'm assuming your next bullet procs Headhunter. So you hit him for over 1,000 in one shot with Flog. Oh my god, that's hilarious. 536 total. Yeah, you get the idea though. So 9 is about 1,000. That's fucking crazy. Because of the burst and Headhunter. Dude.
One step closer.
This is so funny. Dude, the best part about that kill, by the way, look at the soul count. So Surefour's at 29k, but he currently has 6k unspent. So his effective souls and items are 23 right now, right? The Haze walked out of spawn is at 22. So they're actually almost even in soul count right now. Like in terms of actual items. Because I assume the Haze just walked out of spawn while Surefour hasn't spent. And he still almost one-shot him. It's actually just so fucking funny. Also, the Quicksilver reload damage. Oh, yeah, it's like another, was it like 80, I think? 80 from Q. Let me check. 65. Close enough. Honestly, Lash looks like a fun character. But that's an example of, I guess, improved burst in Headhunter. When you get all the procs, your burst damage is kind of fucking crazy.
When I come for you, you're gonna know it. Take this gift. Let's go.
No cooldown.
You wanna mess with me?
I don't think I've ever... No, I played 2 games as Lash before. Like, half the characters in the game I've still only played like once or twice. I kind of want to go on a Vindicta run for a while, but only because the owl just looks too stupid. And by owl, I mean crow, obviously, but I keep saying owl because it makes people... It's one of those things where I got used to saying it to troll people, and now I'm accidentally saying it unironically, and I need to be stopped. What's the other character I want to try? Yamato would be fun, but it's actual... I have to try, because I think she might be kind of degen to learn all the tech. Oh, Viscous. Viscous, I think, would be really fun with the movement. It's just the crow. 7's boring. Pocket's whatever. Pocket is cool, but... The Geist I played a lot. She's fun. Infernus is boring. Haze is boring. Greytown's fun. Dynamo. Dynamo's an interesting one. The Dynamo is just an ult bot? Well, no, I think you could just... I think I might just build him...
I've learned how to use it to help people. Who's ready for some quantum shenanigans?
I want to go full gun and just not even ult. Just only ult mid boss and that's it. The Dynamo, I don't really see him ever get used. He just kind of exists. I don't know why. Even this build's half support. You get like Nova barrier with Warpstone. So it's just Warpstone, look for ults and do some decent damage. But I think that it used to be, so it's funny, back when I first started playing this game, I played like 15 games or something of just gun Dynamo, and all I did was, I think all I ever did was put 2 points into this, 2 points in this for fire rate, or I maxed it for ammo, I don't even remember. And I think it was like,
I need to be ready to defend myself. My condition has its advantages.
I think it was a fire rate ammo build, essentially. It was good. The stuck is back, and as I went outside, attorney starts in 5 minutes. We're gonna watch. Also, you're stuck in abs, bro. Time to get turbo. Save yourself. Attorney guys have no macro gaming. Dude, it's actually... Okay, there was, I think yesterday when someone... It was in the finals of the tourney, ended up being like whatever, but it was Buff and Jory's versus Hydration's team, and Hydration's team won team fight and took 3 walkers back to back in one fight. And I went, holy fuck, imagine if they just pushed these lanes. A high velocity. I think I like these 3. And then I think I wouldn't get... Okay, wait.
Building a wormhole.
Honestly, okay. I just want to play a fire rate Dynamo build. It just looks so fun. It's like Viscous, but you just play it as Dynamo, you just run around. I don't know why I don't see people do this. All the Dynamos I see are just, they just walk up, ult you, and die on cooldown.
I can use some help.
Which is fine, but that requires other people. They have all the aim mechanics, but their macro is fucked. Well, that's gonna happen, dude. That's gonna happen for a long time. That's crazy. I feel like I only see gun Dynamo. No. I never see fire rate Dynamo. Like even this build, right? It's like half support. You always get like 3 or 4 gun items of Warpstone, and you do damage. But I'm saying like fire rate Dynamo sounds fun. Because he technically has pretty good amps. Like he has 30% amp here, and he also has a 25% fire rate. So if you have stuff like Kinetic Dash and Swift Striker with Combat Barrier, I mean, it just sounds like a good time.
But a little help never hurts.
Also, where's the dummy? Where'd he go? Did I move him? Also, what's up, Jason?
They can't shoot an atom.
See, like this I think could be hilarious. It's the same idea as Viscous that goes fire rate.
I can't fail.
You just do the knockup so they take 25% more damage or 30%. His headshot, I think his headshot modifier is also pretty good. Doesn't how everybody play before his gun got nerfed? Probably.
Quantum entanglement.
The order, though, early game sounds kind of terrible. I don't know how you fix the order. Because you definitely want the move speed from the heal is disgusting. Like, it's actually so good.
I don't go selling.
Make it through this.
But the heal is kind of like McGinnis heal. It has to be maxed out for it to be really good.
Bought that off a Knickerbocker that was about to get his leg broken.
Trying to max it so you can do stuff, otherwise it feels so bad. Yeah, but then if you max it, you don't have the big dam. I think you'd have to go. If you don't max him on the heal, he's not even a playable character. I don't know. I'd probably want to try it for funsies. This sounds hilarious.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
I always play Dynamo as a heavy support. Yeah, everybody's gonna say support Dynamo with ult, but I think the gun side sounds fun. That's all. I'd probably try it out. Because his modifiers seem pretty good. When it comes to like the knock up into headshots, I know he's gonna do decent damage. Also, let's go watch the tourney now, because I do believe it has begun.
For a treat. And with that said, there are treats that you can purchase from us. We have merch. If you want to support what we're doing here at Deadlock Fight Night, you can get gooped and buy some merch.
Get good.
And all of the proceeds, of course, go back into
Well, I get
helping
gooped,
us
but you
to
get the
grow
idea.
this wonderful project. I think it's been amazing, and if you think so too, consider.
Is this Deadlock Fight Night number 5?
Right?
Exactly, and now that we've done the plugs, we can
Yeah, it is.
bring
It is.
in
All right, change saddles.
our third individual. We still don't know where Uber is. He's flying around somewhere. Not sure what pro something important. But we've got ZP. ZP, welcome back. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. I'm good. Also, I saw chat being a little bit rowdy. I need to clarify something. No, this is not Deadlock Form Night. There are no forms. I am a dictator. I might even make the teams play Bo and Krill 1v1 next week. That's how mad with power I am. There will be
Hell
no
yeah.
forms. Putting it out there.
Well, what's also important, ZP, no more Dorito crusted microphone, new headset, new pop filter, looking good. Not to mention, ZP, we also have something looking good on the channel. If people haven't noticed out there, we actually do have a sub button now. We were actually able to unlock that with your guys' help.
Oh,
last
shit.
event, and we're here to obviously see if any of you guys would like to sub
Sub button.
project, also bits, everything like that. So that's out there for you guys to pick up and enjoy. Not to mention, we're working on some emotes. We only got 2 right now. We're gonna get there eventually. Don't worry.
Now this chat is proper
Yes, it's a
grassroots
fun
gaming.
journey, you know, growing alongside
Once
all
a
of you
week, all
guys.
the lads
And
get together.
One of the cool things about the EU, as we mentioned previously, is that all of these teams now that we'll be playing have actually won in any given week. So it's kind of
39
like
months from
we've
Timo.
got
What's up, Timo?
essentially a finals in our little play-in, and then we have another finals. And
Yo,
perhaps
what the fuck's
perhaps a
my
storyline that
why
we can go back
why
to,
the auto
given
just moved me to
us, you know,
160p?
previous week.
Hello?
And now they'll get to see, are they going to have to
I have something
defend that
open in the
title against
background?
either Buff Enjoyers or Podulaya Scumbria.
Nice. Nailed it. Didn't even have to look at the name. You got it perfectly. I think for me, ZP, what's really interesting about this matchup in particular to start things off with is the fact we haven't seen Buff Enjoyers at Deadlock Fight Night playing on the new patch here with
Yes.
a lot of changes that went
The
into
Buff
the game.
Enjoyers did not play last week.
Enjoyers, I also think that they're going to be hungrier than the norm, right? This was a team that was the champion of EU multiple times in a row. They got dethroned by the team.
The
that
fuck
they're
is all this
playing
shit
here
happening in the
today,
background?
And
Hello?
Pajulia Scumbria got dethroned by DMS.
It's like I mouse over
So
things and it's
there's a
mousing over
very
stuff in the
good likelihood
background. It
that
pops
Buff
up.
Enjoyers plays at max
Creepy.
potential here today. They could go on a run and actually be
Let me
champion
restart
of
it,
EU
actually.
this week and make it just week to week to week.
Oh, Firefox is installing an update. Maybe that's why.
Are there any players on these rosters? Sorry to interrupt, Jason, but any players on the rosters whilst we still have the page up? Anyone that people should be focusing on for either team?
For me, as I look, you
Go
start,
ahead,
you start.
ZP.
Okay, I think it's fixed now. We're safe.
Time, I get to talk the entire game, so go ahead, my man.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I think when you look at Pajulia Scumbria, right, you look towards Hardeki, you look towards Xenia. Hardeki, in particular, I think has been the most standout player to me on Pajulia Scumbria. Usually, you know, whether it be playing characters.
Dude, Hardeki and Sunset are both
where
pretty good. It is
just
true.
a very
But
consistent
I just want to
force, almost
see.
never gets behind. Usually is in the thick of things, making key plays. But if you're playing characters that are more on the carry spectrum, it's important that you.
YCLBZ, thank you for the prime. Timo says 15 more marks of grace. I get my first full graceful set. First time playing RuneScape. I'm playing Iron Man.
It's across the board, the entire team, but
First
I
time
also
playing
think you look at
RuneScape?
players
Holy
like
shit, dude.
KLS, if the Paradox gets given up, you look at Listic.
I've never played RuneScape.
Abrams is in play, which it, like,
I don't want to get addicted.
I mean, it's generally an all-star team, so yeah, I mean, this is a stacked matchup, period.
Yeah, I mean, all-star team for sure. I think one thing that's kind of become apparent within Buff Enjoyers, which I know they're on, is definitely when it comes to like their hero pool. I talked to Listic and he said, like, I really have been working on being able to play multiple different heroes now because I can't just depend on Abrams every single time to be the one to carry through. I think
It's mind-numbing.
maybe towards Zergy on Buff Enjoyers side. Just
So
to
many
see,
people
like,
play
who
RuneScape.
Potentially will be on the great talent, and we know Zergy to be one of their carries, typically playing a solo lane. So I'm kind of curious with Buff Enjoyers, with that change to great talent, will we see them pick it up? But also in the whole banning phase of this draft, it's like, who are you going to take away? Because obviously you don't want McGinnis on Paradox, but you also maybe don't want to see Great Talon go through unless you're prepared to fight the Great Talon.
Well, the opening bans will be quite interesting because again last week already we had the Moancrill dropped earlier by ZP, you know, giving the shout out there, but we actually saw Moancrill.
Buff Enjoyers bans Mirage.
It wasn't until I think we saw Hydration on it that we kind of saw like, oh, okay, this is like a game plan that works really well to dominate with Moancrill, but otherwise it was kind of flat.
The OG creative RuneScape from 2001 released a new game today.
But it was quite clear that teams
Wait,
were
PS has
prioritizing-
banned Pockets.
So I'm looking at the Mirage ban out of Buff Enjoyers, which is fair. I think Mirage is definitely a hero you can look at banning very consistently. The Pocket ban on the other side, though, kind of interests me because it leaves open Paradox, it leaves open Great Talon, it leaves open a lot of choices that you'd want to first pick, even Wraith in there. So I'm kind of curious.
I am surprised. They're just going to first pick Paradox, I assume, but I don't know.
The logic behind banning Pocket is not that they are afraid of Pocket, it's that
What
they
do I
want
not
to
know
leave
about
more
Pocket?
high-quality
Is Pocket actually that good?
characters up for they themselves to pick here. I think that is the logic here. It's not not we fear Pocket because Pocket really.
All right, first pick Paradox. Okay, Infernus Wraith or some shit.
To me, that makes sense, but it comes at a cost here, right? Is that Paradox is unrivaled.
Pocket is a broken piece of shit. Well, I mean, Pocket has infinite mobility and just escapes, which is disgusting.
PS is
So
almost certainly going to come back and go.
it's tempting for the Prime.
Wraith, Grey Talon, or both in this instance, and I think that makes the most sense with what we've seen out of EU. I would get.
I'm not a Grey Talon enjoyer, but I'll take it.
And the Wraith. But Grey Talon's gonna be first. Now, for me, Jason, the question is it gonna
Wraith?
be the Wraith coming in?
I feel like it almost has to be. I feel like we saw Sunset play.
I feel like they could pick a lot of
last week,
things still,
and
though.
One of the reasons why we saw Pojulais Cambria almost turn things around against DMS in that first match with that like 4 or 5 man telekinesis catching up so many different players.
You're the biggest Grey Talon enjoyer a couple patches ago.
To go for.
I just don't. I don't like Grey Talon that much.
There we go. So there you go. The Grey Talon.
I think Grey Talon is slightly overrated compared to the hard carries that I've seen in competitive play so far.
That I feel like important to make people aware of.
In every tournament we've seen Grey Talon, the Grey Talon usually isn't hard carrying. They just have a lot of damage.
From 0.032
I just feel like the mid and late game Grey Talon versus something like an Infernus, he does a shit ton of damage, but it's just like it doesn't feel as crazy. That's all.
Really affecting a first pick status. So the Ivy is selected on Buff Enjoyer's side. How are we feeling about Ivy?
Ivy second pick. Buff Enjoyers really likes Ivy early. Every game.
Any other team in EU really highly values Ivy. I think
Yes.
they enjoy both what you can do for rotational play with how they handle the macro side of things, and I also just think they value the enormous amount of spirit damage that Ivy still puts out. It'll likely be together playing on the Ivy, and yeah, I mean, it makes sense what they're going.
And a
is
Viscous.
interesting.
Nice.
I also think they might have picked Yamato in this place also, given how they've historically valued Yamato fairly highly, but Viscous.
I really
also
like
just makes
Viscous in the
sense
second
terms
pick
of
like
getting a
that.
good early game and a
I'm a
character
huge
that
Viscous enjoyer.
now you've picked both Ivy and
Because every
Viscous.
time
You've limited
Viscous
some of the
plus
options.
Yamato
Yes,
or Abrams or any
probably
front line gives you like a
rather than
guaranteed
Viscous.
front line, which always
So
feels
I'm
good.
looking at the Ivy and Viscous, and one thing that stands out to me about Buff Enjoyers is that they've always seemed to be really susceptible to ganks in the early game, and their early game isn't as solid as I'd say their mid and late game are. So I think taking Ivy and Viscous maybe is a turning of the mentality that Buff Enjoyers
7.
use of like, okay, we're gonna actually be
See,
the ones
I
to
don't
get a
think
little bit
7
more
is as good as
aggressive in the early
Infernus,
game,
but
so
I
we get
think
those early kills that we can potentially
Hey.
snowball.
I've not seen their 7 as that
I like
much.
the 7 with the Wraith and the Grey Talon here. I just want to make a quick point that one of the reasons I like this so much is because Grey Talon is one of those now heroes that can kind of carry. especially
I'm
if you get a
surprised that
good
they
start.
value
Obviously, the
7
Spreadsheet
higher than
is
Infernus.
pretty oppressive, so you can play him really effectively to just bully duo lanes like crazy.
There's a
even when
Viscous
no lanes,
Yamato
they're
front line. They were
really
talking
on.
about the Yamato
Then
can
you've
go
got
all
Wraith,
in.
who is
Viscous is
obviously
cube classic.
kind of a hard carry, but has the ability to have impact in every stage of the game, which we've talked about quite a lot. And then you've got 7, who's sort of the dedicated, I will eat every creep on the map so that the farm is completely maximized. So I actually really like this opening lineup for how active it is, but also how much it packs a punch. And there's the Yamato that you're asking for.
Makes a lot of sense, especially when we consider like how Buff Enjoyers was able to win. I think they also
Lady
value the ability a little
Geist.
bit more highly, just because of the fact when you're making macro plays, if you're down just one player, well, if you have, or rather, the other team is down one player. If you have Yamato, you can more easily force mid boss and not necessarily have it get stolen, do the all sorts of.
I like
nonsense.
Geist. The Geist feels good.
Pojulais Cambria makes sense. I feel like again, it's a standard Geist getting picked 3-4 is sort of while she's still available, might as well add her in. I think for Buff Enjoyers, I don't know what their pick 5 is going to be, but given the carries that have been picked for Pojulais Cambria, you have to think that Hayes is going to be the final pick in pick 6 for Zergy. Like, given the hero pool that Zergy has, given recent drafts that have gone on,
Abrams?
other
Are they
tournaments
just
like
getting
the
all their
Deadlock
comfort
that just
picks?
happened, it's going to be Hayes pick 6. I firmly believe.
I mean, you got Mirage and Pocket Band.
You say Hayes
so
pick 6,
it's
but it could also be
definitely
Infernus
what
still.
you possibly could play. On Pojulais Cambria's side, I'm kind of looking towards what are they going to have as in terms of a front line? Because I do see a Viscous who can easily buy knockdown, get in towards Great Talon, and kind of keep him out of contention. Yamato can obviously dive really deep. Abrams can dive really deep. I want to see something that can be like a beefy
I
front
understand
line.
the theory of Buff Enjoyers draft. I do not
Maybe
understand
Buff
PS's
Enjoyers
draft at
up,
all.
To also like kind of kill the people who are diving in towards your back line.
But also, the one thing I do like
thinking maybe
is
we're gonna see, like,
how
a
many
Warden
stuns they
or a
have in their
Lash. The
comp.
Lash wouldn't be
They do have a
terrible. You
lot
can
of
grab the
stuns.
people and take them off the Great Talon or the Wraith and save your carries. But McGinnis,
Mostly just a
okay.
7,
I didn't
and now they have
I didn't
McGinnis
look.
wall.
I just predicted.
Yeah, and I wonder if the McGinnis is going to, if we're going to still have like a Kelvin or something that's more supporty following up the McGinnis pick. What are you guys' thoughts on that? Because obviously you can build McGinnis in a variety of ways.
Was PS?
There are ways
it
to
was
kind of
DMS, I believe.
right now, more damage
or was it PS that ran Turret McGinnis 2 games in the finals last week?
Typically want to find at least like one.
And they did basically nothing and they lost.
Purchase that and go more of a support-oriented build. So
I'm not a believer in full Turret McGinnis. And yeah, there's the Infernus last pick. Buffenger's comp feels crazy to me.
Blindness, or at least I was thinking back. If Infernus wasn't picked first or banned first or anything like that, of course they're gonna go for Infernus at number 6.
That's why
the turret support Guinness goes hard. It just comes online really late, but you can do it.
Like, yeah, duh. Of course you go Infernus. Like, what in the world? Okay, that's probably one of those things where you look at it just like, wait, really? You're just gonna allow this? And yeah, I mean, on the other hand, I imagine McGinnis is going to be built more support-oriented for Pajala-Escambria. Look at their overall setup, right? And like how they've built. You kind of need McGinnis to be more of a support role. Okay, they just went to what I was about to say.
Mo and Krill
for frontline because they have no
Yeah, I knew they had to pick something for frontline. McGinnis can be a decent frontline, but not in the same way. Especially just like a Giga tank.
You need something as a distraction. Mo and Krill makes the most sense as the final pick there.
So do we think?
Agree,
I mean, that disarm is really nice. I am a big fan of Mo and Krill.
To fight with your turrets as well to really support anyone diving into the back line.
What's the pick ban order? Out to in.
Who can easily ult the Yamato if you're trying to.
The numbers are above as well.
Over towards the mid boss, but also the roaming potential of a Mo and Krill. For me, I'm more interested on the lane layouts that people are going to be going for here because we can't see Mo and Krill in a solo lane. We can't see
Abrams solo lane,
shutting down,
and then Infernus or Yamato solo lane, and then everyone else runs around.
In a solo lane, but it's about like how do you want to
and for PS
him in this game? Do you want to utilize them for ganks? Do you want to utilize them for like shutting down the amount of farm the enemy can get on a single carry? It's up to.
I think PS will win because they are Mo tanky. Okay, dude.
Yeah, and
We've gold. Thank you for 25 months.
We mentioned earlier with Mo and Krill.
Haven't seen you play yet. I only play McGinnis right now for the most part. I barely play.
Like scale well into the game.
I'm a noob.
And not just have just fall behind essentially on souls to the point where it's sort of just only useful for the combo ultimate. And so from that, I'm thinking, okay, well, for this to go well, you kind of want your Mo and Krill to be active, to be trying to find those ganks between the 8 and 10 minute mark, especially when the combo comes online, and you can start just like you said, to put pressure on the Yamato, the Infernus, or whoever it is getting a little out of control on the extremity lanes. That's that's what I want to see at least.
So my head says Buff Enjoyers has a more just straightforward draft. They have Paradox to look for picks. They have Viscous plus Yamato Abrams for the front line with cubes. Ivy support and Furnace late game carry. The Yamato late game is also crazy. That feels really good to me. For PS, they actually do have a disgusting amount of damage with Race Great Talon. 7 is really obnoxious to play against with stun. McGinnis can be super annoying at all these earn fights if they get to the choke points anyway.
It's very difficult to contain
I'm down
early on, and then that increases the likelihood.
And the Mo and Krill disarm is cool, but not
at least an even to above average Abrams. The Infernus.
I don't know. It doesn't feel that crazy.
Having a good game beyond that. Ivy in and of themselves creates matchup issues and rotations with airdrop. I just feel like Buff Enjoyers is going to be very, very mobile. I have a lot of tools to enforce the macro side of gameplay.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Pajala-Escambria basically reacting and hoping that the raw power of, characters.
I mean, the
like
pick
Great
potential for
Talon
PS is on Mo and Krill, I guess. I don't know.
If it will, Jason.
I would kind of.
When you say choke points, you mean the stairs by drop offs?
For it.
So the earn drop offs change now depending on who's ahead by 10%. So at the side turn-ins for either team, McGinnis walls are insane because they're very tight chokes.
Like where he had play with me levels of play on the Wraith. He was able to almost single-handedly carry a game. I think he's a very solid laner, but I don't necessarily expect him to be the one that's going to be such a massive threat. I feel like it's going to be towards Great Talon or 7. But one thing I will say about Buff Enjoyers, I talked to Piggy before we did the broadcast today.
It's 15% now? Wait, is it?
They've really been working on their team fighting, which I found kind of crazy because they were already insanely good when it came to team fighting. But they definitely started to work on their macro play and team fighting, and they feel like this patch actually suits them better than the previous patch. So if that's any indicator of like the strength level of what Buff Enjoyers are going to bring, I'd be a little bit scared of DPS here.
The game's about to start. Here, Snacky.
Predictions are now open. I'm seeing on the lower third popping up to remind us also. Make sure to get in the chat and get your predictions in for this one. I have to agree with ZP on the macro side of things that the build is a bit more leaned towards or rather, it has more strength that it can leverage into macro advantages early on. But one thing I find interesting about Deadlock is that there is this natural aspect of might be able to look at comps now and understand at the top level, okay, we do kind of are losing some edges out here as we say goodbye to ZP, and it seems like the game is about to start, so I'm gonna have to hold that point for now. Buff Enjoyers versus Podulai Scumbria, and this could have been a finals, and it has been in the past, but these two teams are fighting for a chance to play DMS in a best of 3 finals. This is best of 1 as we jump on in here, Jason.
A little of a side note here, big shout out to Belize Tick, and let me scroll up, and Glaive Season for our 2 new subs here on the channel. Again, really appreciate that, guys. We do finally have a subscription button, which you guys can do or use to support us here at Deadlock Fight Night. All the money goes right back into the product. Always appreciate it from you guys. But here we go. Like I said, kicking things off. And again, for me, it's all about what are these matchups going to be. We did have a couple of really crazy matchups last week with seeing like 2 1-1-2s instead of 1-2-2-1s. But we're not going to see any craziness here. But we will see the Abrams and Yamato in their own solo lanes. Infernus can be paired with Ivy here in lane 3, and Paradox and Viscous together
I'm back
in lane 2.
Water
it did
obtained.
seem to be the case that things were a bit more chaotic in the North American.
Okay, so we have Yamato versus Wraith solo lane, Abrams versus Seven in the other solo lane. Okay.
In terms of those lane setups early on, which is fun. But Europe seems a bit more cookie cutter in certain respects, and it's interesting because also the European teams, Jason, they've been sticking together more, and so we're actually getting to see a better representation of these teams' skills.
That is true.
All the time.
The teams have been polishing and refining their gameplay more because they stick together week to week. It feels like NA, they've changed a lot of teams over time.
Gone to different teams will be participating. But yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like EU in general, not even just in Deadlock, in most esports have been more methodical.
Do you filter your water?
Like a higher standard of play compared to NA, but obviously I don't want to get any NA hate here. There's a lot of potential on NA side, but what I'm hearing is
that disarm timing just before he applies a dot. That's awesome.
Easily, combat against the Hydra Nation roster we see.
Thoughts on the main broadcast not using a delay? They might be using a 1-minute delay if they're watching in game. Kind of depends.
Indeed, and I think
they should have just 1 minute, to be honest.
Was about to try to gank across the lane 3, but returning back to the lane 4.
We here at St. Dennis.
What the fuck? Oh, I'm not fucking logged in. God damn it. Give me a sec, chat. I forgot. I'm on a new PC because my PC died earlier, so I have to log into Twitch. God fucking damn it. Classic. Hi, boys. Log in, log in. I was wondering why it said, to follow... Okay. We're back. I'm logged in. Twitch Turbo, saved my life.
They were always really easily susceptible to ganks early on. They would typically lose the early.
What a veteran broadcaster. Hey man, my PC died last week. I had to swap, okay?
But for me, that's a really good indication that Buff and Joras have definitely improved since the last time we've seen them. Just Listic having that mindset of, okay, I gotta get back, gotta get safe. The call was made as I knew was coming in, and he keeps himself alive.
Yes.
I'm going to try and get a 9800 X3D tomorrow, 6 a.m. Wish me luck.
About the kind of macro, I was going to make the point before we went to the transition.
Your PC died? Okay, before we hop back into the game analysis and get serious. Yeah, I had a 13900K, chat, and it slowly degraded for the last year. Every time I launch into Windows now, it basically blue screens within 5 minutes.
As soon as you get to a certain point of the game, it'll even out. You'll get your objectives, maybe seconds to your opponents, but you will get them, and you'll make up the soul difference, and then suddenly, you're close to even. As long as you don't lose too hard.
Like 8 months of very slowly increasingly blue screen. That's it. It took a really long time. I was hoping it lasted till the 900. It died a week before.
And I feel like that's where NA kind of struggles a little bit of knowing like when they're ahead and not, or when they're.
Why does it do that? Honestly, no one knows. Literally, no one knows why these 13th gen Intels just have issues. Nobody knows at all, ever, under any circumstances. Okay, back to the game.
And they will shove that down your throat and close that game out extremely quickly. Whereas in NA, you could have a 20, 30K lead, and teams still depend on, okay, we're going to bait you to a fight at the urn, and we're going to win the fight, then we'll beat you, instead of just, we're just going to take your base right in front of you.
Wait, is Jason Kaplan talking about how NA teams are bad?
That point very quickly. This is also going off the back of the somewhat kind of prediction that ZP made, essentially saying he feels like the early macro is going to be better with the combo.
Pretty much.
And Joys are running, and they've got a problem. Listic's actually been losing out to into the 7 played by Together and just fell on that lane as well. So 7 getting some good farm, and Abrams getting a little bit behind. It's not obviously too crazy.
Like, guys just took out Infernus.
3-lane hit Jason to perhaps cause some chaos and damage, but not really finding too much and having to try to escape with that charge.
Well, so that's probably the worst case scenario. No kill picked up, and he's going to lose farm in his own lane, meaning he's going to fall even further
That's so
behind
sad.
Together. He's currently 1k behind. He'll catch up a little bit because I think he'll still have...
Dude, that Abrams losing that. He's 1k behind, but he has the wave at his tower. Only like he only drops like two creeps that way.
You know, Abrams, when you fall behind, it's really hard to be effective and to be that dominating force Abrams can be. So we need to see Listic catch back up, but you know, I'm not going to knock him too hard because, I mean, if you think Abrams, you're going to think Listic.
Absolutely, and you know, like, someone else that's standing out right now on the Pugilaya Scumbria camp is going to be Hardeki, doing a really great job here.
Abrams lost lane to 7 solo. Yeah, he's down by 500 or 600 gold, so he has at some point
chaos coming here onto lane 4,
either falling behind last hits or something else. I don't know.
Quite a hard time on that. Abrams getting some assistance, but that assistance seems to meet more assistance as Listic is not just up against Together on the 7, but in.
I mean, there's a 2v2 going on. Yeah, there it is. There it is. I got it.
You see Piggy does go for the gank. I mean, not even a gank.
Ivy Abrams versus Moen Krill. Moen Krill's not having a good time. So yeah, he's dead.
Really quickly why that's so important.
2v2. Abrams is back.
So we talked about, you know, when is he to get back into it? Well, he's back into it.
Abrams, after those 2 kills, is still behind the 7 by 300 souls, by the way.
Out of Taz, and he still survives that lane, and he still ends up picking up a one-on-one kill without those ultimates available anymore. I feel like that's kind of insane to see out of Demov and a real showing of his prowess on a Yamato.
Yeah, and I still have to, you know, make mention of the fact that Hardeki is doing a pretty good job here. McGinnis and Sharek, though, on the other end of things, also doing a very good job staying very up on the souls. Still is an issue for Listic and Demov, who are a little bit behind in the early phase. Very recoverable, but somewhat of a dive.
Wait, was that a locket I just heard? Oh no, don't go in the closet with Viscous! Oh no, wait. No, you let him get away? Bro?
He doesn't get it?
Oh no.
No way, dude.
Gets away. Lit somehow escapes the giant goo ball. That was a
bro.
Somewhere else on the map as McGinnis went down. What? How did Lit survive that? I thought he was for sure dead. I thought that wall locked him in with the ball, but he does.
And now you die instead?
The one to go down.
What a fucked up day this guy's having, boys.
Overcommitted. Oh my god. The juking around, there's the parry. That's not going to do too much, though. Dodges any kind of melees, and we'll get taken down indeed. Thanks for checking me on that previous kills, Jason. Sometimes it's hard to know what the hell is going on, but between us, we can figure it out.
And Infernus also just killed Moen Krill in the side lane.
They are just looking to just take this tower down. There comes the
they're rushing this tower.
Get the Guardian to hit you, so you can get those melees in, take it down extra quick. Really, you know, min-maxing things at this level of play. And it's looking like Buff and Joyers are surging back into this one.
Yeah, they did lose their lane 3 Guardian. That was pushed down by Hardeki, but they do respawn with one of their own. So they keep things kind of a little bit equal, as we do see Buff and Joy is currently missing out on 2 of these Guardians. I want to point out something, though, that ZP did bring up, and it kind of pairs along with...
3 cards ready? Time to... Pew, pew, pew!
Sunset. He went reactive barrier early.
He actually hesitated. I thought he was just going to dump all 3 and just immediately kill the Paradox.
Going to be a guided out coming through as well. So very smart pickup in items when it comes to him. So Demov, again, just really showing he knows...
I know he has a cooldown, but the first one I felt like was late.
Against the Wraith.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting right now because it does feel like, you know, Pugilaya Scumbria, I mean, they're just ahead ever so slightly. Obviously, it's just really the difference of that one Guardian. But still,
slowing Hex on Wraith. Here we go.
Opening performance than maybe was expected based on, you know, what we were looking at in the when we were talking about it in the draft. With that said, obviously, at this point of the game now, around the 8-minute mark, we've got a lot of roaming around, more pressure coming in.
Dude, I like how PS just invades. Like, yeah, I'll take your camp. See ya.
Against the Geist. And also the Moen Krill on Zanya. But they're going to fall back away, so no action there. And in fact, it's going to
whoa, Yamato just ults fast to get reset.
To go for the chase on Taz, but eventually just
I thought he was going to go all in, actually.
For the dash here for a power slash. It looks like they will just kind of, you know, fall away from each other. But one thing I want to bring up here for Buff and Joyers, one of the best teams when it comes to defending objectives, I'd say. They realize that they lose one more Guardian, well, we're going to lose a flex slot to the enemy team. So they're definitely trying to reinforce the lane 1 and 2 Guardians to make sure that doesn't go down. And considering we're past the 8-minute mark as well, you're not really sharing souls equally anymore. So they have to be very careful and very methodical.
The laning phase is over.
Yeah, this might be problematic here on lane 2 from Buff Enjoyers because they're...
I mean, we're gonna have a bit. I think we're gonna have a team fight. Oh, Mo and Krill. Oh, the cube though. He got the cube before the wall came down. It doesn't matter. The wall lasts too long. He's dead. They got a swap though. A counter pick from the swap. Okay, they did get it. Took a sec. But the Viscous is also in. Oh my, the Viscous is owning. With the Viscous is dominating. Oh my God, he's absolutely steamrolling. Wow, nice wall by that McGinnis. I can't believe that last hit didn't go off. Here comes the Furnace.
As they're falling back into more defensive positions, but another 1v1 here, 7 against the Inferno.
I think that was an owl that just stunned him.
Zergy able to keep himself up here and just keep the chase.
The Abrams comes back. Abrams just respawns, runs back, kills him, and now they get the buff. They get to carry the urn.
As the fight still rages on, Jason, will you ever get a chance to talk? It seems uncertain as the action continues.
Hey, I get paid the same no matter how many words I say, which is nothing. So I really want to point out though that Listic, so he tried to look for a charge on a Hardeki, and while he was going for that, we did see Zania pop his ultimate to lock Listic down, so he couldn't get the engage he wanted. But then you had Sharif.
Dude, honestly, that Viscous ult in that team fight, I cannot believe that it was even. They did not just kill every single person immediately. That was like 6 hits with a Viscous ult is crazy.
And once they did that, it was kind of like, well, Buff Enjoyers, we don't have to worry about too many abilities.
Hey, the creeps are spinning
to do much. I think even Tass might have missed his guided owl. I think it might have hit the wall that came out of Litz and didn't connect onto anyone. But for them to turn it around and drag that fight out so long that
well, I think the owl did come out and hit Infernus in that fight. I think he hit the Infernus.
I feel like Buff Enjoyers played that perfectly.
Absolutely, and I think it really begins to rescue some of the troubles that Listic has had at the early stages of this match. And this is kind of what we talk about, where you see people maybe getting a little bit behind early on, but there's a lot of opportunities to quickly recover in the first 10 to 15 minutes.
Very true.
And
that whole team fight, it's only 2k soul diff. It's still pretty even. Neither team has a flex slot. Like, it's very even.
We're kind of even on the souls.
Nick, thank you for the prime. Standard library, thank you for the prime too. Or 9 months rather.
Objectives, but the urn is in play.
Yeah, it's all about this urn here, right? Since we don't have too big of a difference, only 2k souls, it's not going to hit that 10% threshold, and it will be a neutral turn-in position. I'm also looking towards the ultimates here, since we did have Listic and Zergy both use their ultimates very late into that fight, which means they're not going to be up here when we go to the actual...
I think it was 7 stun. The owl was used quick on Abrams. Oh, yeah, I could see that. I thought it was the owl because he took a lot of damage, but it could have been the stun.
Get the urn out of his hands.
Yo, picture new tech.
Same time for Buff and George, it's about, do we want to commit for the turn-in?
Here comes Ivy to turn in.
Because Pojalias and Cambria actually have it completely ignored, it seems like, for the most part. And instead
nice. They tried to wall off the owl.
That's a big misplay out of PS.
PS didn't even try to contest. They're just like, yeah, give it up.
Hold that thought for a second. Lane 2 is seeing some action once again. As Buff and Joys are just defending Pojalias.
Ooh, they caught the Great Talon.
Perhaps trying to catch people coming back from the urn, or maybe catching people rotating to the urn drop-off point. It's hard to say, but I agree with you. Usually, if the urn is up, and as you said, it doesn't give you a huge amount of souls off of the first one. So you could basically say, hey, the risk of actually team fight for this is too much. Let's just trade a Guardian or something instead. So you at least trade an objective, but
they didn't trade anything. I think.
And it seems like a great.
I think it was just they had too many lanes that were pushed, so they didn't want to give up the farm.
Into somewhat of a lead now, 5k soul lead more or less, as they continue keeping the pressure on here in the mid portion of the map.
Slowing bullets on the Guinness, dude. I like the Guinness build. Lock it, slowing bullets. Got 3 items. Think Divine Barrier, lock it, I assume. Not bad.
Which is exactly where Buff and Joris had players. But PS didn't push any walkers off that. I don't think they got like a single point of damage on those walkers at all either. And considering you had Zania,
the other issue is,
he wasn't really going to be there in time.
I mean, let's say they move to contest the urn, and Buff and Joyers is smart, and they realize the lanes are pushed, and they just bait the urn and then push those lanes to the walkers and put them in even a worse spot. Lanes are tough.
Teleport over to lane 1 to potentially catch off Demoff, who has no support.
Yeah, there's interesting.
Divine Barrier, Rescue Beam, Nova on the Ivy now. My only complaint, I still want 3 gun items on Ivy. I'm not a believer in only 2. I really like 3 gun items.
Going so well too.
I'm happy you didn't get away from it, like, because you've been doing most of the NA games and haven't had to say their name, but I'm so happy you got put on E for this one just to have to say it.
Yeah, and it's fun though, because I feel like I have to really get into it, and it's just I'm enjoying it so far.
I got a new lane bait for ending Patron.
Action, and yeah, indeed, we're going to have an actual fight here on this 4th lane.
Oh my god, here comes a gank, dude. This is a gank.
They get caught. There
Okay, he shouldn't have been stunned by that.
Concussive combustion and might allow somewhat of an escape attempt for Zergy, but he is now trapped in this little church, and I don't think there's any way to escape this one.
Infernus is crazy. Infernus almost trades. Oh, Paradox swap.
Even a swap happening here over in lane 3. This should be a pretty guaranteed kill. As we do see the soul
that bugged out. It looked like she casted it twice. The fuck?
Now, or maybe even turned it back on the face of Buffenjor as he's just diving and dashing around the statue as much as he possibly can. Eventually, he'll be finished off here. But still, I mean, Hardeki, I think he did this last week as well, just really showing how
she got Sundering animation recasted. Oh, okay.
Long he can survive in some of these fights where he probably shouldn't be able to.
And what's really interesting, Jason, is that soul difference that Buffenjoy's had created, they've actually lost that soul lead of the 5 or 6k souls. Now it's evened up. So
yeah, I mean, they got ganked, right? The first turn, maybe not a huge deal. The simply farm.
You haven't said PS yet, and that's the easy cop out. I go for that once in a while, so I'll give you that.
I mean, hey, 7 is farming, guys. Take a peek at 7 souls right now, dude. He is just slowly farming.
Mid boss is obviously going to be there, but we still see both teams pretty content.
Listic with the knockdown Hunter's aura.
Trying to, build up.
Zergy with the toxic.
See some of the tier 3 start to come through. Piggy did go for rescue beam. I'm waiting to see. Okay, so Litz has on the other side. I'm expecting to see that rescue beam specifically to cancel out the paradoxical swap like we had happen last week. But it comes down to Litz be in the right position. Obviously, being where the paradox is going to be as well to counter it. And then obviously use that wall to potentially pick up a kill off the back of that. But I'm kind of surprised to see both teams just farm it away and not looking for a skirmish here.
Yeah, and great work to Listic. Actually looking really strong again after having
he started off pretty bad at the start, but I mean, it wasn't that bad, to be honest.
The most souls on his team.
He was down 800 souls, then he got a gank. He was only down like 300 to 7.
Get some action here. An interception perhaps onto those Portuguese Cambria players that are pushing that first lane. In comes the gank, and it is looking fantastic here for Buffenjoys. This is in fact looking way too clean, Jason, for them.
And what's happening on the other side of the map?
Maybe look for the urn, maybe look for mid boss so they get themselves 2 quick kills. I did like the way Demo played that as well.
Oh, Buffenjoys are pushing a tower on the other side. Interesting. They still don't have a flex slot, so they actually do need it.
Just from his presence alone, not allow him to fight in lane 1 as we still see another.
Listic is trying to kite this out, but I don't know if he's got time.
Down 400 HP left and a dream.
Nice viscous cube into barrier.
It might buy time for the rest of Buffenjoys to rotate in to get a huge team fight.
Yeah, Shrek once again in the goo ball trying to do whatever he can to keep Listic alive there. And this fight now is
Listic did get out.
Full-blown team fight. It was a split push
barrier
scenario
and cube too strong.
Buffenjoys, falling off, or rather going to Portuguese Cambria to punish them for that split push. And it looks like Buffenjoys are taking a little bit of a lead. That push from Portuguese Cambria in the split push attempt, Jason, it didn't really do what it needed to do. It was an effective defense from Buffenjoys who were there present and ready to deal with that.
And Buffenjoys got the buffs, and they got the urn, and they got a bunch of kills, and now we're going to have an urn fight.
Instead, it's
PS is set up to contest this now on the minimap. But Listic and Paradox are... I don't think they want to fight it. I think they're just going to bait it and push out the lanes. Paradox might TP straight into a Wraith. That seems like a really awkward TP. Oh no, the Wraith is ready.
There we go. He actually might get caught here.
Immediately caught and dead.
No.
Oh my god.
Goodbye, Mr. McGinnis.
Devastating. Absolutely brutal. That's not who you want to run into. And what a fantastic start to this entire scenario. That's going to mean that they can't deposit this just yet, the Buffenjoys. So they're going to try to escape with it and just reset
they can't do.
They might have to discard that one. This is getting kind of awkward because Portuguese Cambria, they are...
I think they could just push lanes instead and chill.
Potentially continue to push the lane. Obviously, that Walker is still up.
Is this EU? This is EU right now.
That's going to be the Guardian going down in lane 1 here. That's going to be the 3rd for Portuguese Cambria, meaning they get their flex... Or sorry, that was their 4th. Never mind. I always read the thing a little bit backwards here. But with him over in that lane right now, it means you have to send
UAV
to prevent the Walker from being destroyed.
Wave clearing.
Also at the same time means whoever you send over there is going to mean the rest of Buffenjoy is going to be too weak to potentially go for the turn-in. So I do like the way that Sunset, he's like, okay, forget lane 4. I'm going to go push lane 1. I'm going to force them to not be able to turn in the urn just with my presence alone. So really well done. But I also have to give credit to Sharik, man. His cubes have been on point today.
Oh, they have alerts in top right. Nice.
And it's
a close game so far. This is really close. EU has insanely close games.
Lead, but keep bringing it back.
Now remember, the urn is going to start ticking.
Story as to
so
never turned in. And it's kind of an interesting.
Eventually, they're gonna have to do
because
something about
Cumbria
this.
Could just decide to pressure this side of the map and start working on the objectives. And if they get some pickoffs, then obviously they can push for the Walker, or maybe they actually unlock their ability to take the urn as well. And this urn is a distraction to some extent.
You can see the McGinnis and the Wraith are set up on teleporters, waiting to see who shows
You
up.
can see Piggy's health is just draining away. I think this is where we really
They hear
see
the Abrams. They're gonna go in for the gank on the Abrams right now. It's Wraith, I think, and McGinnis going for that gank.
This would be the perfect opportunity to use him to split push.
Maybe
to allow
the Owl is
yourself
going in
or
on
your team to
Abrams
have
as
5
well.
players to look
They're not
for
gonna get him.
turn-in.
Right, they turned.
But you know, Pojala Scumbria, they're like, you know what? Forget it. We're gonna continue to push out. They push 2 players in lane 1, 2 players in lane 4.
Dude, the Ivy's still holding this urn. How long?
Over. It looks like it's
How
gonna be
long can you
Liz.
hold this? This is
It's a 3-man
crazy.
Squad. But we're kind of in this standoff here. Like, neither team wants to make the initial move. Neither team wants to overcommit players to a lane that's
Buffs
too
are up
far
in
away
10
from these
seconds as
turn-ins.
well.
And we're seeing Buff and Joy's like, okay, we're just going to drop the urn for now. Like, Piggy was getting very low on HP, so he can't afford to take it anymore. And we're about to have Buffs come up here in about a minute time. So I'm curious to see if that's going to be the next point of contention, which...
I mean, isn't there another urn in like another minute?
Positional advantage.
And it's interesting because it's worth mentioning how much map control was given up whilst Buff and Joyous are just looking after this urn. And you could just see it on the mini-map. So much control of the map was...
Losing so much farm? Yeah, I think they are losing a lot
able to do
to not just to hold it.
And that map control continues at this point. We'll have to see exactly.
He just drops the urn. He's like, yeah, fuck it, we don't care.
Of the urn here.
The urn's going home.
Allowing it to kind of return to its original
Dude, that
position
urn can move.
And I mean, all the time that they were holding it, again, it's allowed Pojala Scumbria opportunities to bring themselves back in the game, having a lot of comfort in their farming. And, you know, one player that we can obviously mention, or 2 players we can mention, is together on the 7 farming really effectively, and then obviously Sunset, who has been...
I'm surprised to see Listic keeping up in souls with the 7.
Maybe the least harassed.
I think it's fair. I mean, he did have like a 1-for-1 trade in lane 1, but beyond that, that was pretty much it. And then obviously caught out McGinnis
there goes.
Before.
And I assume this...
I think what we're seeing here, Dan, though, if I'm perfectly honest, it's the effect of this being a best of 1. You make that mistake,
True.
you fall behind, either team can close us out, and they get their way onto that money match. But we do see Zanya be the first to go down here. The Soul Urn, though, going to be on the other side of the map. So it's not like we're going to see a turn-in from this, but we could see some pressure. We could see them look to push a lane. They do get the last Guardian as well.
She's gonna get ulted and die now, I think. I don't think she can get out.
On the Wraith. And
I think he misclicked his teleport.
Just previously to set up that lift against Piggy. Wonderful stuff.
Oh, Listic!
Oh, here comes Listic though.
He doesn't have TP because he misclicks.
Not, oh my God.
Rescue beamed. Still dies. Damn, nice try on that rescue beam.
Still dies though.
Listic had a knockdown, and he hit the knockdown. Rescue Beam comes in from Litz, but Sunset still gets hit by something as he's escaping.
They're going to force the mid-boss.
No way. Are they really going to mid-boss?
Yeah, they're going to force mid-boss off that.
That's their big stun. They have Yamato. Zanya's back, though, so he could cancel that
I mean, there's going to be a 7. And or McGinnis stun? I don't know which one. If McGinnis max wall first could be interesting.
Really good at controlling space.
Okay, no stun, no stun.
So
this wall's half. Yamato's there. Yeah, they just get it.
Trade-offs, but it does appear that this rejuve is going to Buff Enjoyers, as you said. No challenge from Pojala Scumbria, which leaves them in a scenario where they actually have to defend. And this could just be a great opportunity. I love it. They're picking up the urn. I was going to say, Jason, this would be a great spot for Buff Enjoyers to get the urn. But given the fact that Pojala Scumbria can't do anything aggressively anyway, they may as well just sit on the urn and for as long as they possibly can, whilst they're playing more defensively as the opposing team has that rejuve.
I mean, I was honestly expecting Pojala Scumbria.
McGinnis at 12k. Yeah, it's a support McGinnis and a support Ivy. They're just taking no farm.
With just 1 player down. Is that you go for urn and you turn it in. So you deny the objective for Buff Enjoyers, who do have Rejuvenator, and you kind of get a little
now,
bit
Buff
of
Enjoyers in the minimap is posturing at the urn turn in. This might be the next team fight.
Did use his ultimate
and now with Reju,
secured the mid boss here.
Oh, no, they're gonna put. They're just gonna go straight for Walker. See ya.
Lane 4 here. They're looking for that first Walker. They also have an urn in close vicinity. They get the swap as well and into the charge.
Goodbye, swap in the charge. See ya, buddy.
Pojala Scumbria, they just have to do a good job defending here. If they can just save the Walker as well, that's going to be fantastic. It might be a little bit too difficult. It's just looking very challenging from Buff Enjoyers, forcing their way forward. There's no wall available now.
Wow, those knockdowns.
Down, and 4 kills actually for Sharik, who's been insane, honestly, on this hole. The control on the Google is fantastic.
And there's another Walker. Oh, God, dude.
And off of the rejuve, they've lost
Wraith is split pushing on the side, though, to try and take a Walker of their own.
this is a problem for Poggiolaris Cambria.
Semi-smart though, they did send out Sunset and Taz to actually go push some lanes here. Sunset's gonna be committed onto lane 1 here.
Get swapped before he gets to the spawn. He has Ethereal Shift. I don't know if it's enough. Yeah, he's a goner.
Shift comes in, and they're gonna have every player they possibly can to lock.
That's so sad.
This actually might be Buff and Jordan's closing out the game right now, especially with Poggiolaris Cambria.
They can't get picks like that before they respawn. They needed that great talent. I think the 6v6 here.
With the rejuve still up, they can just commit into this. They don't care at this point if they're going to lose some players. They might just be able to end, but as you said, now Patron transforming into the
Silence into Wraith. Woo, that's a lot of Wraith damage. Oh my god, that's a shit ton of damage.
Poggiolaris Cambria are the one losing bodies at the moment.
Doesn't even matter though. Moved out. I got teleport.
Continuing to put the pressure on, and now the weakened Patron is
goodbye. Your patrons here. GG.
And just like you said, Jason,
7 is ulting though. Wait.
The storm cloud.
Wait.
Might be doing some serious work. Look how low and everyone Buff and Joys are. The storm cloud might have actually just saved.
Wait.
For PS.
The 7 ult just killed 2. Wait, they're turning. They're turning. They used all their knockdowns. They didn't have another knockdown for the 7 ult.
They can afford to commit to this as it's down to about.
They're just. They're going in. They're going in.
The knockdown comes in yet
Double knockdown. He's so cursed. They're just all going for the end. They couldn't get it. They can't get it. Lives with 1 HP. Oh my god, dude.
And Poggiolaris Cambria hold.
Okay.
Holy fuck.
All right, so.
And now PS is ahead on souls because they all suicided for it.
To as close as you could possibly have it come, but it's not over here, Jason. What is the way back for Poggiolaris?
I mean, can they just go to the end? The backdoor protection is pretty strong though.
Win from this.
I mean, the crazy thing is
they have to be so safe
from this. I mean, obviously there's a lot of jungle to be picked up for Buff and Joris, which should even things out. The way back, man, it's going to be tough because Buff and Joris is not going to give you a chance to think about this. They're
just going. Abrams is ulting with Unstoppable right onto the patron. He's ulting with Unstoppable right in. He's just going for it straight in. No fear, and it's game over. See ya.
We're gonna take the patron.
What do you do? What do you do, bro? Abrams ulted at it and just fucking 3-shot it.
Wow, Buff and Joris. In another
rat gameplay. It's not even a rat. He just ran it at him.
What a performance! What a performance from both teams. I think you made a great point, Jason. Just highlighting the.
That was a great game for Buff Enjoyers.
In the face
and
of, hey,
again,
best of one. And so
you know,
the fact that the reach.
If great talent is super good, this is another organized tournament game that I have not seen. Like, great talent does a lot of damage, but I don't see him having a huge impact the same way I see other characters. And that felt like a close game.
Frustrating to know it comes down to that best of one, and that if you make that one mistake, it could cost you the chance to redeem.
Of course, he might be having insane damage at the end of the game.
Redemption from last week where they lost to DMS, and Buff Enjoyers will.
I like the synergy a lot with the Yamato Abrams Viscous. I'm a huge fan.
About them taking the throne back. It's such a tough game, but that's the story of best of ones, man. You just have to hope you play perfectly.
Absolutely, and let's bring ZP back in to our little post-game wrap before we go to that break. ZP, what did you make of that?
I think more than anything else, you look at how this game played out and you go back to the draft, this was draft difference, and Buff Enjoyers drafted so intelligently based on what they expected PS to pick. Especially, here's the main thing for me. They give up Wraith, right? But you think about where Wraith is impactful, especially with big telekinesis plays. Who do you telekinesis on the squad for who they are running?
I mean...
do you telekinesis the Yamato? No. Do you telekinesis the Viscous? No. Also, Viscous can cube anyone who gets hit by the telekinesis. On top of that, do you telekinesis the Ivy? No. Wraith had very minimal targets.
And on top of that, we saw Paradox get multiple picks.
Difficult job for Sunset to begin with. And then also, you consider, okay, Talon's really powerful. Well,
yeah, Talon does have a lot of damage. You can see it right there. The highest damage in the game.
Swap, which is one of the biggest anti-flyer weapons in the entire game, probably the biggest, which is great against Talon. In this case, great against Vindicta, who's being played. And Listic builds knockdown pretty early. So Taz was under immense amounts of pressure from how they built around this and the squad they're up against. And finally, you talk about what probably won the game. I brought it up in draft, and it came true here again, where you have Yamato deciding, hey, we get one early pickoff, we go mid boss because we can burn Shadow Transformation and secure it. They got one pick off near mid and got rejuve for it, and it wasn't even contested by Pajala Escambria.
I mean, how are they going to contest it? The Yamato ults it.
Look at that last fight as well.
And the only thing they could potentially do is wall off the Yamato. But even still,
doesn't have to ult, and he
it's just hard. It's like a low percentage play.
Shooting at him, so it was a really well done itemization as well to Demo, as you pointed out, the reactive barrier in lane to deal with the Wraith ultimate, and of course with the Grey Talon ultimate coming through, which I believe saved him in lane 1 too, considering we had both ults go his way and he still came out and survived.
So who is our player of the match?
Yeah, ZP. Who's our player of the match, ZP?
Wait, true.
Who's watching the game, ZP?
Look, well, the player of the match, if you must know, is going to be Sharik. And it's not just because we're trying to sell Get Gooped merch. Just to be clear. There's no, like, greater bias going on here. But you're like, yeah.
I think he did win one of those early team fights himself with the Viscous ult, which was really, really important. Considering that was the exact fight that the Abrams got walled off and Wraith ulted and died through cube. Like this was a correct. This is absurd.
Just running people down.
This one right here.
Yeah. Viscous is just really, really strong right now. Great early laner, great disruption in team fights, great ability to save people in team fights. And look, this was mentioned to me by a friend recently. He used to be a coach in the OW days. Was just mentioning, hey, yeah, it's only a matter of time before we start seeing like Echo Shard on Viscous, just because of how good Cube is.
Dude, knockdown is so sick.
Playmaking hero. And you just saw
I can't believe the Wraith accidentally fat fingered her TP while she was carding. That's the only reason she died. That's so sad.
Might be one of the more glaring weaknesses in EU drafting, because generally speaking, NA will draft Viscous earlier, and I think it's for good reason.
Well, don't forget ZP as well, because we did have an investment out of knockdowns as well to deal.
We had how many knockdowns that game? Like 2 or 3?
Of course, you can head to deadlockfightnight.com here and buy some merch to help support us here on the show. All the proceeds go directly back.
The knockdown spam goes hard. Knockdown also gives you +1 stamina, which is just insanely strong.
Doesn't have to be that tall with how short he is. But yeah, the fact is that they did such a great job of itemization, reactive barrier, the knockdowns as well. They made it really hard to run away from them because they even had a couple of slows in there on top of that. I feel like Buff and Joyers just itemized extremely well.
I love it. I by the way, I had to try really hard not to make some kind of Miley Cyrus wrecking ball. You know, you know how like you say stupid things when you're doing play-by-play sometimes. Yeah, I was trying to resist that. I wonder if Mitch would have went for it though. He's really good at that. But he pulls off. I think it's because he's Australian. But with that said, let's go take a quick break so I can decompress a little bit as we go into our finals. It's going to be good. Buff Enjoyers versus DMS. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Ah, yes, the sponsor ad. Let's go. Good old E-Fuel. The music, it's back. All right, so that's the best of 1. The next match is going to be DMS versus Buff Enjoyers, which is going to be super hype in a best of 3. It's so late in the EU. It is kind of late. I don't think it's super late, but I guess kind of depends. It's probably like what, 10 p.m. or so? 11 p.m. for most of Western Europe. Yeah. They could probably move it forward 1 hour if they really wanted to for EU, but I think they are trying to do both their games and series back to back, and they probably don't want to start too early because I don't know if like production or other people have obligations at other times or not. I don't know. This team fight was actually huge, or that gank right there. It's gonna be a boom. Boom, 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 boom. That was actually such a good gank to kill a Paradox coming out. Dude, look how fast that her legs run. Would a viscous ban be viable? Yeah, I think NA has done that a couple times. Was it a slowing hex that ended up killing him, by the way? I think it came from viscous. What will your new PC specs look like? I just need to replace CPU in my old PC. So I need to order a motherboard because the 9800X3D comes out tomorrow, and then hopefully I get one. Surely, hopefully. And if I do, then wow, that 7 ult did a lot of damage. Holy fuck, he actually saved the game there in this push. I think it was a silence split. Yeah, you're probably right. I can tell. Double knockdown, by the way, is so funny. Dibs on your old PC? No, I'm using my old PC. I'm just changing out the motherboard and CPU because it's a 13th gen Intel and it melted basically, so I'm just gonna swap it to a 9800X3D and then it should be okay. Sorry, there's a law, Dibs. Oh, my bad, my bad. Are you gonna RMA your CPU? I don't think so. I don't want to deal with it, and I don't like how it happened, and I'm just not a fan, so I'm just immediately ditching. If I wasn't fortunate enough to do this in the position I am as a streamer, I would. In this case, I'm just like annoyed. RMA and then sell it. Yeah, I should do that actually. I'll probably end up doing that actually. Walls are pretty solid throughout the game, not gonna lie. Yeah, you didn't really get to see much from McGinnis this game because it was a support McGinnis and their team got, I mean, kinda owned for a lot of it. Dude, Ivy does so much damage in these fights. It's crazy. Maxing out Kudzu bomb, man. Wild. I'm gonna grab some water. We're back.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody, back to the Deadlock Fight Nights numero 5, which means we've been doing this for 5 bloody weeks. That's pretty impressive. And it's still going. And it's going because you guys seem to like it, which is awesome news for us. And if you are still liking it and like it even more, you can consider buying some merch. We don't have any other plugs at the moment except the merch that we're producing. And also, we have now got affiliates, so you can sub to the channel as well. So it's another way to show your support and to help us grow the project. With that said, we are going to be moving into our grand finals here, Jason. DMS, who appeared...
Wait, hello? Is my internet dying?
Held PS.
Wait, it was them, not me.
Yeah, and I feel like with DMS, They got a little bit lucky because they almost threw like a 50K soul lead.
Oh yeah, last week it was actually pretty rough.
Mistakes. I feel like if we were to look at Buff Enjoyers, PS, and DMS, I would kind of rate DMS to be a little bit lower than the other two in terms of like consistency, in terms of also locking down games. But I want to have hope. Like if they can beat Buff Enjoyers, I think that's a real testament to not only how strong Europe is, but how strong they are as a team.
Yeah, last week.
Warped into reality. Yeah, I've just warped into reality here. A little bit of tech stuff in the background, but the long story short is there's no intro. I've just simply apparated. I've manifested.
I did actually. I looked at the run of show, and I believe this is a segment where you say that if we hit our sub goal of 100 subs today, you are going to wax your mustache live on air for Deadlock Fight Night number 6. So is that what you're here for?
That will not be happening. I believe that is you that's going to be doing the waxing. And it's a full body wax too, not just the mustache. You know,
I'm already full body wax. What are you talking about? It's just another Sunday for me. But as we head into this next match, I mean, Buff Enjoyers looking solid, and the fact of them not have. Okay, Logan Rogers, Logan Ray Rogers coming to 20 gifted subs. That's not bad. That's pretty nice.
Damn.
Thank you for that. Helping support here at Deadlock Fight Night. But Buff Enjoyers, the fact it's a best of 3 now, I feel like, Dan, as we did talk about in the last match, will kind of alleviate some of that pressure that they can afford to make some mistakes and still bounce back.
Yes, it's definitely going to be a match where we'll see perhaps a bit more risk-taking, which is really cool because as EP, I feel like these teams are getting better and better at assessing the macro risks and figuring out how they should or should not play these situations. And with EU, it feels like we do see a little bit less chaos and a little bit more structure to that macro game overall so far.
Yeah, the PR way of saying NA is crazy.
Finals, what's your assessment?
They run at each other the entire game and die over and over.
Two teams and how they will, like, where the win conditions might actually be.
You kind of nailed it there.
He's gosh darn.
Play right now is definitely
and I mean,
more structured. You don't see teams usually going for fights without reason. And
honestly, I think it's
still in the phase of like, oh, I just died. Well, screw that. I'm gonna run right back in on zipline. We'll go again, and you get like these weird eternal fights in NA where it's just like, please, just stop. Like, just please, like both teams reset. EU usually doesn't go into that. EU right now.
I mean, I would say in particular, Chad, that's really kind of interesting because normally North America in esports, you know, is so powerful and strong that like we're so structured and smart that we just demolish the competition. So I just don't understand like what's going on in Deadlock, guys. This is really weird.
For an A at times, the team fights break down at the same level that the rosters break down 30 minutes before we start our show. It's just it's not as structured, as simple as that.
I will say this though, looking back to last week for DMS, a big key to their success was Prestis on the Great Town, which he played it both times, but also Play With Me on the Haze in the second match up against Pojolais Scumbria. And I talked about in the recap video, I feel like we got to see like what a proper Haze can do in a proper competitive match, because the way Play With Me
Haze was used in the last finals
or come into the fights delayed allowed him to have such great success on the Haze. And obviously when you go for a play style like that, DMS have to be able to survive without you, your other 5 players. So I really got to give credit to Play With Me and Prestis in particular, being those two like really strong players for the roster. It's just really hard now going up against Buff Enjoyers. We haven't had these two teams go head to head yet. Are we even going to see the Great Town get through, which was so successful for DMS? I don't know. For DMS, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one, and I am very happy because we are shortly going into the draft, and we can see the primer sub on the overlay. That's lovely. Focused. Big Berkey, just subscribe with Prime, getting a shout out. Thank you very much for the support. We're at that size of the channel, by the way, guys, where we're able to like shout out people individually in this way, which is kind of cool. We need to cherish this time. Are you cherishing this time, ZB?
Cherishing this time.
It's true. This is when it grassroots.
This is the early days. This is the good old days. Like I said,
it is. We are currently in the good old days.
Theme of like long-standing history that every esports had, and deep in the darkest depths, you'll see the forum. You'll see get gooped merch. People won't remember it, but some will. Going into the draft here, though, I think the one thing that the last draft kind of shows us is that even though some picks are particularly powerful, I do think you need to protect them. I think if you get Wraith, you need to make sure that you're not up against a Viscous ideally, because Viscous just hurts your game plan a lot. Conversely, if you get Grey Talon, make sure that Paradox isn't in play. We know DMS likes picking Grey Talon if available, and what's the first thing they do here? They ban Paradox. This is incredibly smart if you want to give your Grey Talon maximum ability to do what they want to do. It forces more knockdown purchases off the other side, and also for the very pivotal moments of like 6 to 10 minutes, your Grey Talon probably won't be having a whole lot taking them out of the sky, whereas if Paradox is left in the game, guess what? You're probably getting swapped a lot.
So DMS now, they get 1 pick, Buff and Joyers get 2. And we did see the pocket ban out of Buff and Joyers like we saw in the last game to kind of just be a throwaway ban. So I'm looking at DMS, like what do they really want to secure? Do you really want to go with the Grey Talon for Prestis, or do you want to go for the Wraith for Play With Me? Because Wraith has been single target banned against him in the past, and it looks like they will go for the Wraith. So they're leaving Grey Talon open. Now this for me, ZP, I'm kind of curious, will we see Buff and Joyers actually use Grey Talon? Because they do have 2 picks for themselves to use here off the bat.
No, it depends on how they value it. They might not value it as highly, but I think based on the last tournament, they probably will be picking Grey Talon. I think the best possible picks they could go here, assuming that they do value the Grey Talon, right, would be Grey Talon and Viscous. You get the Viscous down early, which starts creating your segment of heroes that it's hard to use telekinesis against. However, they also really value Ivy, so it might be Grey Talon Ivy, and if that case, DMS should immediately pick Viscous. That's kind of where I'm seeing this here. For Buff and Joyers, the question is, what do you value more right now? The Ivy or the Viscous? Based on their history, I feel like it's going to be Ivy, and that gives DMS a great opportunity to immediately come back with Viscous +1. That's how I'm reading it right now.
I'm excited now to see if we get see what they do. You've invested in me, ZP. It's like you're good at your job or something. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, Mirage, okay. Yeah, Mirage is also not banned for a change.
Mirage super impactful in the way we saw Buff and Joyers play out the urn. I think it was the very first urn in the last match where they just sat on it for such a long time. Having Mirage be allowed to split push, and then you can just obviously use the Traveler to get over to help with the team fight. So I'm liking it, but I feel like ZP.
Okay, sorry, I had to go AFK for a bit. Let's talk about picks.
If you pick Viscous, you deny it from the enemy team, so you're Wraith.
So we have first pick Wraith.
Successful in these fights.
Ban Paradox, ban Pocket, DMS first picks Wraith. They counterpick Grey Talon Mirage into 7. Wow, the 7 is prioritized so highly by these teams. This is so interesting. To be fair, the 7's done in a lot of these team fights is really nice.
What angle do you think the 7 pick comes in, given the other dynamics you're saying that are also at play with Viscous, for example, still up the grab?
7 just comes down to I think they want to.
CC is OP.
Here,
true.
And Hardecki's played a whole lot of 7, so just securing comfort picks for or players on your roster that you feel like need to have that level of comfort pick. Instead, they go for the Yamato. I don't hate the Yamato pick here. I do think Viscous might have been a smarter pick, especially now you've invested into the Wraith. But Yamato is also a character that Buff and Joyers, I feel like, values even more than they might realize.
Psycho's insane on it. Definitely one of the best Yamato players I've seen for sure.
Yeah, it's also a good comfort pick.
Viscous, Yamato. I mean, I'm a fan of Buff and Joyers getting that Viscous.
To take the Yamato away, it gets rid of the macro play that we saw in the last game where Buff and Joyers can get 1 pick and do mid-boss. If they get 1 pick, they probably won't force mid-boss the same way now that they don't have Yamato. But the downside by denying the Yamato is that you've given up the ability to grab Viscous as a block, and now Buff and Joyers has solidified their team comp a little bit more with it. So, you gain something, but I think they're also losing something by not grabbing the Viscous when they have the chance.
Okay, we're gonna get the guys coming through for DMS
Dude.
as well. And
okay,
what we have already with the Wraith 7 and Yamato, maybe it's more of a tanky guys that we could potentially expect. We'll have to see how pick 5 and 6 come through for DMS. But
I assume Buff and Joyers is gonna get like
here still for Buff and Joyers, and we're not gonna make the same.
You can do Abrams, do your front line, or Infernus.
We're thinking the same thing.
I'm assuming Infernus, but it could be, Warden. I was not expecting that. I thought it would be Abrams.
Giving the floor to you,
because I know they like the Abrams Viscous. Warden is really interesting.
Captain, president of the Warden Hate Club.
To be clear, purely within the context of ranked games, below the top tier. I think in a comp game, it's fine, but you have to do really well in the mid game. It puts so much pressure on the Warden to get value in the mid game. His strongest power spike is when Last Stand is active, when you have Leap and Surge of Power. You get those items, you have a moment where you can be a bully. But if you get behind, it's bad. And if you don't get a game-winning advantage by the time you get to 20 or 25 minutes, well, you're just weaker than other characters you could put in the role. So it creates a very clear time window for buff enjoyers to establish control of the game. That's what I think.
All right, well, aim is coming through for DMS. What are we looking for, Jason? What are we missing for buff enjoyers here? Are you a fan of the Warden pick? Where are you at?
I'm really not a fan of Warden lately, to be honest.
Yeah, everybody is skeptical of the Warden because I thought they were going to pick the Abrams and give it to
Listic. He
Listic.
can't be interrupted ulti now, which is kind of nice. I'm expecting maybe a support to be picked up for buff enjoyers. I mean, obviously at some point you have to pick a support, but I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like a support, maybe a McGinnis.
Yeah, Ivy. There it is. They love Ivy.
Obviously know they like to play Ivy, but I'm assuming DMS is going to respond with the McGinnis themselves, which leaves buff enjoyers with their
DMS,
their
I
final
think,
pick.
picked
And
McGinnis
it's
last
gotta
time,
be,
or is
in
that
my eyes,
PS?
like another carry, probably another 6-pick in Furnace with the way they're going.
Listic is going to be on the gray talent. Even okay, so you think they just want Warden?
Yeah, that's true.
Before the other front line?
Zanya was definitely the last player before. Not going to see it, unfortunately, since they did get knocked out. But do they want to go? I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, where are you going to play? Because Mirage obviously going to put in a solo. You could put Viscous in a solo, which we don't see too often, but I know it's very possible.
Kelvin support. There it is.
Man, I don't know. I kind of like a DMS's roster, to be perfectly honest with you guys.
Yeah.
Like,
I am a huge fan of DMS's roster. I do not hard believe in Great Talon Mirage. I believe more in the
like DMS technically won
Wraith 7 stuns with Yamato.
DMS's team makes a lot of sense. I think
The Viscous though is nice. I like the Viscous, Ivy, and the Mirage. The Great Talon Warden to me are always question marks. I know Great Talon does a lot of damage, but still.
Here, which frankly is
what is Zergy playing? Infernus?
Like
there it is. Yeah.
That all of a sudden Infernus is going last when Infernus has been going first. But hey, it's a game early on in comp, and things change every week. And
I can hear
now
yes.
Infernus
Last week we had early pick Infernus. Now we have last pick Infernus.
Going 6-pick.
This won't be the case in NA. I will assure you. You look between the two teams. I definitely like the DMS draft a bit more. I think that
everyone's just skeptical of the Warden. That's it.
A few picks that
the Warden is just a weird one.
Particularly,
that's it.
They've stolen away the Yamato. They got the Abrams, which is, in my opinion, I still think is like Listic's best hero. So I don't know. I look between the two teams. Buff Enjoyers is not going to have the early power that they had last game, especially given the fact that the Paradox got banned by DMS, isn't part of the equation at all. And there's also more conditions on Buff Enjoyers, I feel like, to take this map. Buff Enjoyers, this is a mid-game focused team. They need to basically have the game done by about 15 to 20 minutes. If they don't have it wrapped up by then, DMS will outscale them and will win the game, as far as I'm concerned right now.
So I'm always hit or miss on that, to be honest. I feel like if you take two teams who are equally matched in skill, comp does play a massive factor, and especially how the game like ends. But I feel like, I don't know. I think I'm being a little bit biased, honestly, but I feel like Buff Enjoyers are going to be the better team, that they could kind of run any comp against basically any team and still win, because they're going to have such a strong mid game, and they're going to have such strong mechanics when it comes to objectives and how they take them, how they pull teams in one direction and push somewhere else, especially having a
what Jason is saying, chat. I'm on the opposite end. I actually believe that every team is so bad that comp doesn't matter that much.
Can't snowball early enough against DMS to not let
because we're so early into the game's lifespan that everyone sucks.
The storyline ZP has given us, also because in the previous game,
he's saying they're so good they can run anything. No, I'm saying we're all so bad that it doesn't matter.
The comp affected that draft. And ZP, any quick final words? You've got like 10 seconds. Go.
I can't wait to see the mid game.
Of course, it doesn't matter in the long run because we know we suck. But in the short term, I think there's definitely okay. Therefore, okay, the new theory is what is the comp that has the easiest to execute plans? That's it.
As we go into the game.
And for all you fans out there, ZP, 56 subs left to go before he does wax his mustache live on air in the next broadcast for Deadlock Fight Night
Whoa,
number
let's
6.
go.
So get your subs in there. Everything you guys do does, of course, go right back into the show. But about to kick things off here between these two teams.
Yo, Skis, you think for 95 months?
Trying to hold on to their position longer than July Scumbria did with only 1 week. And Buff Enjoyers looking to claim the title back. It's a perfect matchup here.
I feel like teams that CC heavy comps tend to do better.
It's going to be so interesting.
Yeah, CC in this game is really strong.
Off with what I think we all kind of came.
I mean, I'm a
like
fan
this
of just
definitely a
7
nice,
stun,
very nice
Wraithel,
I am curious
Abrams,
about the
Kelvin
I'm
Dome.
really curious about the
I
Warden,
like all
whereas
these things.
It's definitely not a comfort pick. So you know, we'll be
Solo
interested to see how they
Yamato,
show
solo
us
7.
The value of Warden, especially given some of the changes that have made him less valuable. But just to quickly go over our lanes, we have the Infernus Yamato on lane 1, very common matchup that we see, and Mirage is against 7. And we saw in the previous game 7 doing very, very well against Listic on the Abrams in the early game. I'm not sure he'd have quite so much success here against the Mirage.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's actually, yeah, so Wolfie here with the 7 up against McGinnis
Boom.
on the Mirage. And is Listic going to be on the Great Town? That's so weird. I'm sorry to change the subject, but like Listic, his hero pool is like, let me get in your face. Like, I'm Abrams.
Well, kind of. Listic has played a ton of Grey Talon. Listic loves Grey Talon. So it is interesting that he loves both Grey Talon and Abrams, which is what he's pointing out, because it is kind of funny. They're very different characters. Also, sup, Retro?
Because to me, that shows he's an exceptionally good player and definitely someone to keep an eye on when it comes to months from now.
Yeah, and I'm going to be really interested to see also, you know, speaking of the players, in seeing how McGinnis performs on the Mirage.
50% of Listic's rank games are 1v1s, Grey Talon versus McGill. Well, what he's saying is, guys, he's not saying that it's weird that he likes Grey Talon or that it's unexpected. What he's saying is a player who can play 2 extremely different styles of characters and be comfortable at both. One's a Grey Talon backline carry, the other initiating frontline Abrams is cool. That's what he's saying.
Potential gank here onto McGinnis as we get the pressure coming in from
because they're both completely different playstyles. That's all.
Okay, well, it was all a distraction for us because it's Play With Me getting the opening kill onto Demov on the Warden, it seems, on lane 2 instead.
I think that's the roughest lane.
Got the rollout going.
Oh, that movement tech so sick out of Play With Me, but the fact that you really can't poke too much with the Warden. I mean, Vistus can poke a bit, yeah, but you take so much.
Buy Infernus immediately goes down to the Wraith Yamato, dude. See ya.
Such an insanely good Yamato player, definitely one of the best when it comes to EQ, and that's not what you want to see for Buff and Joy's.
Wait, did he just say EQ?
I do feel like Buff enjoys that lane 3 that they have with Talon and Ivy against Kelvin and Abrams. I feel like it's a really nice lane.
I love that.
Really do much against like the Kudzu bombs and the power shots and stuff coming in from the Talon is pretty oppressive. So they have that going for them at the very least. Speaking of which, looks like we might have somewhat of a skirmish towards lane 3 potentially, as we do get a potential gank.
Grey Talon is waiting.
Across, but again, maybe not. Listic is.
Grey Talon's on his box run, guys. He'll be back later.
Not gonna work out, but he'll get back to lane in time to not really miss out on anything. I do like when we see teams like shove a lane like this, they get back before they lose any of the troopers, which is gonna give them a ton of souls. We did see last week, I think it was Play With Me, who was rotating constantly between lanes. It might not have actually been him. It was a Mirage player who rotated between lanes constantly and kind of like soaked souls in both lanes to really get ahead, and that was really interesting to see. I'm curious if he's gonna do something similar.
Yeah, one thing.
Why does Yamato do that much damage with right clicks early game? It's so gross.
Push coming in from Listic, potentially to that lane too. He's picking up all of the golden statues as well, getting them like right off the rib when they respawn. I think it's when they spawn at like 3 minutes, and I assume he's probably going to be timing those. I'll see if I can like keep track of that. I'll probably forget, but you know, 2% extra damage, all that stuff adds up. But speaking of which, another attack coming in here. What looks like this skirmish is
Wraith Yamato just took Infernus' tower. They double stacked him, so you had to give it up.
Enjoys with Listic once again. Being somewhat annoying on that Talon, but they're going to make their way across potentially now to the 7 on that 4.
Now she's going back to catch her own wave.
Disruptive Buff Enjoyers now.
Yeah, we did see Buff Enjoyers get a kill onto lane 2. That was because we had Sharik and Demov realize that Play With Me isn't here, so they just completely pushed down Prestus, who doesn't have ultimate yet. But Play With
Monster round slowing hex. There's the classic slowing hex.
So you're gonna have to really worry about him. The poke he's gonna do is gonna be nutty here.
And slowing hex is such a good item.
Him roam a little bit here, knowing he has the ultimate up, trying to guarantee some kills in some other lanes so they can start to snowball those lanes as well.
Grandpa's such a lane bully, man.
I mean, you can see that Zergi's
got enchanters and long range. His damage is about to go crazy.
So deep in lane 1.
And potential gank here coming through onto Wolfie. Able to hit the Guardian there to keep himself safe. So looks like, you know, not too much will actually happen
lane 2
after
though.
all is said and done.
Yeah, lane 2's about to be a 3v3, I think. Oh, no, they took the tower. They can just leave. They can just leave now. Viscous might go down.
Looking like they might escape the telekinesis. I haven't seen it go out just yet, but Listic able to get
There's the owl. Wait, they're turning?
No,
No. Doesn't matter. The owl was too good.
Fantastic turnaround of Buff Enjoyers, who are looking very worse.
I thought the enemy team might be turning, but nope. They just got ran over. That owl was so nice.
3, so the fights continue. Again, not sure if too much will happen here. You know, against Abrams and Kelvin, they have a lot of survivability between the both of them, so nothing going there. But we will have Sharik revisiting that second lane.
Oh, nice cube for the Wraith ult. Viscous value.
With his teammate.
Time to walk away. Good luck, Warden.
Now, oh, he's not going to be able to escape though. Sharik did everything that he possibly could to keep him alive, but that was a bit too much to ask. And DMS, you know, looking to equalize here. If we're taking stock of the Guardians, we've got one for either team at the current moment. And still early days, but of course, everybody's got those ults online at this point, as we are well in advance.
Shall we all got to learn the move tech? Oh no, he missed. Who cares?
Damage here. Let me get a decent amount down. I just want to point out as well, Sharik had a great cube.
You heard a healing right. He's gonna peek. Yoink. See you later. Bye to your healing right.
Aggressive here, where Charge completely
he
ruined
missed
his day, and some good dodging by Saf so far. Newest addition to DMS. Definitely a pivotal point in their success last week, able to take home the title. But even, I mean, look where Play With Me is on the map, right? On lane 1. Like, he's consistently staying so deep because he's trying to gank. But what worries me, though, is he overcommitting to doing this?
Nah, he's fine.
Around the map somewhere else. But I know he's a very good Wraith player, so I don't want to knock him just yet.
McGinnis trying to find the kill there onto Wolfie.
Dude, that guy is actually 1 HP.
I mean, Mirage is very scary. The damage output can be pretty insane, especially if
he has long range kinetic dash, dude.
Just consistently connect with headshots once you get all of those
comes the push.
Items that empower it. But looks like we get a fight on the roof, and that's in fact going to send.
I mean, the moment I think he saw that Kelvin was there, he immediately left. He's like, "No, I'm good."
So keeping the lane 4 Guardian alive for now, whilst Wolfie gets back onto lane. Quite a few players congregating there, but at the same time, lane 1 has some action as well. As
Yamato gets chased out. See ya.
13 biting off more than he can chew, perhaps. Going pretty deep there, and not finding all that much.
Thinking back to the owl, the guided owl in lane 4, I feel like
Ivy, no.
Listic called for the
Bye,
back
Ivy.
away after seeing where they were and seeing there's 2 players up there. We do see Pig unfortunately go down to Wolfie here, and of course Saf. But I feel like he just kind of fed information. We saw the chase and Michaelis looking for it. But he just like quickly turned around 180. He's like, okay, I'm not going to bother with this one, even though the owl did open up the potential for a kill. But in the other things, can we actually take stock of how many kills we've had and the ability points? That'd be really interesting to see between the 2 teams.
He just pushed for his tower. I don't think he's gonna go down or anything for it. I don't think he cares.
Meantime, Psycho 13 actually falling a little bit behind on the farm, just ever so slightly. Oh, hello. Abrams flying forward.
Abrams is here.
The melee under the Guardian is taking a lot of damage actually by that Guardian, getting melee.
Wow, that Guardian did so much damage to him.
Off and away. The Jin's Mark not doing all that much damage.
It's fine. Kelvin's here.
There is the heal from Kelvin's grenade. So very scary moment for McGinnis, but good for now.
I mean, that bird is nice if he wave clears it. Oh, Ivy. Oh, Ivy, no! He's getting bullied. Dude, nice. He stayed alive for a while.
Well, he's not. That's going to be another kill coming in for DMS' side. Again, good use out of the ultimates, but they're still going to be chased here potentially because we can still see Buff Enjoyers looking for a fight there towards the teleporter. As in the meantime, a fight even breaks out in lane 2.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Dude, there's so many fights going on right now.
But it doesn't look like anything too much happened towards that. There's a disengage from DMS, so they get out of trouble trying to take that Guardian down. And everyone is beginning to return to lanes. And once the dust is settled, we can take stock and minute away from
time to start setting up for buffs.
Buff spawning, and it looks fairly even between the teams. But here are the kills, Jason, for you.
Okay, so just a 1 kill difference.
6 kills for DMS, 5 kills from Buff Enjoyers. We are neck and neck in souls within 1K difference.
Very good Wraith player. And every time I've ever seen it played,
Buff Enjoyers taking away their slot machines.
Buff Enjoyers trying to invade the jungle out of DMS, and well, if you're McGinnis, you got to be a little bit careful here.
He's chilling.
30 seconds time, so you're really.
Now the problem is he did get poked for half his HP before the buff starts, and 30 seconds, and I don't think he has the time to go heal, so he might have to actually just start this slightly lower than full.
Yeah,
we'll
it's
see.
going to be really interesting to see how the teams decide to play it. Again, that first down is not really worth very much, so teams might consider avoiding the team fight and just trying.
Hey, Wraith caught somebody with Abrams, right?
But we got a lot of
Wait, and Furnace is here. Viscous is rolling in. Bye, Abrams, you're dead.
see who's going to come out on top here.
What? How on earth did he not get hit by any of that? Nice dodge. Still died, but still.
Able to take down Saf. So DMS losing out towards this lane 2 side at the moment, but there is reinforcements coming across the map. However, Buff Enjoyers are going to be falling back. The bird is getting sent out at the moment. See if the owl finds anything.
I feel like the owl is just all like half the time just used on cooldown for wave clear.
I might have used that once or twice. You know, the guy to owl just to go farm a lane when I realized I kind of used it the wrong time. Ern's going to be picked up out of McGinnis. And he's going to retreat back towards his team here as they look to set up towards this left-hand side.
The thing is, Buff Enjoyer still needs to get their flex slot.
Can they actually defend this? Are they willing
DMS
to defend
has
this?
their flex slot now, which is kind of interesting.
The concussive combustion's down for Zergy, knowing that last stand's down for
People in
D-Mob,
chat are mad at
knowing
Mirage
that
snapping his
Listic just
fingers
used
and
it
killing
out
them
of
like
Kubi, and he's
Thanos.
opportunity for them, to force the engagement.
Oh god, dude, he does a lot of damage.
The Urn back to Piggy, which they did in the last game too. It seems like they want the support player to kind of hold on to it, so they leave the people who can put out damage to be there to be.
Here comes Abrams.
In the meantime, we do see a little bit of
He doesn't have flight.
onto Listic, who's looking to survive, and nice little jump away does provide him the distance he needs, but it might not provide the survival.
I mean, he is shredding, actually. Is he going to kill them all?
Nice finish there.
Wait, what?
From Listic.
His team rolled in.
Quite a few kills here on
Here comes the owl to chase out the Wraith.
I'll go into that in a second because
He's on the teleporter?
here on lane 1 at the same time.
I don't think he gets inside teleporter.
And the urn still in the hands.
Yeah, Wraith made it out via TP.
Unable to deposit it just yet. It is not safe as the fighting
Okay,
continues.
meanwhile, the
And
urn
now
fight.
It looks like Dimov is in a very, very compromised position, very deep.
Here comes
And
Ivy.
assistance. In comes the bomb from Ivy, flying above. And perhaps more reinforcements will be on the way soon. Maybe
Good luck chasing that Infernus out.
will be able to join the fight.
I mean, I
This
think Buff Enjoyers is
the
backing
Urn actually
off.
walking its way all the way back to the original spot. Again, these initial urns.
He just ults him. He's like, yeah, fuck you, buddy.
And both teams will
I have
end
to
up
reload?
essentially
Nah, I'm just going to
being in
kill
a
you.
position to disengage there. But Jason, I just wanted to mention that lane 4 push. I don't think that was the push that DMS expected. That Buff Enjoyers
Dude,
would
he's
have
so close coming this
3+
guy.
players there to defend. I think they thought they could get away with that one.
Corner peeking Abrams, but here comes the TP from behind. Oh, he did manage to get off the thing in time. That was perfect dash.
2 kills off of that one, then throws
If
the
he
owl
does
out
not do that move tech, I think he dies right there, by the way. That was really clutch.
You're not wrong, because I did see, was it Play With Me there and D-Mov, and they teleported over towards lane 1. The D-Mov was in the
Hi, guys.
the back line.
Ivy is like, hey, wait. I've been carrying this urn for 10 minutes. Now I go lock up. Here's another fight.
To secure the urn turn in, and as we can see right now, it would be the perfect time to go for it.
I think he can turn in right now for free. I think they got this.
Just trying to get this urn is so.
Abrams is ulting for it. Doesn't matter. He already got it. He got cubed just in case.
Coming in just to keep the protection there for Piggy as he falls off to
Nice.
safety. And we got. I've got to keep my eyes on Listic here. He's starting to get kind of an insane lead on the souls for Buff Enjoyers on that great.
Oh yeah, dude. Look at him. 15k souls. He is really ahead of everyone except Wraith this game.
And now it seems like picked every game Grey Talon.
Yeah, they left him in lane 4 while they were trying to run the urn over towards lane 1, and he continued to farm away. What's really unfortunate was that he wasn't in like lane 3 to potentially push that Guardian down, because we don't have the first flex slot unlocked yet for Buff Enjoyers, which is obviously going to hurt them, especially when they're at 71k souls. So I'm expecting them to group up and look for a push, and with the powers you just pointed out from Listic being at 17k now, I mean, he's 3k ahead of Play With Me, who's the strongest guy on the enemy team. They might use that to their advantage.
I mean, hey, he's at a big advantage, that's for sure.
Yeah, the power spike.
I mean, just on the tower alone when he was popping off, it was kind of sick.
Power shot and everything else. It might actually be a huge
Oh.
problem. We'll have to see. As we
Oh
get
my
another
god,
fight breaking
Ivy,
out
I think
now
they found
between
you.
Lanes 1 and 2 in Buff Enjoyers
Wait, he's fucking
territory.
running.
As the pursuit comes in from
Wait,
DMS, they want to
he
see if
got
they can finish
out?
off these players. But Ivy Mirage there, but they're able to get out of the way, and Piggy with using flight to escape.
He popped Divine Barrier, dashed 5 times with all the infinite stamina, and just flew away.
Disengage DMS.
Classic Ivy.
We have a push once again on lane 4.
Looks like they're finally trying to make some presence here on lane 4. Like you
Boom!
said, we do see the guy out come
Plus
through,
5,
gets
boys,
the
plus
assist
5.
onto
He's at plus
South.
15
He was able
spirit.
to
Let's
lock
go.
that one down as they look to counter push now into lane 3. The Soul Stage has gone in, trying to keep Prestus alive as long as he possibly can, but the Guardian's still there. They finally finish it off, which means they get their flex slot, but will they get away with their lives? As Pig is being chased back, and Listic still in enemy territory with his 18k souls, looking for some more
Dude,
kills here.
Listic just went back to pick up the money on the ground.
There's no need to overcommit this, especially since lane 1's being pushed at the same time.
These greedy fucking Talon players, man.
Alright, so
Just kidding, here comes the Furnace. Infernus about to start doing Furnace things. Ethereal shifts the Wraith ult.
He's going to get burned slowly but surely. The dot is certainly doing a lot of damage, and you can see the heal coming in, keeping Zergy up, but it looks like it wasn't quite enough damage to finish off Play Me. But no, there's the pursuit from Sharik, not allowing the escape to
They found him.
to full fruition. In the meantime, we may have a chaser. Indeed, Psycho 13 able to escape. And again, oh my god, the damage from Listic, and also getting all those kills. I wonder how many kills with the ult has happened. It's been at least 2.
That's an early ethereal shift. Oh yeah, in comp it's so useful though, because a lot of the time he's going to be the one who's getting all in.
I'm kind of worried.
And if he gets a bunch of damage off before he pops the E shift, like he can lifesteal back to full.
Zergy went with ethereal shift, so is he expecting Play With Me to try to gank him, or are they trying to use Zergy to kind of split push a little bit more? Because you obviously have the Viscous there with the Q to prevent the telekinesis, but going with ethereal shift as well is a great way to.
I didn't see that Listic has spiritual overflow until you guys mentioned that. It's crazy.
Later on in the game, I should say, when we get to more of these team fights. But the next turn has been picked
15 minutes spiritual overflow. It's game time.
Yet again, another neutral turn in, except you can see Buff Enjoyers are also really in position to defend this. Well, I say that, and I see Zergy, I see Listic, and of course I see Piggy over towards the right-hand side of the map.
And so it's going to be once again.
And Boundless. No, that was Surge of Power. It's Surge of Power and Spiritual Overflow.
Are in proximity to that deposit spot. So creates a strange dynamic, but at the same time, DMS do have some presence on lane 3 and 4. The farm, but unable to really put any pressure on those walkers just yet. So they don't, and they're not giving Buff Enjoyers much of a reason to move away.
I do feel like they need to buff the urn damage, because I do think these little rat battles back and forth of the urn, they really extend out these fights for so long. Like the timer feels like it's a little bit too long, or the damage isn't big enough. Because it's very common for these like urn postures to go back and forth. Each time be like, no, don't turn in. It's like, okay, I walk away, you know, and they walk back and forth for like 3 minutes.
Which did draw across a couple Buff Enjoyers players, and now there's a window where they're starting DMS.
Like, look, they look at the damage Abrams is taking.
I mean, they're set up for it. I don't know if I would want to put on Abrams. Definitely a person you need to have that seismic slam to help.
They just always tank it.
The actual turn in, but again, they're being very respectful here. They're backing away.
And because the urn posturing takes so long, it feels like there's always another urn. Yeah, that's true, because I mean, what? When's the next urn? Like 3 minutes or something?
4, and it's keeping 2 players back from Buff Enjoyers to prevent them from getting walkers for free. But it seems like both teams are just kind of content on just, all right, we'll just let the urn reset here. You can see that Sap has gone back to base as well.
And now they just drop it and leave it. They're like, yeah, screw it, who cares?
And I think they're just going to look for a potential fight here. I mean, as we can see, like the urn is such an easy turn in right now. Like this would be the go time for them, and it might be it.
They did drop it though, because they were worried about the damage taken, and now they get to go turn it in.
Forward position can really allow them to know that they're safe to deposit this one, as we can also provide
Ivy flying out. Go up, go up.
In fact, able to isolate Demov.
They're looking. He was the Kelvin was there to cover in case he had to dome him, but I think he just gets it.
As well. So DMS behind that kill from Play With Me.
Didn't I just give him like 7k souls just for that turn in?
Buff Enjoyers with this pause, they're not really in a position to take a team fight now.
Nah, I think Ivy's just trying to fly away. The Ivy might have just been caught, to be honest.
Like right in the middle of a fight. Looks like Psycho.
If you look at the mini map, Ivy was flying away, but she's right in front of the bridge, and there's Wraith.
I believe he's
on
everything here in enemy territory. And he still has Zoltan online as well. So, I mean, DMS, a good read into the positions out of Buff Enjoyers, a good commit as well. They got the kill onto Demov. I feel like they could probably catch up Piggy for what I'm seeing here on top of that. And potentially transition into a Walker, or potentially transition that into a mid-boss if they're feeling confident enough for it.
Yeah, that would be really cool to see. Some teams have been very good at executing that. And if you have the right composition, you know, there's a lot of options to do it with. And there is a Frozen Shelter online in Kelvin's Ultimate, which can actually be a great tool to secure the rejuve as it's dropping. If the other team is trying to dive last seconds. So there are definitely some tools that can be used. Play With Me's ult is not online anymore, of course. So that would also be another good disable, that or kind of crowd control type of ability that would be useful for that mid-boss challenge. So definitely doesn't feel super comfortable, but they also have seismic slants. So there's definitely options, I have to say.
I think we're going to end up talking this up about what they possibly could do here, what they could do there. Oh, we could see this team push this spot. But I almost like guarantee that at the end of the day, what the pause comes off, it's just going to be both teams retreating. It's just going to be like, okay, we're just going to back away.
Yeah.
I honestly expect Piggy to probably die here, but I believe he's in the air, as you mentioned, so he probably will.
He did cast his airdrop and he was running, but I still think he's going to get caught.
that you can buy some merch here, some Deadlock Fight Night merch over at deadlockfightnight.com.
Classic, here we go.
Of course, go right back into the event to make sure we can host this every week for you guys, because we love to do this and hope you guys love it at home as well. And on top of that, we do have a sub button here on the Twitch channel. We finally unlocked it last week with your guys' help, with all the people watching the Deadlock Fight Night. And of course, you can also sub. And once we hit 100 subs, which we're getting there, ZP, I know you can hear me. You better not trim that mustache.
Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
It's never happening.
His EP's like, I'm not shaving my mustache. Was that a floating clown mask? Yeah, it's the Halloween event stuff from the update.
I have to say, I didn't even we didn't mention the Storm Cloud ult as well from 7. There are actually, like, in terms of like ults to hold down a mid boss, they actually are pretty kitted for it compared to buff enjoyers who don't really have anything except maybe
Infernus ult, but
concussive combustion that could be somewhat helpful.
Infernus ult's nice. Viscous ult can be nice in the pit, but like comparing to Abrams ult, 7 stun, Yamato ult, Dome, like, yeah, I understand what he's saying. There's a lot more AoE big ults on DMS for mid boss contests.
In here,
yeah, why not?
Let's toast him. Thank you.
Okay. You know, fine. Why not? So, give me the question again, as I was talking with production. Real quick.
So Jason was like, this could, in theory, be a great spot for a potential mid boss. He thinks that they may retreat, as is the sort of natural reaction after a pause like this. But I was just looking at the options. I'm like, hang on. I feel like DMS could kind of raw dog the ult if they wanted to, and Demov could even be potentially up, and they have the ults to do it.
Yeah, I mean, especially because they're running the Amato, they could. Here's the problem, though. I think this is still early enough in the game that going from lane 1 all the way into mid-boss, like, look at their positioning on the map right now. Should they go directly to the mid-boss, by the time they get there, Demov is going to be back up in about 10 seconds. While Demov might not be able to join as the rejuve is coming down, it's still...
He'll be there fast enough. It's too sketch.
It's really, really messy because the aftermath of the fight is still going to be a 6v6. And I just think the timing doesn't 100% support it here. It's something you could try to do because of the Amato, but it carries a lot of risk. If that respawn timer was
check
like
builds in game while they're paused. Oh, that's a good idea. Let me hop in game.
Stronger play, but it kind of goes into the entire thing where if you're going to lose people before 20 minutes, it is way better to lose people
2, 6,
while
7.
most of the team is positioned in lane 1 or 4 than it is to lose one pick off and have it be in like 2 or 3, especially near the middle, because the travel time alone really hurts your ability to make the mid-boss clean in those situations.
Okay, observers, calm down. Sporting off the 360s. On that note, I feel like ZP,
okay, I'm in game. Let's check out the builds here.
Smack talk DMS.
Debuff reducer, return fire, reactive heal bane on Yamato.
They're not going to be a team to go for something as risky as a mid-boss.
Soul Shredder, Torment Pulse.
If you have Psycho who can
7 Soul Shred, Vuln, Rapid Recharge, Heal Bane, Divine Barrier, Enchanters.
We would definitely see
Kelvin, Knockdown support with Barrier, Heal Nova.
But I feel like DMS
Knockdown.
Are playing a little bit more
Abrams,
scared,
Hunter's Aura,
I don't think they...
Slowing Hex, Geist, Pristine Emblem.
I want to explain it. I don't feel like they're as
Return Fire, Spirit Lifesteal, Slowing Hex,
right now
Wraith, Slowing Hex. How many Slowing Hex do we have? 3?
Right,
yes, 3 Slowing Hexes. Shadow Weave on the Wraith. I did not know that she had just finished Shadow Weave.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with that, Jason, just because I think the
also Listic finished up Ethereal Shift after Spiritual Overflow, so if he gets all linned, now he can just pop Ethereal Shift.
Team in their shot calling, but it's more standard, right? We haven't seen them do
Piggy with the Divine Barrier, Divine Nova, Divine Nova, Healing Nova, Divine Barrier with Rescue Beams, the classic 3 support items, with Decay as the last active.
To be fair to DMS, right?
It does fit, by the way, to have Decay, because obviously they do have, you know, big tanky guys with Abrams and Kelvin and whatnot. Crippling headshot on the Mirage with Bullet Lifesteal. Zergy, Toxic, Spirit Lifesteal, Ethereal Shift. Oh, we're unpausing.
Soul difference back then. That was like 20+K when that happened.
Also a Slowing Hex Decay, Enchanters, etc. We'll watch the cast. They're on a slight delay, I think, compared to in-game.
And it looks like Psycho is back in the game here. So we might be kicking things back off. And ZP, I'm sorry we have to kick you out of this one, but you'll be up next for NA. Don't worry.
Okay, so back into the action we go. That wasn't too bad of a pause. Nice, smooth camming from the observers. That's lovely. Now,
all right, everybody walked away. We're good. I thought the Ivy was going to go down, but I guess we're okay.
The reset comes in, and hey, you gotta. I respect it. I respect it. And so, just taking stock of where things are, it does feel like DMS overall for me from a macro point of view is ahead as a team, but I'm kind of scared of Lipstick.
Yes. Now they're looking over the items here.
Kind of crushing it. On the
Sharik on Viscous just finished up Warp
Many
Zone.
of these opening engagements where he's set up well for his abilities.
Pristine Emblem also just finished for Warden. I got decent resist now.
At 23k and Zerg
I mean, they're worried about Listic. I agree, but I'm worried about the Wraith ganking Listic, which is why I think he bought that ethereal ship.
Equal for sure. I think there's a slight lead, obviously, for Buffinger when it comes to the carries. But I think it's all going to come down to like where this next bit of contention is going to be, and what do we have coming up soon. I mean, we do have buffs in a minute time.
Not another one.
Pause, of course, because now someone on Buffinger's has to be having some lag.
My headset died. Fuck.
I feel like it's going to come down to.
Someone said Talon 1 going to do like 700 damage. Let's go look.
But the objective, how can we?
He's at 500 damage right now, but that's without spiritual overflow for another 50. So yeah, it is basically like 600 damage or something.
That you can see Tesla bullets and Shadowy picked up for play with me. So he's really kind of invested into like farm speed with Tesla, and then for the gank potential with Shadow Weave.
Okay, so it's interesting, especially with two pauses off, you know, one after the other.
Abrams, where are you looking?
Kind of get a very reset look at the map. Pretty even.
What is he shooting at?
At the moment, slight edge there to DMS. Now the question is, you know, where is the next point of engagement?
Dude, maybe Abrams bends the bullet.
The drivers of these team fights is the urns. That's something that moves teams and forces these bigger interactions. Most of these, well, all the tier 1
It's from the Wanted movie.
Gone.
Yeah, true.
Now we just have the walkers all up for both teams. So,
is that improved burst just picked up by Listic?
The jungle is completely absorbed by both sides. There's almost nothing left on the map.
He just got plus 9% health on his first arrow.
Either team is going to be kind of fiending for creating an engagement.
I buff time?
Oh. The walkers are the weakest they're going to
Wait, the right buff is untaken. I have a 2v2 on the right side of the map as well right now. I think Warden got it. Yeah, Warden got it.
To just one person pushing it down.
So I do believe Buffinger's got both buffs.
Urn's going to be locked in as well here. It looks like Play With Me is already teleported.
Oh, wait, they found somebody.
We can see a little bit of a chase coming in.
I don't know. There's not much you can do about it. He's just going to teleport. But he pops his ult in the teleporter so that we can chase him down. 900 souls.
He didn't even get out. I thought he did.
See ya.
I'm so confused. But hey, apparently he died. That's what the game says, at least.
Oh, nice ethereal shift for the Wraith ult.
So DMS in a little trouble, it seems, losing 2 players. And they're going to pick up the...
Now they're going to immediately push mid boss. 2 down, go mid.
Walker falls in lane 1.
Huge.
Yes, they're a little bit too late to defend that one. Mid boss is happening at the same time. Play With Me is going to try to get something back for DMS by taking out potentially the 4th lane Walker, but McGinnis is going to teleport to deny the Walker takedown from Play With Me.
Yep.
So
he's stopping the split push with Mirage TP right now. On the mini-map, the Mirage TP to Wraith to save their walkers, so they can't get anything for it. And now he's running straight back to mid-boss, so he can stop the split push and still be there if there's a fight. Mirage is powerful.
Will be secured for Buffinger's as they quickly push out of mid-boss to contest the turn-in on top of that. Buffinger's letting nothing go here. Also, as a point out, Michaelis, another ethereal shift. That's 2 we've seen on Buffinger's side to really mitigate this telekinesis that Play With Me is honestly struggling to get a good ult off.
Oh my god, that what? He just immediately pops out. He's like, this guy must die.
As well in the lane 2 and lane 3 and lane 4 drama, but over here.
Did he find him? I don't think he found him.
Pushing hard for this Walker. Our DMS, or rather, sorry, our Buffinger's and DMS trying to defend against this rejuve.
I think that was a healing Nova just went off.
They are actually forcing Buffinger's to disengage, and at the same time, Buffinger's respected the push on lane 4. They will deny it, but it had just.
They're going to come back, I think.
Power behind it.
Calvin can't stop this. Yeah, even if he's not going to dome, even if he pops dome, he dies because there's 4 people. So what's the point?
The second of the game locked down here. Another flex slot going to be opened up. The Urn's still going to be in the hands of Saf though, as he's back towards his base. And now it looks like Buffinger's might look to barrel down onto lane 3.
And that's such an interesting little macro choice there. The disengage, and DMS rotated instantly. They didn't even sort of entertain that it could be a doubling back, which is the thing, as we saw. And so now a really big advantage
I
here
need to see the
for Buff
Talon
in
stat line.
Droids.
Bro,
So
I
there's
think the
two
Talon
walkers in
is...
advantage. Still have the
this is the
rejuve
first
up,
game I've
still
seen the
some
Talon
control.
really pop off. It
And
feels
they're
like it's
gonna
hard to
likely
get
try
Talon
to
rolling.
ferry the spirit out across, but
Because it's
DMS
so, like,
might wanna try to
fragile.
fight for this.
Oh, it's gonna be tough though. I mean, luckily for them, there is no Demov here. There is no list.
Right, earn fight, earn fight.
Does have his owl though, so he could buy some
Right?
presence.
Repositioning.
And yet, it looks like DMS are gonna respect this still.
I mean, Wraith just TP'd out.
To go farm some jungle on
Building
top of this,
Abrams
so
lead.
gonna
They found somebody,
go for
maybe.
The contest on Earn is gonna allow him to continue to push out some.
They couldn't find a good opening. It is an Ivy, but trying to find Ivy is also tough when she has such high stamina.
A lot of time here.
And stone form. She just goes under. She's dancing forever. How do you catch the Ivy? He has to get rescue beamed out because his Infernus is coming from spawn. Oh my god, dude.
From DMS, I would assume that Rejuve should be going down somewhat soon.
Ivy is such a rat in this game. How do you
There will
catch
be
the
another attack
Ivy?
onto this number 3 walker, so more walkers to be potentially taken here. DMS going to be able to defend. If they can defend this successfully, they'll be able to get the urn off the back of it, and maybe walkers too. So if they can win a fight here, that would be massive. The question is, will Buff Enjoyers overcommit to this engagement?
Demov.
They try to fight, but they're forced to back away.
Demov coming in with last stand. He's looking for a bunch of damage, and they're all grouped up as well. Demov could absolutely shred them if he gets himself in the right position. The Storm God comes in, as you mentioned before, and DMS do get the 2 initial kills, taking down the carries with Listic and Zergy now out. Can DMS close out the rest of this fight? Even Sharik and Extreme.
I mean, can Viscous even get it? I mean, he died.
Down. There's nowhere to push for McGinnis, and DMS against the Rejuvenator, which eventually did fall off, do defend, taking down 3 eliminations for themselves. But
I mean, that is a huge turn. That is a very good fight for DMS. I was kind of wondering. It kind of felt like they're all over the place. The problem is, I don't think they can get this urn across the map before Buff Enjoyer spawns, so they can't really turn this in, and it's not the neutral spot, so.
The speed on the zip line to get to that urn deposit. So this urn is not. It's just going to be floating around again. It's not able to be deposited by either team just yet.
Has any been turned in this game?
Yes, there's been one.
I forgot if we had any pre.
There was one.
I think it was Saf, right? Yeah, we saw one.
Yeah.
Man, that's DMS. This has been the lowest urn
And now we have
I've seen
another urn turn-in.
For Deadlock Fight Night outside of my own matches, man. It's kind of crazy.
So of all of the urn fights, so far what happens is the team just jukes the urn over and over, and the other and eventually the next urn spawns to sort of give it up, and then the next urn spawns, and it's just a perpetual urn. It's very strange. Okay, Mirage just found McGinnis. See ya. Surprising actually got picked because he does have Ethereal Shift, but I think what happens in that circumstance is that the Wraith goes close range with both Slowing Hex, Ult, and Shadow Weave. Because I know he has Shadow Weave, but there used to be a bug that the Wraith could go up melee range right out of Shadow Weave and ult you. He has Curse now too. Oh, okay, that explains it. That explains it. So just instant Curse into ult, and yeah, you're dead.
As the own is still being ferried, now this time by Demov across. Again, there's a lot of stake here, Jason, with the mid boss up in 1 minute.
Yeah, the mid boss makes this next fight actually kind of game deciding almost. Maybe not game deciding because someone can still throw, right? But it's going to be a huge advantage to whoever wins this next fight because they can immediately take the mid boss.
We do see McGinnis respawning back in. DMS, they're going to be sending Play With Me and Saf on the right-hand side in lane 4 to look for a push onto their first walker of the game. And we also have to keep in mind that since we're at such a high soul,
there it is. Boom!
Flex spots are extremely important. Is that telekinesis?
He did not kill him in the curse.
And potentially Buff Enjoyers might go for the chase.
Listic is somehow so tanky, and here comes the guided arrow. Is it going to find its way across?
How on earth did you try and stun him out? Damn. They got him. The burn got him. Nice. Huge.
Of course, even if he would have TP'd across, is good enough to finish the job. So,
dude, how did Grey Talon tank that Wraith? That's crazy to me.
On the Geist, but still unable to deposit it. Very annoying for both teams. I think this turn had the moment.
That was the gank that I was specifically worried about. I literally said I don't know if Grey Talon versus Shadow Weave Wraith if he's going to be able to survive, and he just tanked it. Did miss a card and debuff reducer. Yeah, debuff reducer is pretty good.
0.4k for Play With Me. Pressus had around 2.5. Like there's a lot of souls being built up that you cannot actually spend. Ooh, okay. So ZP points out that Play With Me has Curse, which stops Ethereal Shift from being used, which is probably why McGinnis died earlier on, which is such a great counter pickup for Play With Me to allow him to 1v1.
I mean, it's just... And now, look, DMS just noticed, careful, Grey Talon is debuff reducer. So they're pinging the debuff reducer. That's why he couldn't 100-0 the Grey Talon in his ults with Shadow Weave and Curse and whatnot.
The Curse, man.
Fucking debuff reducer is insane value. As a really, really smart pickup.
It's a good way to do it, but could backfire, it seems.
Oh.
Stealth is going to go back online for the moment. And
looking for buff.
Escape. So
Wraith is going to get the right buff for free. They're going to try and turn in Urn. Immediately gets hit by the Owl, so he can't turn it now. Warden's here for the follow-up. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work out. That seemed like he tried to rush it. Unstop. Oh, no. Warden is here. I mean, when his last stand runs out, though, he's probably going to die here, yeah? Oh, here comes Abrams. Oh, yeah. Wait, rescue beamed out. Rescue beamed out, but Yamato connected, and now he's going to chase down. He's a goner. Nice try. That was actually lasted forever. Nice. The ethereal shift does let him heal enough off lifesteal to get the 1v1. Wow, they are 3 for 3 trading, dude. Nobody gets the Urn turn in, and 3 people on both teams die. So I don't think neither team can... Are we going to have a 3v3 at the Urn? Wraith just TP'd in.
Trying to deal with Prestis at the moment, and they're both very low.
Why did last stand do no damage? He was in a Kelvin dome, so it's big heals. Wraith TP's in, immediately ults him. Ethereal shift. He's dead. Nice try.
For just a moment before eventually the inevitable.
DMS gets turned in the Urn.
And the Urn goes to DMS. What a conversion. And that is...
Damn.
I've been waiting for this moment for 15 minutes.
So well done by DMS there, considering...
Dude, that was like 6K, and now they can...
Really well, comes into the fight
yeah, they can do mid-bosses maybe, but it's... They got 3 people coming up in 10 seconds. I don't know about that one. Yeah, they pulled off. Okay.
Pull off the steal, so just the presence of the gargoyle.
Ivy, you can see, was just scouting mid. She's just crouching up top, listening for audio. They also didn't have Abrams ult. Yeah, it's a good call not to do mid boss. A game that isn't a stomp pog. Dude, all of the EU games for Fight Night have been insanely close to last week. Last week we had another amazing games. This week too. All right, now all the respawns for DMS are up, so they're going to force mid-boss right now. They also have Abrams ult soon. They have Yamato ult to secure. They have Dome, Yamato ult, Wraith ult. They have so many ults. Buffingers, I don't think it can contest this very easily. Yeah, Yamato ult gets in instant, and then they kill Piggy. They pop Dome. They get another kill. This seems like a really bad contest by Buffingers. Their team comp is so powerful at securing mid-boss, dude. But I guess it's also, what do you do if you don't go for it? Can you stall the game out long enough? I don't know.
Surely you're getting everything, maybe even the game.
And they're going for the Urn at the same time. They get another flex slot unlocked where they were limited at 1 before.
Yeah, and the mini map right now, you can see Abrams is running the Urn because they got 5 picks, and Geist is hiding from Al. Oh god.
He's at 37K. You remember when he was extremely far ahead of players like Play With Me, who's now rocking.
I can see the vision for Buffingers here is like, hey, we're behind. Let's just try and steal. Like, what else are we gonna do? But there should be one more fight here, I think.
I think it's a great call up. Play With Me has done exceptional work.
They're going to lose Boshrine's patron, but I think they'll get one fight at the down patron. There should be, I think, 4 up at least, so they might just leave. Yeah, they're leaving. Okay.
Though that there's a way that they could lose the game, and they could lose the game by overcommitting. They have created a 45k soul difference, and they've taken down all of the objectives. They don't need.
They're going to take their entire jungle on the way out. They're going to go probably vacuum up all of their jungle, buy all their items, come back, and just steamroll, because now they have a huge lead.
No need to throw it away.
I mean, we saw what happened last week with Deadlock dudes, and I believe that was DMS and
Deadlock dudes. I forgot the name.
And such. But look how much money they have to spend. 7.5k on Saf. They're cleaning up all their jungle. They're getting all these.
The Viscous only has 21k souls.
To clean up all the
oh yeah, that's true. But I think the Viscous is playing a support build with Ivy. I think they're playing 2 supports.
Every possible advantage to get them up 1-0 in the series. This is going to be so hard for Buffingers to come back from, especially with Play With Me lurking like this. The Shadow Weave, the Curse. He is looking to give his team that opportunity to look for that initial.
Yeah, the Viscous is playing Healing Nova Rescue Beam with Silence Glyph and whatnot. So it's like, it's still, yeah, I'd say half support or mostly support. And the Ivy's playing Refresher Ivy with also 3 support items.
from the
with
utility
healing
marker
or
from
healing
DMS.
Nova and rescue beam
Obviously,
and refresher.
knowing before we go to this point with a huge soul difference. Of course, all of the many items now these players have been able to collect. And this could be the final push. Still a little bit of rejuve left to make full use of.
That's what they get for picking Warden. Yeah,
I'm not
Warden
entirely
late
sure
game
how
is
much
tough.
Exactly is left in terms of time on the rejuve. Can't be too much more.
I'm very curious how much damage the Grey Talon has. The Grey Talon and the Infernus must be, even with the Mirage, like the Ivy too though. Ivy only has 25k, but her damage output's going to be absurd because that's just how Ivy works. Like she's going to throw down, you know, 5 Kudzu bombs, there's going to be roots all over the place and farm a ton of damage.
Confident as a team like Buff and George would be in this situation. I mean, to be fair, right, DMS hasn't really been on the top of EU all that much. They only just came to the top this last week, where Buff and George have been seen to be the top team in EU basically since, you know, Deadlock finally got announced.
What does the Infernus have this stage in the game?
So I think DMS just being really reserved here, being respectful, being careful.
Infernus will have Ricochet Toxic Inhibitor, which is insanely strong.
What's interesting now as well is we can benefit from the knowledge that they had about 20 seconds left of rejuve before they fell off to essentially farm the rest of the jungle and just clear everything out. And maybe there was
I'll just show it on stream because I talked about it, but people aren't listening. The Viscous is mostly support guys. Rescue Beam, Healing Nova, and then he goes, you know, Improved Burst, Toxic Bolts, he just picked up. Silence Glyph, Heal Bane. It's not, it's like half, I guess. And then Piggy also doing it with Rescue Beam, Healing Nova, with, you know, Decay, Rapid Recharge, Refresher. So Piggy has late game damage now. Infernus is the late game scaling with Ricochet Toxic Inhibitor, and then obviously also the same on Mirage with the Ricochet Inhibitor, Crippling Headshot. Listic also has Crippling Headshot with Boundless and Spiritual Overflow, so they do have a shit ton of damage.
Don't let Play With Me get a free kill. You have to prevent him from getting a free kill with his Cursed Shadow Weave, and that's gonna be very difficult to do considering you don't know where he's gonna be around the map. From there, then you have to look to somehow outplay them when it comes to team fighting, which is exactly what Piggy said they've been working on since their loss against Poggia's.
I mean, hey, they're fighting over this buff. Knockdown, see ya.
2 weeks ago, the knockdown's gonna come in. Piggy's gonna be in a very bad position here. Use the Gargoyle the last time of Demon to help buy him some time here, but the fight is gonna be breaking off.
Refresher, new ult.
Play With Me,
Immediately dies. Wow. Dude, they are just getting hard burned right now. The frontline engage of this team is so gross. The Yamato just walks in. Like, what do you do? Yamato with Refresher, Reverb. They just walk it. They just walk at you.
The respawns are like a minute each.
Like if we look at the front line here,
BMS.
Yeah, it's just tough.
BM in this game, I don't know.
No. Buff and Joris said GG's as well before. So
okay.
Yeah, it's just that's just a GG. They know they lose.
For sure, there's nothing gonna stop them. It's Listic and Shuriken, and if
they're just on the base.
Able to do it, it would be probably the greatest single-handed play I've ever seen in Deadlock. But that's gonna be.
Check the damage. Grey Talon, 42,000 damage.
Taking on Buff and Joris here in this first map of the series.
So I mean, hey, that damage is disgusting, but they don't have a strong enough front line. The enemy team has an Abrams late game with a Yamato Refresher running you down with duration. So, you know, a solid 15, 16 seconds of invulnerability essentially running you down. Like, I don't, like, it's just tough. And I don't see
30-minute mark, all of those earn dynamics.
The Viscous support build's a little bit weird to me when you already have Piggy's also playing support, and then also the Warden. It just feels like you don't have enough damage or tankiness to really handle that. The Geist is quietly doing great every game she's played. Not wrong, Geist went 6-1, 25k damage, highest damage actually for DMS. Has Colossus, Leech, Frenzy. Like, good luck killing the Geists. Right? Like, there's just so much tanking. I mean, let's say you get through the 15 seconds Shadow transformation with double ults on Yamato. Then you got to get through the Abrams with Colossus, Frenzy, Debuff Reducer, Improved Armors, Metal Skin. Then you got to get through the Geist, who's got Colossus, Improved Armors, Frenzy, Leech. You know, it's just a lot of HP.
Respect it and couldn't afford to use any sort of split pushing because they
and all of that with Kelvin healing.
Yeah, man,
yeah, not wrong. The Kelvin sitting there with Rescue Beam and stuff in the back. The heals are definitely, they're strong. I would say at that stage in the game, not quite as important as the raw survivability of a team. It's just intense. And also, I would say,
Wait, can you guys hear ZP?
Hello? I can hear ZP.
I hear him.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't hear
Well, it's only Dan that can't. Dan can't hear anything.
Yeah, back to the game stats though. I mean, the Grey Talon did have disgusting damage when 6 and 2. I can see why people pick the Grey Talon.
We'll trust Dan to get his tech in play.
But I think you need like a strong front line if that's going to be like your back line big dam.
Played the long game here, Jason.
And the front line of, you know, Infernus going to be another, you know, whatever type of hard carry character. The Mirage Ivy Warden, in comparison to the Yamato Kelvin Abrams, is just so, it just doesn't feel like it has that type of front line. I don't know.
Obstacle course. Plain and simple, between Viscous on the other team, 3 ethereal shifts, stone form, and also Warden being able to go unstoppable, right? So
yeah, early game.
Play with me. There was a window about 20 minutes in the game where it was way better for buff enjoyers on all angles.
It is true. I think early game they are definitely stronger, and then I felt like DMS Yamato late game is so strong with Refresher.
They go up to 10k again, but they were never quite able to get enough of a lead, Jason, off of their comp and item choices that were so painfully designed to be ahead and win the game at around 20 minutes. They just really couldn't cross the bar.
I think it's really a testament to DMS to just to hold on, right? Like to not let the game go crazy in the mid game where buff enjoyers kind of had the power spike from the items they did buy, and I think they deserve a lot of credit for that because that's not easy to do against a team like buff enjoyers.
So Jason, I went back to look at a replay because you mentioned it was a later fight. It was 24 minutes in, and you mentioned on Demov, you know, big last stand, hitting 4 people. It was actually 4 to 5 people that Demov was hitting there with the last stand. He actually got great value for not even going Majestic Leap and being a more of utility Warden build. The problem was that it was 24 minutes into the game, and it was past the point where hitting 4 people with last stand is actually going to do that much. It was not the most impactful ult the way it would be is if that happened in 14 minutes, and it's not Demov playing badly, it's just
Warden late game is tough.
Where Warden, even if you have great positioning and great ult, is not going to be as impactful.
So I feel like a Warden's items, I mean, he's Kevlar with Duration, Slowing Hex, Enchanters, Divine Barrier, Pristine, Soul Shredder. So, you know, his ult does do pretty good damage, but it's just late in the game when everybody is that tanky, it's just not that much.
Holding on to that lead. However, I feel like if there is more of a comp edge for buff enjoyers, we could see a very different game based on how they like to take the initiative. It seems somewhat clear, at least to me, that they struggled to find.
Also, I do think it is kind of weird to have too many. So they have double ricochet inhibitor, and then they also have 2 crippling headshots.
So
I think it's actually okay.
Engagements that buff enjoyers going there,
but
I mean, I think
it's usually I don't see people doubling up that much.
Decisive engagements, they could never put it away. They were getting pickoffs here and there.
Although I can see the argument, especially it's just that late in the game, every fight is 6v6. It feels like
they had a great team fight presence again up until about the 20-minute mark when characters like Warden start to fall off more, and characters like Viscous start to fall off more. I would say, if anything, the draw boxing analogy was kind of a rope-a-dope game from DMS until eventually they hit a point in the game where buff enjoyers really couldn't win a straight-up team fight anymore, and you had items, you know, as mentioned, like Curse.
Did you double inhibitor and double crippling stack? I don't think they do, but if they do, then it makes more sense. I thought it did.
To get that one decisive team fight that they really needed. And
but honestly, I could be wrong on that, in which case I'm dumb.
Some was losing. I believe it was the 15-minute earn that evened up the score was really, really bad, because if they get that earn, they probably end up 30k, and if you're up 30k,
Mystic vulnerability doesn't stack, for example. Yeah, that's how I look at things. As far as I know, is once the items apply, the items apply.
Just yet, but are we kind of feeling out any kind of early picks for our MVP of this series? You know, obviously we have potentially 2 more maps to go to, but play with me.
I mean, the thing is, I feel like Play With Me never would have gotten to that point if, again, his team didn't allow him to get to that point, that stall long enough, let him get enough farm. I mean, and that's what I said before about his.
When I think of this team comp again, by the way, chat, and how we saw it play out at in game,
and I feel like that's
it's legitimately kind of like a death ball front line of just straight up Yamato, Abrams with Kelvin to support, spamming heals, and then Geist. And they're all so tanky, and they just run you down as a death ball. It was crazy.
In this event or others, and not eventually have people take notes and go, okay, this Play With Me guy actually.
And Wraith is gank and DPS. Yeah.
How do you neutralize?
As well as Seven. Seven's also in the back line. But the crazy thing is, it wasn't like they, you know,
and then still lose to Wraith.
They weren't even doing that much. It's just
removes a lot of your counterplay.
All right, well, with that said, it's time to toss things to a break. We'll see if DMS can continue.
I'm super interested to see the draft next game. It's funny because, okay, all this is kind of funny because literally just earlier today, we were talking, waiting for the tournament to start in a training range. And so we had Sure4 and ZP were both in chat talking about Warden. And ZP was literally just talking about how, like, hey, I love Warden, but every time it goes past 20 minutes, I feel like I'm not a character anymore. He was literally raging about it in the game, in my chat. And Sure4 is like, yeah, you kind of need a team after in the late game as Warden, which isn't very nice. It's something like that. And it happened literally today in the tourney. But also, when we talk about these death ball comps, and I do want to say it's not just the Warden. I also want to talk about all of these characters in general. So you have like a death ball sort of as like they have a strong front line. Like it's a very strong frontline comp, and you have essentially, I feel like you are lacking damage if you have both the Ivy and the Viscous who are going for big support builds, and then with a Warden late game who is naturally, like, I feel like Warden late game, like his damage overall is actually pretty good. Like it's really not bad at all. He has more damage than the entire enemy team outside of Geist, I guess. But I think it's like a combination of all those things. Not because we talk about the Warden, we yap about the Warden a lot, but I want to talk about, and I'm yapping here specifically about having multiple support style builds and the Warden. When the enemy team has a super strong front line, it's like hard to punch through late game. Early game is not a big deal. What super late game though, as we got to, it feels really hard. That's all. So it was a patch this week, right? Oh, I think usually every 2 weeks on Thursday is a patch. It's not official. They don't like commit to that schedule, but I'd say most of the time, yeah. That's a crazy first match. Goddamn, dude, Jason, that game was actually sick. I really, really enjoyed watching it. It just kind of felt like slowly the front line for DMS got too big for them to punch through. But it was fun seeing how much damage the Great Talon did, though. Post-patch meta prediction? Meta prediction post-patch? I don't know. A lot of the time, I'd say my only complaint about the game, I don't really have that many balance complaints. As much as I do, so like, for example, Haze early game probably needs a buff, at least a little bit of some kind, right? But for the most part, I think the game is okay. I would say the game just needs more options, but that's a totally normal thing considering how early in development this game is. I think the sweet spot for this game will be between 25 and 30 characters. And then after that, I would actually say I don't want to see that many more. After seeing how games end up after adding, you know, hundreds of characters, I'd say like 25, 30-ish feels pretty good. Dota 2, yeah, Dota 2, League, all these games of the hundreds of characters, it feels like they're crazy, but also it becomes so difficult to learn those games. I want to make sure it's actually, I don't know, I'm biased. Okay, the crazy idea, by the way, is to eventually you'll go down, like, when you start having so many characters, you end up going down like the trading cart, like the card game route where they're like, okay, we have like a set, and these are the characters that are playable this season type of thing. Anyway, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, Nessie PLS, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles,
Hey.
double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, Nessie PLS, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles,
Wait,
double left pointing triangles.
Wait, remember I said my PC died last week, and so I'm on a new PC? I don't know where my skip button is because I forgot to put it on my. Oh, give me a minute.
Double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, Nessie PLS, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double.
I'm just gonna hide the source in OBS.
Double left pointing triangles,
Clearly that'll work.
double left pointing triangles,
It didn't work.
double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, dance game.
Oh my god, it's over. Yeah, I'll go find. I'll go to the actual thing and find it. It's been a while.
With the choice of first pick and ban, I firmly believe that Wraith is being taken out of the equation. I feel like you do a game like that where everyone builds items against the Wraith, and you still end up getting carried out against the Wraith. Probably just going to say we're not dealing with that for the rest of the series. Firmly believe Wraith will be the first ban coming in here.
I mean, it was a pocket ban out of Buff and George last time, right? A throwaway ban. So maybe like, okay, maybe we shouldn't throw away the ban anymore. And maybe for the first time here at Deadlock Fight Night, we'll actually see a 3-map series, which would be honestly great to see. I feel like as well, like Buff and George were not able to really get the split pushing going. Like Mirage, McGinnis on Mirage was not really able to do that often. Probably the threat of having Play With Me there, even though you did have Ethereal Shift. I feel like just Buff and George couldn't get the fights they wanted, like they typically would, around objectives because they were not feeling comfortable, I guess, in that situation to win the fights easy enough.
That's a really good point. I think I mostly saw McGinnis using the teleport to actually defend against Play With Me. He was trying to find those spots to kind of solo push in those moments beyond the 15 minutes. So that's a great call out. It did seem kind of awkward on the macro, so very curious to see how the draft will go, and maybe, because maybe they'll isolate, just like you're already saying with the Wraith. They could get rid of the Wraith. I'm sure we will surely see that. And then also what the other things they're going to prioritize, you're about to find out.
All right, who are they gonna ban?
I mean, DMS Paradox ban, I'm assuming, right? It's got to be probably a Paradox ban again, just to keep that away from McGinnis, who's just so prolific at it. But this might be exactly what you were looking for, ZP. Maybe Buff and George will decide to take away the Wraith as well.
Well, you'd think also, if this is accurate and it's DMS doing first ban, first pick, that means Buff and George is deferred, and they would rather have second. So that means they can't do the other thing I was thinking of, where you ban something other than Wraith and then you simply pick the Wraith first. I
feel like production. I feel like you just made production be like,
Oh, Buff and George just ban Wraith. There it is.
The right way?
Ban Wraith,
like,
ban Paradox.
We haven't seen a team do that, as far as I know, to actually like give away the first ban opportunity.
Well, in this case, I think they did defer, and proof of that is the fact that Wraith got banned from Buff and Joyers, and there's no in-between play where they could have banned something else and then picked the Wraith instead. So DMS, Play With Me will be on a different hero this time. We know that much for sure.
DMS with the Great Talon this time, guys. Let's go. Great Talon did pop off for Buff and Joy's last game. Listic was nasty.
Big success last week, considering they won 2-0 against Pogilias Cumbria. For Buff and Joyer's side, though, do you pick like Infernus to take it away early, to take away any sort of hype care? Do you go for Mirage? Because you have 2 picks, right? Why not go with like Infernus and Mirage, and then you're taking away like 2 of the strongest picks that we could potentially see?
I think they go Mirage. 100% they go Mirage. They've highly overvalued, well, I don't know if overvalue is the right thing, but they value Mirage highly. Maybe perhaps too highly, but based on their draft history, and also based on kind of draft history in EU, I would expect Mirage. And yeah, Mirage is going to be who they pick. And I think it comes down to the fact that when Buff Enjoyers has you on the ropes in terms of them dictating the flow of the game in macro, they don't want to have to deal with a Mirage on the other side that can really mess with your judgments on whether or not you're getting into a proper 3-on-2 advantage or whatever it may be, because Mirage continually can shift the odds with his Traveler. He can go wherever he wants. So you have to account for Mirage when you're doing map rotations, and I think for Buff Enjoyers, they would rather have that power on their side. And same with much of EU. I mean, Mirage is usually
Mirage Pocket.
First ban territory, and Pocket.
The Mirage didn't seem to be that huge last game.
Yes, which is nice for us.
I think Mikhail ended up being like 0-5 or something. So I'm kind of surprised they're still putting on such an early priority, but it might just be that like
hero for multiple.
I mean, Pocket's going to be really nice.
The affliction. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how.
The thing about Mirage though is they did have a lot of early game control with
The
Mirage.
question for me actually off of Buff Enjoyers getting Pocket is are we going to see DMS getting the Inferno?
They did save quite a couple like walkers and other things with Mirage too, and that's more hidden if that makes sense. DMS immediately Grey Talon Viscous.
I think that respects. I think that what you guys have been talking about with how there should be a pretty a fast route to your Viscous in your draft.
Abrams, there it is, the front line boys. Viscous Abrams, let's get it.
Because he played Hayes last week, and I'm wondering if that's the avenue they want to go. I mean, Wolfie on DMS's side, if we ignore the fact to play with me and the Hayes play, his Pocket play in that series against Pojalias Scumbria as well was phenomenal. There was one play in particular.
Hey, technically, chat, Buff Enjoyers, you guys, there's still options here, guys. Mo and Krill is calling.
And that really helped turn the tides for DMS. So, I mean, it's not a bad pickup for Buff Enjoyers, but the Abrams pickup out of DMS, man, I'm always sad to not see this.
Nobody picked Mo and Krill last game. That's another frontliner. It's unused. Come on.
Yeah, I also think Ivy.
I don't know how useful he is, but it is there, right?
Okay, this is the other option. They don't pick Ivy because they don't think DMS will value it.
Lady
highly,
Geist.
I think may be true, because normally against
the Geist did do really well last game for DMS as well.
As early as number 2. In this case, they decide to go for Geist, something that DMS has shown they will pick very regularly if given the opportunity at around the spot. So in terms of knowing the other team, they go, okay, we can leave Ivy. Now I think they see
DMS really likes 7 more than they like Infernus.
Now just to be safe and make sure that they have the support option that they usually.
I assume Buff Enjoyers will want support Ivy again, but there's also Kelvin.
I haven't seen Shiv today at all.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, no Shiv. True.
He hit some slight nerfs, but he was still playing last week.
DMS been winning solo lanes as Wolfie 7 every time. Yeah, but even last game it wasn't like a huge deal. All right, there's Infernus.
Away from something that gets nerfed heavily, but that doesn't really seem to be the case with Shiv. I wonder if it's due to the Grey Talon also coming into play.
Someone explain why some characters are frontliners and some aren't. It's just like Abrams has a passive built into his character that makes him tanky.
It's much better against.
Viscous has Cube, which allows really good synergy between Viscous and dive characters or frontline.
But that's just a theory.
So they can like overextend or go in or prevent backline dives, stuff like that. There's the Kelvin support.
Shiv kind of had a little bit of a cooldown effect where people still were thinking he was still playable after the nerfs, and I do think his stock, even if you look at
Kelvin also rushes you and Abrams also rushes you and punches you, right? So it's kind of natural that he just builds tanky.
Character is really good and people play it and main it a lot, and then eventually it gets nerfed. Well, you've played that character for a lot, you can still kind of carry on your own personal skill, but eventually
these last 2 picks for Buff Enjoyers is going to be really interesting.
Is it really worth it? And I kind of feel like Shiv has sort of hit that zone where people are
Ivy?
Nah,
I guess support? Okay.
But the Ivy comes in for Buff Enjoyers. Not too surprised.
On a last note about Shiv, he actually, EU is the only region where we've seen a decline in his play at the top level. 5% less. NA played it more at 1.1%, and Asia's played it 10% more. So
I'm gonna play more.
Interesting that they're tracking all these stats. They must be watching every tournament.
Said Ivy being picked up by Buff Enjoyers, so they're locking that one in.
All right, what's your last pick, DMS? I'm curious.
But obviously support versus support. It comes down to these last
Hayes.
picks, and there it is. So we are gonna see Play With Me actually on Hayes.
Play With Me was playing Hayes in the last finals chat. He runs early game Hayes with slowing Hex and just runs around ganking.
Later on, when a lot of abilities have been used or a lot of things that could focus him down get used. So the rest of DMS have to survive long enough and be able to play around that to make him effective.
To be honest, I was kind of expecting a Yamato, but it might have just been a hero pool thing.
McGinnis come in for Buff Enjoyers. It wouldn't shock me too much as a final pick. I mean, usually teams in this situation may go, okay,
Give me something crazy. Give me a Moe and Krill or Vindicta.
It also
Just give me something
could.
psycho.
You know, in theory, when he was
I'm
little
ready.
more highly valued, teams could put a Warden there.
It's probably gonna be like Yamato or something.
Was really gonna go down the Warden path again after last game.
Flash, maybe?
A Warden.
They are gonna go down the Warden path.
Interesting.
Okay. So they still say we have, you know, we have high
I would
faith in it,
rather
and
have a Moe and Krill than
late
Warden,
game
but I'm
looks a little bit
biased.
better this time around. Also now
Warden
that,
actually,
they have
Warden
the
does
guys
not do
that
that.
are on Furnace.
Warden
I don't
actually
think- even if
did
the
really
split
well
goes
for the
late,
first
I don't
20
think
minutes. It was only at the very end it kind of fell off in terms of damage.
I think the last
And
game
Warden
sort of
actually
worked out
had
to
good
be
damage throughout the
They
game.
gave up the Wraith to DMS. I just do not think Hayes is quite as scary.
I think it'll
as
be
Wraith
easier this
is
time because they
right now,
don't have the support
it's still- I
Viscous
don't think
and the
it's like
support
super
Ivy
great
and the
if it
Warden.
goes late either.
Now, instead of that, now you have the Pocket
interesting
and the
going on saying
Geist,
Lash. Like,
which
you
are
mentioned
giant
Vindicta
damage
and Lash out
dealers.
there. We have
So,
not seen
on
them
top of the
today,
Infernus
at
again.
least in Europe. I'm
So I think it'll be much different this time.
But it's kind of sus. I'm curious, you know, what, because it's always when you're making any kind of a pick, it's an opportunity cost calculation. You're saying, okay, if I pick this, what am I giving up? And so I'm curious because obviously Lash has.
I can also see why you might not want Moe and Krill and Pocket when they're probably going to build debuff reducers and removers for the disarm duration, as well as a Pocket ult.
That's disengaging, you know, catch. There's so many ways to catch people with Lash that in these team-oriented scenarios where there's lots of coordination, it can be very hard to.
Where's the
find picks. Lash
bebop?
is
Yo,
a really
true.
great
Where's the
solution for
bebop?
that, and is a great solution for when the 3K Souls comes online and you want to have someone that's really active to help dictate, you know, some of those early ganks. Like Lash has so much utility. It is shocking not to see him here in Europe.
And we did see
Flash also has good
last year
damage.
playing up against Prestus on the Great Talon, and his like whole role in those fights seemed like push out Prestus, push out this Great Talon the best you can, which he was able to do quite successfully. So, I mean, we'll see how it's going to work out. I'm curious, ZP, though. I'm going to ask you the question: are we going to see a change up in Warden's build this time? You think we're going to see Majestic Leap to get into the backline against the Great Talon, or do you think he's going to go for that still utility kind of role?
I mean, I would guess usually playstyles don't change that much between map to map within a given day in series, so I would expect it to be more.
I haven't followed in some time. Is there a jungle meta in the game in pros play? So there's not like a full-time jungle, if that makes sense.
I mean, even by Warden,
Typically, what we end up seeing happening is the carries will get priority on jungle camps and stuff, and the supports will try not to farm jungle camps. And then as time goes on, the box routes also become higher priority because boxes end up being, as souls scale throughout the game, creep waves obviously are number one. Jungle camps do not scale to late game in terms of souls. They're very, very slow. But boxes scale harder than jungle camps. So late game, boxes actually become more valuable than like anything except tier 3 camp.
15-minute earn in particular of really, really high importance if you're going to play Warden.
So what you'll see a lot of weirdness when it comes to like routes and priority and stuff between
Back
carries.
to you here. Do you have any final thoughts on what are the most important win conditions here? How can DMS?
For example, I think boxes spawn at like 3 minutes and they respawn on cooldown. So like common routes like, oh yeah, the tunnel next to secret shop, that's usually a crap ton of souls. So they always want to get that on cooldown, you know, stuff like that. So you do become better at clearing the jungle at late game. That's true.
Well, she just comes online later, pure and simple.
Good.
Awesome. Well,
They're all just gone.
We are going now into
Everybody's swapping lanes. Where are the solo lanes?
Deadlock Fight Night number 5, DMS.
Solo Pocket versus Solo Abrams. Solo 7 versus Solo
I've
Infernus.
enjoyed many a title. We'll have to see how this is going to shape up here.
What time is considered late game? I'd say like 20, 25 minutes. I'd say 20 is like borderline. I think 25.
Warden again, because that's going to be one of the initial questions I have. Because as EP said, right, you're not going to expect too many difference in terms of play style or itemization when you see someone play the same hero multiple times. So it's going to be Shriek this time. So maybe Shriek will go the Majestic Leap route. I'm not sure if he'll go the utility route. We're obviously going to find out. We'll keep our attention on that as the game progresses. So that's kind of like the up or downside of having such a small amount of heroes in the game that you can obviously rotate who plays what.
I'm super interested to see how the Haze does for the first 15 minutes of the game chat. Haze is notorious for being terrible for the first like 15 minutes.
You're going to see a thing of beauty if he can get to
But
that point, and how Haze can still be
it?
really useful in these high-level plays. It's not necessarily so easy to counter her, depending on how the playstyle works out. But a quick little pause coming through.
Someone should make a box route map to maximize boxes. A lot of players already have box routes that they run on cooldown the whole game. It's a giant soul advantage if you know box routes.
You're looking towards, because I mean, we see Listic on the Geist and Demo on the Pocket this time.
Yeah, I think I do think that focus on play with me is pretty a pretty good call out. And
he didn't speak with us. He just said, I don't know, bad sound.
We've seen Haze come out a lot, and Haze has had, I feel like, more underwhelming games at this level than Hayes has had good games at this level. And I think it does have a lot to do with what ZP was highlighting. Just the nature of Hayes takes a little while to come online, and walking that balance between farming and being useful to your team in the key moments is very, very hard.
I like Warden's spot right now in this lane for pressuring. That little head peek is so nice. Until Great Talent hits level 2. It just flies at you, but you know.
So I'm looking forward to putting that spotlight on Play With Me once again in this game to see if that impact is there once more.
I mean, Hayes does have one of the
not in voice WTF. Maybe it just restarted everything.
3 wins, 5 losses, so not 37.5% win rate, which is definitely down there. Unfortunately, Warden actually, funny enough, has a worse at 23% win rate for us here at Deadlock Fight Night. But also, we'll see how this is going to play. I mean, I'm not really going to say the win rate is exclusive to how the result's going to go, especially with the caliber of players we have. But Wolfie able to recheck back in and get the
100 HP.
And this is not an easy lane for him to win.
I mean, dude, Wolfie's laning has been insane at 7. He beat an Abram solo lane earlier, and he just got a kill on an Infernus pretty early too. Oh, but Listic just walks over and ganks him. He knew he was shopping, just hits him with a quick nade, and it finishes him off.
Very well done.
By the way, one interesting thing that we see when someone's low on HP like that, in North America, it's become very meta to just, you know, deny yourself on a tower after waiting out the assist timer. I think he would have had time to actually wait out deny timer and deny himself on the tower in that case. It's to get a full reset.
Just can knock you 3-4 times in the air, and you're just like, all right, just kill me now.
I think you'll see that happen a lot more when people are just, you know, 1 HP after a trade.
Play With Me looking for early rotate though to lane 1. Just looking to have some impact here. Maybe a sleep dart could lead into something.
How long is the timer? I don't think it's that long.
Team up will back away again, kind of realizing that potential could come through.
I want to say it's less. I want to say it's less than 10 seconds, but I'm not sure.
It does feel like the Pocket Infernus combo could be pretty scary later on in some of these team fights. So much damage over time. I mean, if the thing with Pocket is if you can connect an Affliction, let's say there's a big end fight coming up, you can connect that kind of just right.
What does denying yourself on a tower mean? Let's say if nobody kills you, nobody does damage to you, and you die to a tower, who gets the gold?
That's the kind of dynamic that
no one.
would have really changed the previous.
So if you're 1
game.
HP, just go die to the tower after waiting out the timer. So that way it doesn't give the kill to the player.
So I feel like there's more options in this game for if we get into a similar scenario for how those teams can manage it.
Let me ask you a question about Pocket, because for me, I've always hit or miss with him.
What happens if you go back to base and heal? It takes longer.
If the fight's over before your Affliction can really do any damage, Pocket becomes kind of low tier in my eyes. But as you're saying, like if you can get an early Affliction off, and then your team can kind of push the fight off the back of that, or the fight gets dragged out, you really see that usefulness be amped up, especially if you do invest into the old early where you can deny any sort of.
Are we double soaking Hayes, by the way? Is that what's going on here for Hayes to be a 3.1? I haven't been watching minimap. I assume that's what's happening.
McGinnis heals to do anything.
Yeah, and I think the thing about Pocket is that he has the tools to get in and get out. So if, you know, that's one reason why the Majestic Leap is so nice, because you get an item that gives you a tool to kind of get in, so you can kind of throw your cloak away and do your barrage.
If I remember right, Hayes does have pretty good move speed to do it.
And then you just cloak out. So that, or you know, if you get into trouble, you obviously have the satchel too. So there's so many ways to like potentially turn a high risk scenario to get the Affliction off into something that has the risk mitigated like sufficiently that it's worth going for. And that's why Pocket, I think, is really interesting. But speaking of which,
guys moving towards 7 right now on the minimap.
Here, and Play With Me on the Haze also has drawn his attention to this lane, actually.
Yeah, you could see the Haze walked over, soaked that wave, and is running back. So yeah, the Haze is double soaking. The guy walks up, double soaking for buff enjoyers, I assume.
He's double dipping in lanes. He's at
but seriously, look at how well they're doing it and executing with the Haze. Look how far ahead the Haze soul count is right now. 4.3 to 3.0 of some of the players.
Then he joins his
That's crazy. Just straight up 30% more.
Lane out there as well. So he's getting so ahead in souls that he could have such an earlier impact that normally a Haze wouldn't have until later on in the game.
Okay, this is cool tech. This is really cool tech. That's what a great highlight there.
And Dan, he's the only one that's done
Affliction?
so far that I've seen as well when it comes to Deadlock.
Yeah, this is actually really sick. Because
it's okay.
The difference is tangible, and it's also like pretty safe, and also allows Haze to be sort of active in both lanes. So if a kill is to happen, Haze might be able to actually benefit from that. Obviously, unless the kill goes against the Haze, but
well, it's like if you're that solo laner, you never feel safe because the Haze is just bouncing between your lane. Well, it's Haze,
Yes.
it's a Wraith, whatever it might
And
be,
the
it's
Haze
constantly
as
bouncing
sleep
between your
dagger,
lane.
so if she sleeps you, you die.
Harder for you to ever, like,
So
get
it
that
is.
1v1 you're
It is
looking for
spooky.
without that threat of
Yes.
potentially dying yourself.
It just takes
So-
that one sleep dagger to connect to you, and like
Exactly.
let's say then the Abrams can walk up close to you, melee you, and then charge you. You're suddenly in just a devastating position. So you do really have to respect the Haze's gank potential there. You're totally right.
Well, once you hit the 8-minute mark, of course, that will stop. Just trying to get an early lead here, which he's still going to be holding over everyone else. Got to continue to farm up that jungle in the meantime as well. But a pretty slow game. Like no kills just yet. We're sorry, 1 kill each, but we're 6 minutes in. Both teams being very cautious about this. I'm kind of wondering where's the first little bit of action going to be coming as everyone's going to start to pick up their initial like tier 2 items. We can see
This is actually a very passive early game for Deadlock, that's for sure. Usually you see a lot of kills at this point.
mobility a lot earlier on.
Indeed, nice to stay safe. That flame dash and
Seagull, will you play Marvel Rivals when it comes out?
Yeah,
I'll probably play for like a day. Sure.
most of these lanes.
I'm not opposed.
So last week as well, we saw Lady Geist. I can't remember who.
Bullet lifesteal on Geist.
But they leveled their 2 first, so they would get the silencing effect off of the 5 points, right? I wonder if we're going to see Listic do that to have utility in these fights to shut down, like play with me or shut down
Sleep?
Sap if it takes us. You
Charge?
can't do
Punch.
Sleep dart into the charge we were talking about, and Demob before sees the satchel and the cloak to get away.
Yeah, you can't really stop the pocket unless you tell you have to have precast slowing hex in that case.
That chunks Steam off down to half, and it's pocket. So it's like one of the.
If the Haze had slowing hex there after the dagger,
pretty much any situation
probably could do it.
Go into the satchel and then TP out, but Mikhail maybe in some trouble here. Gets bounced up by the puddle punch. Just so irritating. A high-level viscous player is just nothing to be. I mean, you got to be very cautious. Mikhail able to put the pressure back on with the help of Kelvin, played by Hapix. But yeah, this is looking pretty good right now for DMS off of the rip. Obviously, the souls are pretty close, but I think for me, Jason, it's
dude, what a punch! Here comes a.
Okay, hold that thought because
Immediately Haze is here.
I was about to mention the success of play with me. Maybe even getting a
Nice
kill
try
early
on the
indeed,
dude.
with the
Mirage
help of the Kelvin and the
NT, buddy.
Viscous.
Win a nice little loop-de-loop. Hit the tornado, try to get out, but nope. Dome too strong.
To get kills and still farming everything.
This isn't good, Dan. I put all my channel points on Buff Enjoyers here, and they're starting to get wrecked in this game. I'm getting a little bit nervous. But
Warden
yeah,
just popped ult to kill the tower. Let's go.
You got to be careful here, Shuri, because you don't want to get too much lower, or the guy.
Oh, he's got spear shield. He's vibing.
And this allows now Play With Me to like kind of have free farm over a lane and also have some impact or even further.
Oh my god, dude! Another 2 kills. Wait, Abrams might go down though. Nice.
Oh my god.
Sure, he got the trade.
Great start so far for DMS. Again, we're really going to keep a close watch on Play With Me, the star carry of the team for sure. And had a great first game, so looking for that MVP screen. We get more pressure now coming in from Buff Enjoyers onto lane 3.
Oh.
Gotta really respect this.
Here comes Abrams, boys! He got the swap, Is he gonna trade? Nah, they have so many. It doesn't even matter if he does the swap. Kelvin's there with the heal grenade.
Both pick up a kill as well.
Nice timing on Kelvin, he was waiting for it.
I mean, it's only a 3K solely, but it doesn't really reflect how this game's gone so far for DMS, as they're just looking to put the pressure.
I mean, okay, a lot of these early kills don't matter that much in terms of soul count, but they will start mattering once you start snowballing a lot of these early towers.
The synergy they have
so
between a lot of these ultimates.
Then you get your first flex slot, then you get more power, then it just starts rolling a little more.
How quick the farm can be for Haze, that gets a good start. It's definitely quite different when you get those items online quickly, because you got to think about it from the.
Oh, nice sleep. He's gonna walk away.
Me getting in some trouble, but nice connection.
The Warden tried to dodge it right there.
Might have been okay anyway, but that just keeps it safe. Able to get the healing right online, and yeah, I was just going to mention, Haze is going to be able to make better use of the jungle cams if you're able to get, obviously, your power spike a little bit earlier. So,
buff time?
With that said,
wait, did he pop cube on the buff to get it as it spawned?
The map, as it's going to be spawning, the frozen shadow is going to be
and the Kelvin dropped the dome.
And DMS
oh my god, dude!
Great position surrounding
Listic is just getting run down.
I don't know that there's any way to escape this one. 3 players in hot pursuit, sliding down the stairs, and
nice.
Listic will finally go down. I honestly don't know how Listic got that far, honestly.
Yo, shout out to the Viscous right there, by the way. The Viscous is running melee charge, melee lifesteal, and spear lifesteal. I like the melee charge. I'm a fan.
So another kill going the way of DMS without any sort of reprieve.
Nice sleep.
Buff and George, even the sleep dart being landed as well. I think what's so deadly about this comp is because Play With Me, why didn't you get the kill onto him as well? How does that happen? How Demon, the Affliction's gone in, again, the satchel and the cloak to get away. But with Play With Me having 10k souls, he can almost be left to start split pushing here. We're on Buff and George's side.
What exactly did he pop Affliction on? Unlucky. I think he thought he was getting hard chase close and he's going to try and blow him up, but they're mid-range.
One lane to group in for team fights.
Well, the urn is up, which is going to be interesting now. There's a 10k lead this early for DMS, and they're going to be taking
That's
down the
insane.
lane
See what?
back onto the urn if they'd like to do that.
This is insane early game. This is actually really scary now.
DMS also have Psycho 13 on the Abrams. In
But hey, just don't pick up the urn.
As well. So,
Oh, wait, sorry. They do pick up the urn. I was saying don't pick up the urn if you're buffing Jors. Or if you're DMS in that case. But they're going to do it anyway. Oh, Abrams is here. Abrams back and he's like, hey, buddy, how's it going?
You're not going to be able to turn in, and this is going to be another catch on Ballistic, who eventually will fall.
Ivy was there, but I don't know if they can turn it. Yeah, no, they just got stat checks. Honestly, that I think they could have turned that if they weren't so far down in gold.
We can see it's still in the hands of Sap, who's going to be sitting towards lane 2, and this lead, it might continue to grow. This is... Buff and Joris need to figure out something, and they need to figure it out.
Are Buff and Joris bad? No, they are not.
Well,
there are 3 really good teams in EU, and they trade off. It's Buff and Joyers, DMS, and PS. I've seen all 3 win the weekly tournament, and they are all 3 very, very, very good.
Which is something we were speculating about previously.
Yeah, I don't think you can really kind of even afford to invest into that with the way this game's gone. I mean, 10k lead 12 minutes in is really such a massive
I mean, here's the problem, right? Like, they're just going to hold the urn and try and protect it, so that way Buff and Joyers can't use it to use the comeback mechanic.
But because the lead we have,
and the urn doesn't do enough damage
because it's on your side
to prevent them from just holding it the whole time if they want.
I think that they're picking up this urn and kind of holding it on their side of the map than more so looking to actually turn in.
Yeah, and that is annoying. It's definitely quite annoying. I mean, DMS with full control really this situation, and there is
a nice chase, nice affliction. I don't know if he can. It's just
getting that in early, and
he just walks away. He's just Abrams, bro. He doesn't care.
Affliction is gone, and the urn still needs to be collected. I wonder if there's any world in which it's even worth trying to do this. It's only 4,000 souls.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Like I said before, I think it's just to deny Buff and Joyce from getting it. As we heard ZP mention, like the urn we saw at the 15-minute mark was a big turning point.
Yeah, they're just keeping the urn to make sure they don't get comeback gold from it, and they can extend their lead. You're gonna see a Viscous is dropping off and spawn. They're stacking this side of the map so that way, you know, if you want to take the urn back, you got to fight us, and they're just gonna keep holding it.
So much more on Buff and Joy's side. So I think it's a smart play, honestly, out of DMS. I think it's a really good indicator of their understanding of like what they need to do right now to keep this lead and prevent Buff and Joyers from getting back into the game.
Look at the urn, how fast it is.
Indeed. Now Buff and Joyers,
it's running.
They only have one tier 1 tower down at this point, so there is definitely some souls to be recovered with regards to that. So the difference in the lead doesn't, it looks perhaps a little bit more stark than maybe it really is. And we've talked about this in a previous matchup where we're saying sort of,
oh,
well, hold on,
nice sleep.
Oh,
they woke him up slightly early.
Here comes the last stand attempt. It is,
dude, they gave a lot of respect for that Wardenal lifesteal, by the way. That was a lot of respect. To pop Hazel when you have 3 people there anyway, you're like, no, we are not letting this guy maybe turn this.
Did you almost call me ZP?
I almost did, and I'm sorry for that.
American to you. I get it. Very good point, and I feel like we're hitting that point in souls as well, as we're approaching like 80k, 70k for Buff and Joyers, that like you kind of really want that flex slot. And Buff and Joyers still don't have it open, which again gives even extra power to DMS's side here. So I'm kind of curious, will DMS look to defend these Guardians to prevent them from going to Buff and Joyers to get that flex slot? Because as we can see, like with the way the teams are positioned on the map, like DMS kind of have a lot of control here, and Buff and Joyers are giving a lot of ground out of respect to DMS because they don't want to have another fight happen.
I mean, you can see what's clearly happening in this case is DMS is stacking the left side of the map to prevent them from getting comeback gold, and they're extending their lead by just farming and just having a good time. And like, if they come back for the urn, they're gonna fight you.
All of the fights, it's not really a conventional sort of what you would expect.
They're just stalling it out, because the only way Buff and Joyers gets a huge comeback here is if, like, you know,
Play With Me is actually present in a lot of those engagements.
Picky, they just ganked Abrams though. They did get a pick.
Setting up those gangs, getting the extra DPS in.
He picks it up again. He's trying to run it back to base, right?
I'm not mistaken as well, he has slow. He picked up a slowing hex. So
Oh wait, they're actually gonna push it. They're grouping on this walker. Affliction. It's 3. Nice affliction to hit 3. I don't think it's enough though. You might go down here.
They're really not taking too much damage because the affliction doesn't do too much just yet, and that's going to be the first walker of the game going down for DMS. As Buff and Joyers in the meantime are pushing lane 4 for their own walker.
Yeah, they just dropped the walker, and now they're just going straight from mid boss. They're going to force mid boss.
And DMS is like,
wow.
Hey, mid boss is here. It's
okay, they do have Kelvin Dome and Sevenol and Hazel for mid boss. Buff and Joyers only has Warden and Guy Swap. There's Dome, there's Great Talent. They drop Dome, they kill him, they get the free. Yeah, Dome is so good for mid boss contests. Holy shit.
Chasing down Buff and Joyers, who were trying to stop that, were trying to steal it potentially, but now they are having to retreat, and this is where kills can happen.
And now it's just chaos.
DMS's benefit as they keep themselves pushing forwards into these walkers, and again with the rejuvenation as well, they're going to be able to take some serious objective milestones here.
They have so much damage.
The Warden engage though is kind of nasty. Great Talent is actually 1 HP walking right now. Look at that. He's legitimately 1.
Be careful as well because lane 4 is still pushing into their own base. It looks like maybe Zergy was trying to set up for
man. That Warden engage almost turned that. That was really close.
They have a lot of souls to spend here, and they can come back even stronger. We're at the 6.
2 people on DMS for 1 HP from the Warden engage.
You have to have 1 earned turn in. But D-Mob, like if you pick it up and just go run it.
A guy salted town, he had a bail.
Like that's a lot of souls to get back into this game.
Even still.
Yeah, and you know, it's so key that they were able to defend that number 3 walker, because of course that keeps the Suns safe to be run in this fashion. And on the other hand, DMS, they're going to push every single lane, which is really smart, especially at this time in the game where the walkers are not as resilient as they
-2
over time. You might be able to get every
metal skin versus oh shit.
It's like he's trying to do the damage there. Oh,
goodbye.
Dash not able to get out of dodge in time.
I guess he thought he was alone. Walked up to try and engage him 1v1. Immediately got blown up by 2 people around the corner.
Been taken down as well. DMS cleaning up.
They got to be careful. They cannot afford to be caught here. And we can see Seven and Viscous looking to back away. Looks like they will create some distance. And Buffendorf's not able to capitalize off the back of this. So phenomenal job by DMS, attacking from many different fronts at the same time. They still have 1 walker to take down before they get their next flex slot. But look at this. Like, look at D-Mob. 0 flex slots. 17, almost 18.
I don't even know what you do with 0 flex slots. 18 minutes in the game. Somebody's got to take the hit, boys.
And he might get ganked here. He's for sure getting ganked.
He's dead. He's just popping affliction, but it doesn't matter. You're just dead.
Shelter just locking in. No escape. Good night, Pocket. Ooh, this looks very convincing, Jason.
Like,
this is tough.
Got so fed early on. Zergy went for an early metal skin, delaying his damage even further.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you can't afford to be doing that for Buff and Joyers when you're already this far behind.
Whoa, well, they've got a couple picks on the Abrams. The comeback gold will be nice, especially on a furnace, but...
That is brutal, Jason. I can't believe you just told me that.
I mean, it's a good counter to play with me, yes.
Well, last game, remember, last game the Infernus did go early Ethereal Shift as well. So I don't think it's abnormal. I think you probably just swapped out the Ethereal Shift for Metal Skin in this game because they have a haze.
Kind of what we saw last game, right? The Ethereal Shifts, we saw 3 of them.
Kelvin pick seems so nuts. Yeah, Kelvin is support, but has so much value in securing ganks and objectives with the Dome, especially in these choke points.
Yeah, and you can see a big difference in kills, but most players
it's just a lot.
16 to 5 on the kills, 109 to 101 on the action points. So everything resets after the rejuve has worn off.
Mirage again doesn't feel that useful.
And what the next objective might be.
I don't know. I haven't seen super big value from Mirage this game, but also it's possible that he's secretly doing a lot of damage, and I just haven't been watching him that much.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes away. The bridge buffs are coming up though. That's something that teams are beginning to fight more on over. North America, at least in particular, I've noticed that for sure. So another item note coming in from ZP. Man on the street, ZP, has informed us.
Dude, 0 flex slots.
Lucky shot has been collected on Haze, so looking to focus on
damage first. Lucky shot's a big power spike for Haze.
Protecting your ult.
Same time, we have buffs in 10 seconds. It's a perfect timing too.
I think with the way he plays it as well, he doesn't necessarily need Unstoppable to this.
We also do have Leap on the Warden. Haven't seen too much from him yet. We have Crippling Headshot on the Mirage for big damage now.
A little bit of adaptation in terms of how he builds it versus
Viscous Kevlar Warpstone.
To that point with Surge of Power.
Casting buff on Viscous. All right, see you later.
Superior stamina, that's kind of expected as well. Rescue Beam out of Hapex.
Wolfie soul counts nuts. Yeah, he's at 26k souls, but that's 7, man. 7 is a natural farmer.
Just looking so confident. However, the snipe, the pick up out of Shuri, getting the urn might be exactly what they need to get some souls on their side. But can he get away?
Dude, he's just trying to run. Look at him. Look at the mini map. Everyone's just trying to converge on him. Ivy tried to slow him down and popped ult to try and get him out. This comeback gold from this urn will be huge if they actually manage to turn in.
Stop it though. In comes a guided out. What's it going to find?
Clipped a box.
Just a bunch of boxes, it seems, as DMS and Buff and Joyce begin to converge.
He's going to get the turn in before they get there. That's a huge amount of souls. Chat, they just got 7,000 souls from that turn in.
Jason. Negligible.
Huge.
That was so smart out of Buff and Joyce to just know when the urn was going to respawn and be there in time.
Dude, Sharik, managing to sneak that urn is so huge. The problem is they can't really spend it. Like, you don't have a flex slot. So what are you going to do? Upgrade something, I guess?
5k souls between the two teams now. It's just about Buff and Joyce getting some items online and getting to the point where they can afford to fight against DMS and have more so the confidence to be able to fight against them.
I mean, soul-wise, the game is very even. The game can very easily go either way, especially since the mid-boss is in a minute and a half. Like, if Buff and Joyce wins the big fight before mid-boss, the game is completely flipped.
This game, it's crazy how one-sided it has felt, but you look at and take stock right
now.
Yeah,
it feels one-sided because it is in kill count, 16 to 5 kills, but the soul count is relatively equal now. Viscous, where are you going? Oh, it's he's like, I'm out of here.
Should be able to escape here with the Google, indeed. Can't really do too much against that. And able to get some information.
Oh.
Finds 3 heroes on lane 1.
Did Geist just run it down to secure a tower to get themselves a flex slot? They got a flex slot. They got a flex slot, boys. He ran it down. They got a flex slot. Worth. It's time to buy. Okay, 3 of them died. I thought it was 1, not all 3. No, it's bad. It's not worth because mid boss is in 3rd. Okay, man, they're fine. They're fine. They'll lose a last. They'll lose a flex slot though. They're gonna take the walker.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good to get that pressure on. Buff and Joyce are looking.
They gotta lose their walker and their tier 3 camps.
Just still hold on to all the major base structures. They'll be all right. So just a fallback here from DMS. They don't have the rejuve, but it kind of looks like they do. If you look at all of the lanes, they are very gold.
I mean, mid boss in 5 seconds, and they all know it. They're already grouping mid. Here we go. They're gonna force mid boss. They have Kelvin Dome. They have Owl. They have Viscous Ult, and they have Haze Ult. The Haze just, I believe, finished with Ricochet because she had 6k before she came to this fight. Affliction comes in. Hits only 1. The Dome comes down to catch the pocket, I think. They're finishing off mid boss. Okay.
Now the Rejuvenator's going to fall. Nobody's dead just yet for either side.
They don't have Dome. No Dome, no Abrams. This could be 50-50. Hazel, 7 ult. Everyone's dying. Chaos. No one knows what's happening. Buff and Joyce stole it. Buff and Joyce stole it, boys.
Or rather, 5 of the 6 players for Buff and Joyce. And Listic is not long for this world. But they stole
Okay, they stole it, but they all died. Was it worth it? Probably not. It probably was, actually. I'll take that back. It's going to stall out the game.
And you lose the series up against DMS. They lose every single person.
They were within 10k, now they're 20k down, but they got mid boss,
which I think is definitely going to be a big win for them in the long run. But again, a lot of souls still going the way.
They did a good job baiting out the Kelvin Dome before the fight too. It's just,
and I'm curious what items will be coming in as well. Ricochet,
it's just so difficult to push into that team. They have like 7 in Great Town on high ground. Haze ulting the rejuve, so even if you steal it, whoever's in the pit dies.
I mean, and not to mention Wolfie.
It's like I said, look, she has Ricochet. It's Ricochet, Lucky Shot, Swift Striker, Active Reload, all the classics, all the fire rate. Oh god, dude.
Yeah, play with me. Incredible performance. You know, previously a PUBG professional player, Chad has told us, which I did not know.
PUBG
you know,
Pro, damn. PUBG gamers.
Say yes, just to look smart. But
nice.
But no, I didn't.
I was ready to accept it. I accepted your answer already.
I can't lie. I think that mid boss though was like super risky. I mean,
the 2 still have rejuve.
Shelter
yeah, it's fine.
The boss, I feel like that should have been
the rejuve buff isn't that big of a deal. It's about the lanes being auto pushed to help them stall out the game.
Push it past the 60%, so I believe it's not going to yell again when we do see a team go for it. So
and buffs in 10 seconds. Here we go.
We can see Buff and Joyce are looking to set up here.
Buff and Joyce, their stacked is 6 on this buff, hoping one person shows up. But it's a Haze who's scouting while invis, so they know they're stacked on this side. They're just not going to take the fight.
I mean, they are down quite a bit of souls. Will it be the 10%? Though I can't do
Hayes,
that quickly.
dude, they're still stacking this side just for the urn. I thought Buff and Joy was going to contest this urn with 6 and just leave, but they... It looks like 3 of Buff and Joyers went back, and now they can't secure the urn. There was a timing there where if they didn't back up, they could have 6-stacked the urn and then gotten out, I think. And now DMS takes the urn, so there's no catch up.
As a method back into the game, and that's a sad state of affairs for Buff Enjoyers.
Oh no.
Yeah, indeed, it's a defensive, or rather an urn that's leans towards Buff Enjoyers. So not sure if DMS actually want to try to capture that one.
Nah, they're not. They're just gonna take it to base. They're gonna hostage the urn. Why is Talon popping ult? No one's low on health. He's popping it so that he popped it because he thought that Buff Enjoyers was going to go for the urn and he wanted to interrupt the pickup so that way they could contest the urn pickup. But Buff Enjoyers gave it up.
We're going to be looking for a Walker here in lane.
Walker?
We do see the Affliction coming out as well.
He popped Affliction. I don't think it hit anything.
And that's going to be, well, play with me getting 1.
I mean, this seems like a kind of a crazy fight.
With the last, or the dance, the blade dance. And that's going to be DMS picking up 3 kills.
3 down.
In total.
All right, well,
the Affliction hit nothing, and then Hayes ulted, and Dome came down, and everyone died.
2 players will be down at least. Michaelis with a fast respawn. Okay, interesting though. Listic is actually, he's in the enemy shop at the moment. Uh-oh. Where is Listic? Is he gonna get discovered here? He's got us surrounded. I'm a little bit worried for Listic right now.
And mid, I mean, you can see him on the minimap. Look at Listic on the minimap right now.
I think he's just trying to be as quiet
as possible. He's just crouching a corner.
Behind the
oh my god, the whole enemy team walked by him and they didn't see him. Holy shit.
Should be able to jump in there.
I mean, if it was a different hero, I'd be like, okay, this is not bad because you're behind the team. But luckily, he does escape. 3
Are they turning in the urn right now?
Zergy for the respawn.
I assume Kelvin's about to turn in urn. Yep, Kelvin just turned it in. They're gonna even further ahead now.
Yeah, not up just yet. A little bit of spec bug there. And I mean, this is where DMS is going to slightly struggle because they have no objective to really play after. I think they did go for the urn turn, if I'm not mistaken.
They can just group and push.
But they have nothing to really like force a fight for Buff Enjoyers other than them just
they just got to push out
so it's gonna be tough, I think,
lane 1 and then probably group and just start running them down, I guess. They gotta force a fight somewhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, what could be a team fight scenario that would be like an opening that would give Buff Enjoyers a way to get that early edge in the team fight.
And also that last team fight, we didn't talk about it, but remember they all just kind of took a team fight as Buff Enjoyers on that Walker. That did secure Buff Enjoyers' second flex slot. So I understand why they took that fight. They wanted to make sure they could actually scale into late game. At least a little bit.
And typically, there are definitely methods to do that. And if you've got burst spirit damage, if you have like a disable, let's say, for example, what we've seen with DMS, they'll open up a fight. I think we've seen it a couple times with Frozen Shelter, and then Play With Me pops the Hazel inside there, and okay, that's a good combo that's going to instantly burst down 1 or 2 players. So Buff Enjoyers, they need to find a team fight that gives them that early edge, but it's very hard to engineer that, as you say, Jason, when there's no objectives on the map.
I mean, it's got to be mid-boss in 40 seconds, but what's so worrying, though, for Buff Enjoyers, if you lose a team fight and it's pretty clean, you're going to lose the series. So they have to be
this is like this mid-boss is it.
Like how cleanly they can win the fight. I don't think
they're all just look at the mini-map. They're all set up looking for picks right now, crouching in corners.
A lot of things to go
just Ivy's sitting on the building rooftop scouting, and they're all just playing so safe because everyone knows the mid-boss respawns in the next 30 seconds.
And Buff Enjoyers,
the problem is
some ground trying to get an avenue to play from.
It respawns in 30 seconds. They still have Hayes,
like,
7, Abrams, Kelvin ult. And you need like the god tier affliction. You need to hit like a 6-man affliction, I feel like, when you're this far behind. And I pick.
Be cautious. I like this. And the game take longer.
Is this a scouting?
Be too risky and lose.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there. I think he was just scouting, trying to get some information because again, there's no wards in the game, and there's no creep or troopers in the middle, so you have to use some sort of way to get that vision, and his ult will be back up in time before they do go for the mid boss anyways, and DMS have already given up the ground around it. I
assume they're still going to be posturing mid. Are they going to fight for buffs or not?
They do look to push out some lanes here before they do go for the mid boss.
It's a really good point about getting that info, because at this point, yeah, you're looking for those, like, how is the other team positioning, how they set up, how many players are where. That information is vital at this stage of the game. It's a really good call out. And okay, we've got
Rat Gaming.
What are we calling it? The gaming mode spot? Yeah. The Buff Enjoyers.
Like, hey, stop shooting me.
Coming through. Backs away in time. Like, this is such a tense moment. And buffs are going to be back up. Both teams immediately going to be going for those.
They're trying to secure buffs.
DMS going to secure left. and it's right back to middle here. You can see the lane 4 wave is pushing though up against Buff and George. They're gonna have to back away.
They do. They're gonna force mid boss off that lane. I think. I think they can force mid boss because they know one person has to go back to catch the wave. Immediately, Hayes starts it.
And we're seeing Play With Me just try to solo the mid boss and get it down to 60%. Try to force a mistake out of Buff enjoyers.
Okay, they didn't hard force it. They said there's gonna.
Yeah, you need one player.
Wait, I didn't catch this. There is an urn.
Wait, no way.
No way. He just runs it down right now, right? He actually could have done it.
Towards this.
Wait, is he trying to bait the urn so his team does mid boss?
If they don't contest it, he gets a free turn in.
Yeah.
Wait, he's doing it.
Interesting because that turn in, it's probably. I would give it up if I was the other team because that level of souls you're getting from that.
I mean,
much of a difference.
you can't give a mid boss. He just gets a free urn.
Trying to turn this one in, but they're not.
Because they can't leave mid boss. Oh god, that's a good play.
They have to take the team fight whilst Abrams is not there. Neither of which really happened, and now Abrams will rejoin the fight.
You know, Abrams is back. They could have taken the fight 6v5, but I guess they didn't have a good opening. Grey Talon peeking the Infernus who has metal skin. The Grey Talon just died. He just ran it down. He's feeding. It's game time, boys. It's game time. Abrams is unstoppable with ult here. They pop dome though. Finds the guys.
As well as they so much chaos, and it's
this is pure chaos. Rejuve is hitting the ground right now. Who gets it? Parried. Buff and Joyer's got it. Buff and Joyer's got it. The parry.
Unbelievable steal. And 3 of them are still alive here, Jason.
Don't tell me they're going to escape, but this as well.
No way.
Rejuvenator as possible. Listic and Piggy going to have their still online. As it looks like they're going to be finished off. Listic, the last one remaining, is being chased down by Play With Me.
Guys, DMS, what's going on here, guys? What's going on here? They're all dead again.
The frozen shelter of Hopix.
Okay, they're just going to run down their shrines, right? Yeah. Okay, still though.
8 seconds left on Michaelis.
I still think they lose, but it's definitely the best stall you can imagine.
You back out, and I feel like you're going to have to play for another mid boss here. I don't think you can commit to this. You do not want to get caught right now, only having 4 players left alive.
Yeah, after Patron, they're going to leave. They're going to get Patron and run.
That's really nice. It's just going to be the weakened Patron left. That's definitely good.
Hayes finishes it up. Gets booped out by Viscous. They're gone.
And this is problematic if a Buff enjoys.
They might catch somebody here with Ivy. It is a knock-up.
There's quite a few players
dude, close.
here for DMS, so there's not really a fight to be taken as these players disengage.
There's
Sometimes
out.
you might find a quick kill in pursuit, but that's not going to be happening here. Saf is fairly low there, but it doesn't seem like he's in any danger at this point. So farming it is here for Listic.
So Dan, I'm gonna put our observers team through the ringer here, okay? Can you go to every player on Buff Enjoyers one by one? Because they have 2 flex slots, and I want to see how many souls they have apiece. 4K for Listic that he's sitting on, that he would like to turn into an item. I want to see the other players and how many souls they're sitting on and not having the slot suspended. Okay, so 1K refresher picked up for Piggy. So he's gonna have double ultimates. With the
double ult is so nice with Ivy late game. Huge silence.
He's still kind of limited in what he wants to build or what he can pick up. 3.5K for Sharik. Like, it's tough, man, because you have to make these decisions of like, what items can I afford to get rid of and what items do I
Is North America playing today? Yeah, they're doing an NA tourney right after this.
They are down by
we do EU and NA back to back,
and they have to make the
and by we I mean them. I just watch it.
Way of the game if they want to be able to get back into it and take it to a map 3. Thank you, observers, by the way.
Goated. Yeah, Wolfie's farm and Play With Me's farm. That's where that's where all the difference is essentially between the 2 of them. Otherwise, the averages are basically the same for both teams. It is just Play With Me and Wolfie. So that's actually, I think, good news for Buff Enjoyers. If that soul difference was spread across all of DMS, there's a world where I think that's a lot more challenging to deal with than Play With Me and Wolfie. Obviously, you'd have to actually either isolate those players or take somehow a fight without them.
Oh god! Oh god! Warden!
Play With Me trying to find a kill.
They just immediately teleport onto the Haze, but I think the Haze just might kill everyone.
To try to punish.
Oh, Warden ult comes in, but she's out.
As well.
Or is she? Majestic Leap follows up. Haze ults.
As they are falling back, it is Buff Enjoyers trying to take the engagement.
They dome the Haze to save her.
Frozen shelter to
wow,
save
the dome. The Haze was 1 HP. Immediate dome, full HP.
They only had 3 players there to defend against that push.
Clutch dome by Kelvin.
5 players against them. The frozen shelter just forces a reset, and more importantly,
buffs in 10 seconds.
DMS to rotate to help out. Like that ult out of Hopix might have just saved this game for them. And I might be over exaggerating, but it definitely felt like it, because they would have lost 3 players for sure, and that could have been Buff Enjoyers turning into flex slots. which
The
will
bigger,
then
the
again unlock all these
the
souls
moment
that
they
will
lose
belong to
Hayes
the
there, who's their big late game carry, they run the urn and they take that walker back to back, and immediately they're even on souls, and the flex slots are still in their favor. But the 3 flex slots is really nice.
All the walkers are down, and it's a quick dash across the map. Now, this is interesting because you don't necessarily have to commit to the urn,
here we go.
but you are forcing your opponent to react to your movement, because after 20 seconds they can see the urn on the map, and so with that you're able to manipulate their movement and then sort of play against that.
Can they still see the urn on the map? I'm trying to remember.
Well, the question is, do you want to be in close quarter combat against DMS right now?
I didn't think you were revealed anymore, right? It's only after 20. Okay.
For the chase on lane 1.
I know they tweaked that like 2 or 3 times now. Veil Walker pocket.
So it's not like you can
Sneaky,
really
dude.
force an objective right now. And I think we're seeing like DMS just kind of be at a standstill. They're just kind of hoping for like one pick. They're hoping for one mistake, one overstep.
You know what's crazy? That 1200 item decay probably about to do 5,000 damage at Abrams. Let's go.
I think he's looking for a 1v1 potentially, but he's not going to be given that opportunity. As it looks like Saf's going to rotate in from lane 1 with the teleporter to rejoin his team in lane 4.
Indeed, and the mid boss comes up again. Will it be stolen?
Guys, it's just another mid boss, guys. It's just another mid boss. What can go wrong, guys?
Are they gonna what are they gonna do here? I don't think they're gonna feel comfortable taking the mid boss fight, or like trying to weaken it, as we saw DMS.
Hayes is just invis and scouting out mid boss right now, seeing where they're going.
As he has been the one.
All right, guys, DMS, this is it. This is your time to shine, guys. Just take mid.
Hooks right now. You know, neither team really wants to make a mistake, obviously, and
this is awesome.
Whilst DMS have a much better position to be the ones doing the bait for mid boss, it looks like they're feeling a little bit shy about that. And let's not forget, the urn is still in play as well, and they definitely need that to not go to buff enjoyers.
Yeah, and I think DMS, like Psycho, you have to be very.
Why is the urn so important?
Careful about how
because the urn has a big catch-up mechanic in it, where essentially, like, if buff enjoyers gets it, they're going to get a ton of money. So DMS tries to play keep away, where they take the urn and keep it away from buff enjoyers. And it's like back and back.
One of the carries from his team, he went for the.
I love catch-up. I also love catch-up.
Vulnerable to being attacked, and the entirety of DMS swarmed all over the rest of his team, and then they lost the map because of that. You don't want to see that happen again. DMS being very aware of this as they're looking to get some ground.
It's ridiculous to keep it hostage the whole time. Yeah, I think it'll probably get tweaked in a patch, to be honest. Wouldn't surprise me. It does feel like it needs to do a little more damage to prevent this type of cheese.
As the urn has been dropped, and it will return.
I mean, there's a lot of shenanigans going around the mid-boss area right now, but no one's taking a fight. It's so difficult.
40 minutes almost in this game.
If you guys see where Buff Enjoys is playing around that veil on the bridge, it's so hard to take a fight around there.
It's still competitive here, despite the soul difference.
Nice ult by the Ivy, but
Ivy bomb coming through there.
Are Buff Enjoyers just starting mid?
Again,
Were they?
To really commit to the fight,
DMS did back up.
Favorable.
Is it possible for Inferus to backdoor the Walker? Yeah, you can backdoor.
This was reversed, right? And
oh, they're gonna force it to mid. They're gonna force it half and then back up, I think.
Right now, like this would be the ideal situation for Buff and George.
All right, here comes Abrams engages. We got Abrams is all in. Holy shit, gets rescue beamed out.
We start a rescue beam going to be used to rescue Psycho out of this one. Both teams just going to back away. Mid boss not going to be finished off just yet, and maybe an overextension.
Abrams still has
now we see Pocket.
an opener here, I think.
Yeah, DMS is still looking for an opportunity to look for a fight. And Piggy, I think that refresh now is going to be on cooldown here as he did fly it yet again.
Dude, both teams are so scared right now.
Trying to use the mid boss to bait, then withdrawing from the fight.
The mid boss is half though, which means now they could just finish it.
Bait the other team into a fight that's
Affliction comes in, hits 3, I think, 2 or 3.
We are going to get a commitment into
maybe only 1. It depends. There's 2 or borderline. Here comes Dome. They pop Dome. Pocket just goes down instantly. No. Here comes Unstoppable ult. Abrams. Abrams got it. Abrams got it that time. DMS finally secures their first mid boss.
As they can now charge their way forward quite literally as we try to get those finishing shots and run this into the base.
The guys pop Colossus. This is GG.
To finish the game off finally here, Jason. It looks like it might be over.
Teambuck tried to go in. He got caught out while he's trying to go for his Affliction Frozen Shelter to lock in.
Man, I gotta say, by the way, why did it take them this long to Abrams ult and just secure that rejuve? When you have rejuve and Kelvin and they lost the first 2, that's tough.
And he will fall, and
that's GG.
Do it then. DMS
honestly
defended their title against the previous champions of Buff Enjoyers and hold on for a second week victory.
Such an impressive performance from them. Again, they proved themselves last week, and we had some questions going into this week. And map 1, it felt like, hey, they had a combo
I'm in game.
advantage, but
Let's
you
check
know
the
what? We
stats
saw
here.
Great versatility from DMS. We saw great carry.
Great
potential
talent
out of
damage.
Play With Me,
Haze
just
damage.
expert
Big
stuff. And
damage.
honestly, the haze that they brought.
The haze
way
is
that they were
hype,
using the
dude.
kind of lane switching
DMS
tech to
has
keep
won
the souls
2
on the
weeks
haze.
in a row
Haze
now
was
in
so
Deadlock
active.
Fight Night in
I've never
EU
seen
using
anyone be
Haze.
so active
But Haze is
at this
considered to
level
be
of
like a
play.
meme
And
character in
was
North
a
America.
component of many of the
We
early
got some
tools that was
region-specific gaming coming up
beautiful
here.
stuff from DMS, Jason.
Now, Pocket. Now, Ivy was playing Rescue Beam, Heal Nova with Healing Booster. Dude, the refresher Ivy goes hard late game. The support Ivy almost outdamaged the Mirage, Infernus, Warden, and Pocket on their team.
When he went in, so he couldn't escape, and then that just was the down.
That Haze double soaking early game was big. Yeah, the double soak early game was big. Also, if we go look at the heals by Kelvin, 40,000 healing by Kelvin, essentially healing the same as 2 enemy players combined from Buff Enjoyers.
Absolutely, and we're going to bring CP back in for the post-game analysis for the wrap-up.
Ran Healing Nova, Restorative Lock at Rescue Beam with just full tank and curse.
It's going great, and I feel like
Abrams also, Majestic Leap, double armors, full tank. 7 with Unstoppable, double armor, escalating. God, 7 late game, dude. We didn't talk that much about 7, but 7 late game with this many items is kind of disgusting. Is this 60,000 souls?
Play with me redefined some of the
Bro.
rules that we usually see with Haze in these higher level tournaments. Haze for a
Sharpshooter,
lot of
Lucky
teams,
Shot, Pristine, Switch Overflow. Yeah, the Great Talon did do a lot of damage, but a lot of it,
tends to take a while to come online.
Great Talon does do a lot of damage, but I always feel like his damage is inflated.
Strategy very effectively.
60k souls in 39 minutes, by the way.
Forced the entire game, and it quickly led to just DMS
Man, Mikhail with 0 and 7 Mirage, but they're early picking Mirage, and I think last game he also went 0 and 5. I don't see much value in the Mirage pick. I do agree that crippling headshot ricochet is really good debuff though, but I just didn't see it work this series.
Because of how the early to mid game shifted the other way, and the early to mid game shifted there in large part due to the fact that Play With Me played this Haze to perfection and got ahead early. It completely changed the scope of the game.
I feel like what we saw, right, with him getting ahead early, doing the
Dude,
double soak
Ricochet,
strat, was it forced
Inhibitor,
it
Infernus.
immediately out of Zergy on the Infernus, right? Delayed
Also, the
any sort of,
Pocket
like,
was 0 and
mid-game
6 this game.
power
The
that he
Pocket
could
felt like it was really hard to
and
get value
really
too.
kept, I guess him and the rest of the team a little bit behind.
We saw the
But
Pocket
obviously
get
the
picked,
game
I
did
think,
drag
3
out
different
for people
times
that
because the
can't
Kelvin
ride
just
him,
ran at him and dropped dome.
Play With Me at 55k souls.
It's just
10
insane.
kills, 18 assists. He was there for like everything in this match, even though he's playing a Haze, and it was phenomenal.
Mikhail's only knows Paradox. He plays a lot of characters, but I know what you mean. That like
Can I get these hazes in my game?
he is known for playing a lot of Paradox and Shiv, but Shiv was just nerfed, and then I believe Geist and Geist. It looks like Listic was playing Geist this game.
It's pretty hard to stand out sometimes. I feel like in a 6v6 game. Obviously, there are some inherent carry roles and so on, and there's lots of great players. But Play With Me is definitely someone that has stood out.
I mean, I gotta say though, the overall macro play from Buff Enjoyers is pretty good.
Some of the other players,
Considering they held on for that long, when if you just look at the total kill count, like
exciting times, so cool.
it is 8 kills to 40, right? Is this not 8 kills, 42 force? Like, wait a second, guys.
But just like the innovation, just understanding the
10, 13, 20, 30, 34, 40 versus 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, 40 kills to 8 in 40 minutes.
I think what's also important that we can't forget about
That, dude, and they held on for 40 minutes despite being down that much. So, honestly, respect to that.
Really has to have his back.
But damn, that's rough.
How he approaches the game on the characters he's playing and be able to help facilitate that. Like, you can't play the way he was playing in a random game or in ranked and have it work.
Oh yeah, we saw at the end. Honestly, I have a lot of respect for that Kelvin player too.
And
that Kelvin player felt so high impact.
Play With Me look so good.
The entire game
Well, I think the other thing in this
with
very
dome,
last game
like
that's
the
really
domes that were
worth noting
coming
is how
out and the
team
non-stop
fights were
saving.
very long team fights, right? In terms of jockeying for
Like
positioning.
even at the end of that game, guys. Remember when Buff Enjoyers baited mid boss and the Abrams just immediately dives in, and Kelvin's like, "Hey, where you going? Get back here!" Immediately rescue beams them out and resets the fight, and they don't commit.
Meant that a really well farmed Haze
The DMS is insanely strong as a team.
by far.
I really like that, Calvin. Whoever they,
really couldn't
I don't know all the
down
players.
DMS in those longer fights.
There, let me go
they
look.
had the hope to just find like very specific windows
DMS
where they
Havocs.
land an affliction.
This guy owns.
And then go
Wherever you are,
in
you
and
own.
Clean up. The conditions for victory for Buff and Joy.
And obviously, play with me playing Haze is also hype as hell. Inhibitor, Toxic, Ricochet, Lucky Shot, Unstoppable, Metal Skin. Dude, what a late game Haze, bro. What a fucking late game Haze.
Right level of burst coming in from your Infernus and your Geist. But the way it really panned
Oh yeah,
out
and we
for
had
the most
the
part is that DMS was
Viscous
able to keep the
with
distance,
Echo Shard,
enforced, by the way,
Knockdown,
by Abrams,
the
who's,
Kevlar
not kind of
Rescue
super
Beam,
dive, but Psycho's
and
playing
Soul
more of a bouncer
Rebirth.
role in this game.
And he also has melee
they were just
charge.
content to
I
sit
am a
back
huge fan
and
of melee
get good
charge.
haze
There's gonna be
poke,
more
get
melee
good
charge in this game.
talent poke, and as anyone knows, if you're up against
Echo
Seven,
Shard
eventually
Viscous
the balls
sounds
are gonna
hype.
take
I
their
like Echo
toll.
Shard Viscous.
So, I mean, DMS played this patient game that made it so
And,
hard
I mean,
for
how do you even
Buff
win
to
late game though?
actually
You only have 2
find
flex slots. It's
any
tough.
moment to turn it around. I mean, they got the steals on the region.
Can you show
by the grace
Haze's
of
damage?
God,
Oh yeah.
if you run that back multiple times in those situations, the rejuve stuff was maybe like a 20% chance every time, and it just happened to pan out for Buff Enjoyers to keep them in the game longer than it probably should have been for how all the early game transpired.
Exactly.
Dude, look at the damage from Kuzu Bomb out of the Ivy. Decay did 14% of his damage. How funny is that, dude?
Delivers some of the best games. DMS now
Splatter and Goo Ball improved burst. 16% from improved burst.
Do you expect DMS to
Wild.
to the title based on what you've seen here today?
Haze had the highest objective damage. Yeah, it's probably the end of the game. The Haze at the end of the game is just, clicking all those buildings back to back. I didn't know improved burst was this good.
I didn't think DMS would hold on this week, if I'm perfectly honest. I thought Buff and Joyers would have come back so much stronger after their loss back in week 3, I believe it was, to Pugilai Scumbria. But hey, DMS, like, man, I'm becoming a quick fan of you guys because that was a match I didn't expect you to win, and you did it from the get-go. And that's the first time I've ever seen the Urn turn and always be on the enemy side of the map as well.
Yeah, DMS, honestly, DMS did an incredible job playing keep away with the Urn from Buff and Joyers. It was really good.
You guys know what is coming up because we're going to be switching into the North American portion of the broadcast.
It's NA time.
Definitely features different metas, different approaches and styles.
We watched the EU games, and now we move to, the better region, the higher skill region in every esport, guys. North America, known for our legendary prowess in every game from Counter-Strike to League of Legends. Come on, guys. It's time to lock in.
To try to challenge them. We're going to be opening up with Patron Pulverizers, and I think Bottom Barrel, I believe, is what we'll be having for the first play-in best of 1 to lead into what will be the final against Hydra Nation. Should be an epic showdown. Once again, you don't want to miss it. We'll be back after this break. See you guys soon.
What is Pass? Oh, Pass in that is actually a team name called Pass. They don't have like a bye for that round, if that's what you mean. Boom, 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 boom. Well, it says local time 7:06 p.m. and it says at 7 p.m. they have the match. We'll be right back. How long do you guys think they're on break? Boom, boom, boom. They're probably gonna do a recap. Yeah, true. One of Jason's recaps. Every urn on the enemy side of the map. I love the fact that the Abrams went to turn in the urn, and then Buff and Joyers still could not find the opening to just 6v5 them in mid boss was so tough. Like, that was just tough to watch. Because they just, like, how do you force a fight? I don't know.
There's been a problem in North America.
Here we go.
This mythical creature where when you cut one head off, another grows back.
It's a recap from last week, guys.
Have gone undefeated 4 weeks in a row here at the Deadlock Fight Night.
Jason, quick,
Eventually,
link your
a team will
channel.
be able to take them down, right? Right? With all the changes in the latest patch, we finally see a team not wanting to deal with the man in the sky as TF2 boomers ban away Great Talon. It took the Unknown Omens a while to get going as they
This is a
only just
recap
got
of
on the
last
first
week,
Guardian
chat,
after
and
11
then in the
minutes,
NA tourney
but
if you
they
missed
did
out.
quickly catch back up by taking the other 2 in the next 30 seconds. The Unknown Omens play mind games using the urn to draw TF2 boomers to contest, all the while pushing 3 walkers at once. Once TF2 Boomers back away to defend, TUO gets the easy turn in.
I think they're in the range where the urn is actually ticking damage.
TF2 Boomers look to keep the lead as they use some spicy rescue beam action to get the urn across the map before TUO
Oh yeah, dude, the
even
rescue
has a
beam
chance to
flings are
respawn.
sick.
And it doesn't look like there's going to be anyone here to do anything about this.
Well, they're not expecting him to be this far. They did the rescue beam slingshot, so the timing for Unknown Omens, I think they thought they had more time than they did.
Being in the driver's seat, TF2 Boomers look to take a massive lead by killing the shrines. It seems they may have overstayed their welcome though, as a giant goo ball runs them down, turning the match around.
HP getting awfully low. Pressure in from all sides. Looks to charge on out.
I mean,
Elion off the goo ball, out of spot, running them on over. Such a vengeance.
oh
says,
no, dude.
Abrams.
This was a tough one to watch from TF2 Boomers. Basically, they got a bunch of picks, and if I remember right, they overstayed for shrines, and they could have taken mid boss.
To allow them to split push as
It was just a big throw. It was like a giga throw.
Yeah, Unknown Omens, they don't want to turn in just yet.
While TUO
If I remember right, that's the
control
game.
of the urn, Peer Content drops it in favor of team fighting. Boink, on the other hand, commits his frozen shelter
To secure the urn. He drops the shelter to take the urn.
In fact, Kelvin might do so in the cover of the frozen shelter, guaranteeing the
Boom.
urn pickup for TF2 Boomers. But he's isolated from his teammates, and his teammates are getting wiped.
Yeah, I was gonna say, at what cost? The rest of your team is just getting jumped on. You're safe, you're trying to get the urn, but the rest of your team is dying, TF2 Boomer.
Even with Panda Cat being charged and
Yeah,
killed
it
first,
was a
TUO
tough game.
hold on and win the fight 5-1 and push the base to a finish, advancing to play against Hydra Nation.
Panda Cat very, very low. Tankman taking out both teams down one. Tornado in on the outskirts. God, she's salty right now. Tucking and diving, charge back up. 7 right at his flank. Anu able to take down Deathy. Unknown Omens.
No one sub to the YouTube channel. I'm going to delay the NA matches. Oh god, quick. Chat, if you guys ever need a recap of these games, by the way, it's called @LockedIn_Deadlock.
After a failed gank on Leffa,
Alright, they are hosting and posting, literally just, they're posting these recaps on this channel, so if you ever don't know what's happening, go to _Deadlock. It's a channel just started by Mitch and Jason.
Same time the fight breaks out on lane. In comes the frozen shelter, the affliction. I think the affliction was blocked by the.
I am linking it in the chat.
Right now, the Unknown Omens are going to lose 2 players from this engagement, and that is not
There
a
you
good
go.
outcome.
After losing the urn in the previous fight, TUO are able to catch out 2 players from Hydra Nation.
No more shelter to save. Hydration trying to be just a meat shield in the most literal sense. Instead, Quick goes down. Pressure now back on the Hydration. I don't think Burrow is back up here yet, Dan, and Hydration.
With the early investment in Phantom Strike, Hydration is able to catch out Sizlucky in the air, confirming 2 kills and the second walker of the game.
Topped right off. Hydration combo in progress. Sizlucky low falls. Hydration. Finding a few picks here. Hook comes in from Pure Content. Pure Content, though, under the gun. Down at the same time. And now, Dan, here comes the walker pressure from Hydra Nation.
Oh no,
Hydra Nation
internet
took in
check?
the urn. Hydration catches out Sizlucky once again.
My internet check?
Hydra will stall out long enough, though, for his team to collapse on TUO and turn it into a
Chat, a
3-0
flashback right there? I thought it was my Intel
Here
CPU,
comes
I'm not gonna lie.
Working for Hydration. Into the double vault room. Up and over. The chase.
But then I realized I'm not on that CPU anymore. I'm safe.
Struggling to get away, but if anyone can't get away, it's the mole.
Okay, but seriously, when my 13900K was melting, it did shit like that. Like everything would start to just slowly lag for like 3 seconds. I'd be like, oh no, what's happening? And 2 seconds later, blue screen. Like you could just see the corruption happening live. It was insane.
Here comes the telekinesis. They're looking for more, Dan. 3 dead in Hydra Nation now with a
The CPU on right now. I'm on my old 9900K on my other PC. Because I have a stream PC.
Survival buff, Leffa becomes a raid boss as he's able to lead his team to 2 kills and a map 1 win.
Yeah, Leffa just farmed. He got 28k souls in 20 minutes and killed everyone.
Of control.
Yeah, Dan, this is a raid boss. This is no longer a player. This is a force of nature. A 3200 HP Infernus, 29k. Who's gonna tell
Inhibitor
Infernus
Ricochet,
no when he walks
20
into the
minutes,
base
see you
like
later.
this And just rolls up to the patron. Unknown Omens down 2.
9800
Hydra
X3D
Nation now
soon?
saying,
Hey,
"We
tomorrow.
think we can end
Tomorrow
this
it
right
opens
here,
up,
right
apparently.
now."
We'll see if I get lucky enough. I'm just going to refresh and buy at 6 a.m. and hope I get lucky.
Between DMB and Leffa. Flash for Flick goes to
That's my plan.
people. And now Patron taking damage from all ends. Dan, this looks like the end. Unknown Omens, just no firepower to stop this assault.
Wanting to not have a repeat from map 1, TUO ban away Infernus from Leffa. But this leaves Paradox open for Flick to secure. Similar to the last game, Hydra Nation are able to get 2 early kills onto Flick and Rocker.
And before it's all sold out. Yeah, it's going to be, I'm not going to get anything. It's all going to be sold out too fast. But I'm going to try.
Both down. Hydra Nation. basically.
As if the first match wasn't punishing enough, Sizlucky continues to feel the pain as he gets ganked over and over.
It's true. This guy actually got bullied. He actually got bullied, bro.
Hydronation forced
Dude, an Ivy picks up like an Abrams, throws him at him, and just explodes.
Lane 4 to contest the push. This allows them to push down the lane 2 walker and get in their second flex spot.
For this one with the cards, but okay.
Intel Ultra, if you miss it, oh, definitely not. The Intel Ultra is probably, I would say, like half as good. The reason is because in the Source engine in particular, it loves the X3D line of CPUs. And so not only do you have to deal with like the benchmarks or the average comparison between one CPU series to another series, but also because I'm mostly playing Deadlock, that's what I'm min-maxing for and optimizing for. And so I'd be better off with the 7800 X3D.
The frozen shelter and the seismic slam, but it's not going to be enough.
Not wanting to let the game go late against a Haze and Gray Talon, Hydronation managed to catch out Dapper and Venenu, which results in the longest winning streak in Deadlock Fight Night to continue for the 4th week in a row.
It's true. Hydronation has won 4 weeks in a row, which is why we now cheer for them to fucking lose. Let's go. Yo, I got a minute and a half. Time to grab water. Be right back.
Swap. Dead. Once more, Flick setting the stage on the Paradox, and you see the Patron exploding before your eyes. Hydronation going for the finish here and now. Unknown Omens stuck in their spawn. Last gasp here from Elion, moves on out, immediately burned down. The telekinesis in, so is the GG, well played. The Patron burned on down here. Full Mo Krill action at the end. Left though, drops a Storm Cloud, and it is over. Hydronation, your 4-time champions of Deadlock Fight Night North America.
Right, I'm back. Hey, why is the timer at 50 seconds? I left at a minute 40. Am I time traveling? Autohouse, thank you for 23 months. Also, Floshy, thank you for the Prime. Oh no, the streamer time traveled him. Quick, stop him from launching Overwatch. Holy shit.
Welcome back, everybody, to Deadlock Night. Fight Night. There we go. Almost said it backwards. Fight Night number 5. Hey, we're only halfway through somehow. We're usually over by this time, ZP. What the hell's going on? It's North America, so maybe sanity can be restored now.
By sanity, you mean absolute chaos, because right now, in terms of team rotations in Deadlock, I hate to say it, and look, NA proved me wrong, but
yeah,
when you
NA
watch
is
EU, you get a very long chess match of people jockeying for position. When you watch NA at times, you get checkers. A lot of checkers.
Listen, it's not checkers.
At times, the board might be flipped. NA is a lot more prone to having these fights that just last, 3 or 4 minutes, trading out back and forth off the zip line. But look,
listen, there's different reasons, okay?
Week, so this is probably a short.
Listen, guys, I watch EU to enjoy the deep gameplay. I watch NA to enjoy the chaos. Okay, there's a difference.
The way that it works is this is a King of the Hill format where we have a play-in, we invite the teams, and the defending team that we have is Hydra Nation. They have been the decisive victors every single time, and I mean, well, to be fair, that's not exactly true. They were victors, and then they just emerged with the other most competitive team to become a super team, and now we just have multiple varying other teams trying to create rosters on the fly to defeat them. CP,
yep.
Is that a good? Is that a good way
It's
to
true. It's a good
this?
description.
Nation has sort of been the big boogeyman of NA, so to speak, where after merging with the team formerly known as Deadlock Deep State, they became the team to beat. And the way NA players have been operating right now, NA players have been operating on sort of an idea for many of the top players, well, if we can't build a team on paper that'll beat Hydra Nation, we're not going to make the team just yet. Of course, there are a bunch of teams that have been made, but the temperament of NA teams has been, the rosters have been changing every week. If
not
you
even
don't
wrong.
win, it's like
It feels like a new roster every week.
Here's 2 more. I mean, people are getting kicked left, right, and center. People are getting recruited. Even today, we didn't really know the final rosters for the 2 teams that are about to play in Patron Pulverizers and Pass up until the last moment. And these were 2 teams that went very deep into the most recent community tournament that took place in the Deadlock League. Like, these were the 2 top teams. That's why they got invited.
Oh, he said Deadlock League.
Fight night this week.
Wow,
right?
I wonder who won
And
Deadlock League.
then,
Those games must have been really good.
Stability is all over
right?
the place. So, we'll see what happens. I'm still excited to see, in one of these roster reshuffles, someone eventually is going to create some great alchemy. That's what I believe.
Yes, I definitely agree with you. And well, I breaking the fourth wall a little bit. We as the casters here, we decide, okay, because we've only got 3 players because Mitch is away at the moment. Like, okay, well, we're all going to be on the broadcast, but we've got to figure out the ways to kind of bring each person in. Should we just have 3 people in? Because we're going to, otherwise, we're just going to introduce them anyway. And Jason wanted to not be brought in as a 3-box to start off with because he wanted an introduction. And so, DP, I feel like I'm outing him a bit here, but DP, I would like you to provide this introduction of Jason Kaplan.
Well, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I've known Jason for a long time, but look, you cannot have a good Deadlock broadcast without the one, the only, the guy who knows more than he lets on and knows even more than that. That's right, it's Jason Kaplan, but also shame him a bit because he broke his diet during the break. I heard him munching on nuts. He broke his diet. So
Bro, okay.
Like,
Poor nuts, first of all. Don't just say munching on nuts. That can mean something completely different. You did say NA's like playing checkers, right, compared to you playing chess. I actually thought it was going to be more like, you have those shapes and you have to fit them into the right holes. It goes in the square hole. That's what I was kind of thinking about. No,
actually true.
It's a little bit rough, I'd say, for NA. However, it is nice to see Hydra Nation being able to dominate. I kind of would love to see a LAN set up and see how EU fares against Hydra Nation.
Oh yeah, true.
Ping is extremely difficult and no one really wants
to
play with it, especially if you have to play on the Spain servers apparently. So it's definitely tough to be an up-and-coming team. As I think I said earlier on, there are the talent there in North America, but the talent doesn't want to play on teams just yet, and I can't for the life of me figure out why.
That's too good.
That's a good question. But before we answer that question, as we're vamping slightly right now because we're waiting for the draft to happen. Usually it's happened by now, but sometimes the player's a little bit slow. That's okay. So in case I don't know if chat spamming caster start game. I know that's a very common thing that happens. We're not in control of that. So I'm giving you transparency here. Transparency. We can't start the game just yet. However, what I would like to do is, I've totally forgotten, guys. Lost my train of thought. I don't know if it's.
I got you. I got you.
Okay, Jason. What was I going to say?
We can talk about, right? Because we have some merch available for you guys at home. Get gooped. We got shirts, we got sweaters. Everything that you guys do buy on our merchandise does get put right back into the show. goes into the players, goes into the production, who are doing a phenomenal
Stop
job.
talking.
Honestly,
Start the
massive
game,
shout out to our
Siegel.
production team who are doing above and beyond what I
I can start the game whenever I
I'm
want.
so proud to be a part of this.
And I'm just not pushing the button. How mad are you, bro?
Not to mention, we did just hit the affiliate program on Twitch, so you guys can sub to the Twitch channel. You
It's
can
true.
donate bits. You can follow. We have some goals set up for there. And ZP did confirm with me. Now he said he would deny it on broadcast if I brought it up. That if we did hit 100 subs, he would wax the mustache. So just saying,
He's gonna
I think
wax the
we're about,
mustache,
40
guys.
Off, so you know, it's always up in the air for you if you want to do. But again, also appreciate you guys as well. Every Wednesday night we'll be doing a fight night for you guys, so you guys can follow the channel. We'll be back again next week with, of course, our returning winners from EU, which is DMS, and our returning winner from NA, but hopefully some new teams who could potentially challenge for the crown.
CP, Jason's working really hard for this. I feel like at a certain point, you might just have to respect the amount of effort he's putting into this.
I will double down on the full body wax for Jason in turn. Like, I will up the stakes. Like we just.
Whoa, full body wax. Let's
grab
go.
a brick and throw the brick at his face. Is how we're doing this. But
I mean, you're assuming I'm not already full body waxed as it is, so you know that's.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
In terms of the teams play here in
God
North
damn
America,
it!
Look, there are rumblings of new teams being made. There's one team where I know they weren't made in time for the tournament here today, but I know like Ido has been working on a new super team, so to speak. So
These casters are insanity, bro.
Brewing in NA.
They're too good. They're too good.
You know, look, if you're Hydra Nation, you still got to survive this week, and even though you've been on top, what we've seen for Deadlock is that even having a few bad fights early on, or just one or two bad instances not go your way, can suddenly flip the entire course of a match, right? So
that's true.
Even if you're really good and really consistent, there's still a danger in every match you play. So look, Hydra Nation, while they're probably favored when we get into the winners match later today, you never know what happens to Deadlock. That's why you gotta play the games. But just to give everyone an update on the draft, we are in the middle of running the draft kind of old school style. We'll still show up, nice and fancy on the stream, but to actually get the raw data, that's right, we've gone back to analog. The players are just messaging each other the pick ban order instead of using a draft
really?
What? About the draft, I'm talking about these.
NA, what's going on, guys?
Game at Grampy, we got a hype train. Solio G already missed. Another hype train is Nikki. Thanks guys for all the subs making the show possible.
I hope
for us. Again, just to remind you guys, it's
that's
not like
awesome.
Someone's taking all this money and keeping it for themselves. It all goes right back into the product here to give it to our production, to the teams, to make sure we keep putting the show for you guys every single week. But sorry, the drafts and bans have come through. My bad.
Dude, I think they should do a Patreon or something. Like seriously, it's so homegrown. Just do it, dude. Twitch is gonna take half of it on subs.
That's true. Yeah, it's again,
Yamato
the
ban?
different, and the way that Heroes of Value is definitely completely different in North America compared to EU, which is really nice. Don't have any of that globalization happening just yet.
I mean, we have a pocket first pick. Like, if this is EU, Wraith, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, what are you guys expecting to see? You know, as we've kind of like
first
mentioned,
pick pocket into Mirage
let's
Wraith.
that up a little bit. What are the predominant?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
differences
North
in the
America
meta,
usually doesn't like Wraith for some reason.
Well, I think Mirage is the one thing that's consistent, as we just saw.
Mirage has been early picked in both NA and EU, but in EU, Mirage didn't really seem to do much.
Is valued a little bit earlier in NA, so if we saw Viscous go here for patron pulverizers, I wouldn't be too surprised. Other characters you see a little bit more.
Viscous, just like ZP said.
The Viscous. So yeah, that makes a lot of
He's
sense.
predicting.
McGinnis might come in for pass, but it'd be later in the draft now that Viscous.
Hey Siegel, actually Yamato was pretty high up on their preferred ban form.
Oh,
okay.
I don't know if Shiv is still
Sounds
going to be
good.
flavor of the month NA wise. I do, because unless EU is just totally off the mark, which I don't believe is the case, I do think all the nerfs that Shiv got is like slowly pushed him out of the window. Especially again, if you look at what people are playing in higher MMR ranked and everything else, maybe it shows up, but it could be a Shivless week here, despite Dan being on the broadcast.
Yeah, well, we got our own. I mean, you guys have Shiv in game, we have Shiv at home.
Let's get the cliff going.
Infernus? Infernus in NA? Really early picks? In EU, they like 7 more.
Which could very possibly happen.
McGinnis? What the fuck is that pick?
Potentially. But then on
that is weird. That makes no sense.
With bottom barrel. That's what I'm assuming the pocket's going to be for. And as far as I know, he's on trial for the team right now. So he's trying to
third pick McGinnis is crazy. Sorry, it is. Like, why are you not picking like Abrams or like another front line? I don't know. I'm crazy.
Can actually rival Hydra Nation, so maybe we'll see them next week.
Who's on
Or
pass?
Jason, maybe
Is
how you
Naked on
mentioned
pass?
take
Oh, if it's
two of
Naked,
their
I can see it.
players
I don't actually know who's on the
before they
lineup. I should go look.
and
Come on,
repeat
man.
history.
It could be a Frankenstein team. 2 players from here, 2 players from here. But going back to the draft here, we do see McGinnis being picked up, and seeing a support kind of pick this early.
Is it a support? That's the question, right? Is it a support?
We're generally like 4th, 5th, sometimes 6th picked.
Naked is on Ido's new team.
Much more of an afterthought. And
Bro,
I
they
know- I
change
think
teams
you-
every
you
week. What does that
talk
mean?
about
Okay,
McGinnis the
Patron
most in
Pulverizer is
terms of
picking the normal
the value,
comp,
then
Viscous
McGinnis
Abrams.
provides
That
a
feels
lot
good
of
to
very
me. That
support
feels right.
options, especially over Kelvin, which I think for a long time was, I mean, Kelvin got kind of nerfed quite a lot. So not the Kelvin he once was.
Yeah, I mean, well, Kelvin's kind of interesting where he got hit from all
Kelvin
angles.
hard
His
carried
speed
last
got
game as a
thrown to
support.
the dumpster relative to its 80%.
That's why I was
glory days.
surprised.
People were doing gun Kelvin, and the devs kind of looked at it and says, no, we're not going to let you just sit here and do gun Kelvin. We're going to nerf the crap out of this. I mean, he's still very good because the utility of his skills are clearly just incredible, right? Frozen Shelter is one of the absolute best skills in the game, both for protection and isolation on pickoffs. But when you think about what you're looking for in the support role, you get a lot from characters like Viscous and McGinnis. Also, McGinnis especially, where if you're behind, McGinnis is probably one of the absolute best characters you can have on your team to secure an earn in the closed-in territory. No one really wants to fight a McGinnis wall in those areas, so
It's
McGinnis
true.
just has
The buildings are terrible. McGinnis is so good there.
kind of unrivaled by any other character.
Not even to
in the
mention
right
the turret
situation at
setup.
the right time.
But most of the time, the fights aren't
happening.
Warden. Okay, I'll take it.
Is by comparison, especially after the last patch.
You want a front line? I'm okay with this. I see that or like Mo or something. I'm
In
okay
this
with Warden.
case, I think NA is on the right beat in terms of valuing McGinnis, personally.
Nice, nice.
You cannot
hasn't been
say.
picked yet, by the way.
I'm sorry. After today's
Yeah, where the fuck
results,
is
you
Wraith?
cannot say that NA is smart. Okay, I would just say
I
that.
live here now, so I represent. But don't
Yeah,
tell me British
well-
people. It's too late for them. They won't even see this broadcast. I'm safe.
I'm being a little bit political with my statement, at least. But we are.
Or
gonna see
Grey
Patron
Talon? Yeah, wait,
Pulverizers
where is
look
Grey
for the
Talon?
next
Wait, I
pick
forgot.
here.
I just assumed he was banned.
I think the McGinnis, though, I love McGinnis way more than I like Kelvin, because I feel like you're gonna push into McGinnis, which makes it very difficult because of the wall, but also the turrets. I feel like we haven't really seen like this hybrid support slash like Echo Shard build with McGinnis, where you can put down like 4 or 5 turrets down, and it makes it very difficult to like contest that area. So she kind of gives you zone denial in multiple ways.
The Echo Shard's a troll on turrets. You just use it for double wall. Double wall OP though. I agree. Oh, Lash. We never saw Lash in EU. I don't know why.
Mid boss also extremely easy because
I do think Lash is okay. Like I don't think he's crazy. I think he's pretty good.
Turrets down, and we finally see a Lash today.
No one picked Lash in EU though.
Yeah, it definitely. I definitely expected to see it in NA, like business as usual in the Lash.
But picking McGinnis before Wraith is psycho mode. Makes no sense to me.
In the game, obviously Paradoxical Swap's kind of nice, but Lash has multiple different tools, and obviously you can pick up an entire team as opposed to just picking up one person. So definitely a lot of value there. What I feel like missing from Patron Pulverizers though is like that big carry. And we've already got the kind of big carries here, you know, Pocket and Infernus on the other side, and Wraith has not been selected. It's
I mean,
so
they're just
funny how like
they're just gonna choose Wraith, and like I don't know if this was DMS, they'd last pick Haze and not even care. But in this comp, I don't know.
Patron Pulverizer's in the perfect position to pick up Wraith now too.
I need to see what McGinnis runs to be picked so early. Yeah, same. Like where's Kelvin? Kelvin's another giant one. I guess gonna be support McGinnis in that case.
The proper pick for Patron Pulverizers next should be the Wraith. Also, as you mentioned, Dan, it fills a hole in the
Also,
team
Viscous Kelvin is an insane comp too. Bebop! Let's go. Let's go, boys. Let's go.
If you put them in the lane together, it's not a bad lane. But, you know, Jason, you're tracking some of the stats overall for Fight Night, and I believe with the last 2 games that Buff Enjoyers had across all regions, Warden right now, for this program specifically, is 2-7. Warden has not had a good
That's
time
tough, dude.
in terms
2-7
of win
as
rate,
Warden.
thus far. And again, very dependent on a mid-game timing window. And I'd argue even more so if you're
There's
running
the
Bebop,
7.
also
7 is a
tends to fall
great
off, the
carry.
game goes
Works
long.
fine.
So right now, you've
Also
already
good the
kind of
whole
set
game, really.
a story here where even though you have the Infernus who scales well late,
If Patron Pulverizers gets Wraith and 7, I'm gonna be. I'll just feel like blown away.
wrap this thing up by around 20 minutes, or it's going to get progressively worse for them.
On that note of Warden, our two of the heroes that have had the most losses so far are Warden and Pocket. both with 14 losses each. Though Pocket
about
7
Bebop?
wins and Warden has.
What about Bebop though?
Bebop, let me quickly look.
Bebop hasn't been
also
played
losing?
as
Is it like
much.
a collection of losers. Like, what's happening here?
Bebop, 1 win, 4 losses. He technically has the
1 win,
lowest
4
win rate
losses.
of 14%, but he also.
Yeah,
has
wait,
something
kind of
like 15
Giga
plays,
Chad
so-
collection of losers. Okay, that, and there's a shiv.
Go the other way though for Wallix, unless he's not.
This
playing.
draft phase is
Maybe
agonizingly
expecting to see some
long.
Hyper B
It's
action,
because
but
the
your boy
okay,
Shane,
it's
man.
agonizingly long this time because they aren't using
again, if you were just
the
joining us, we
website.
were
They,
sort of
they're
talking
doing it
about how
manually, so it's kind of
obviously
scuffed.
Ship
Okay, that's why it's kind of
on the
scuffed.
last major patch.
NA is crazy.
The following week, we saw some
What do you
Shiv
mean,
play
guys?
continue,
You don't
but
want
that's gonna
Warden,
phase out,
Bebop,
this
Shiv
week in
with an
EU,
early
just didn't
pick McGinnis on your
prioritize the tool. They
team?
have a lot of extremely good Shiv players.
I don't believe in this
so
draft.
just-
I'm sorry, I
it
don't.
looks like from that.
Where the fuck is
decided that
Wraith?
He's fallen off at the moment. So
Thank God they picked
Shiv on
Wraith.
6
Okay, thank
pick,
you.
And then Wraith is a 6 pick. That's it's just, I don't know how to process this, but hey, you know that's where we're at.
Well, welcome to America. Welcome to the North America.
I'm all in on patron pulverizers draft wise. But honestly, my heart is with the Bebop McGinnis. Sorry, guys. Bebop McGinnis, 100% about to steamroll patron pulverizers. Memes have power.
Yes, there are ways that Pass can win going into this game. I mean, Pocket could be an absolute menace in early roaming, and Warden and Bebop, if you put them in a lane together, also very scary. In general, very early, the mid-center team with an Infernus just because for Pass.
No Ivy. Yeah, that's true. That's also true. No Ivy. Wraith, the last picked.
If it goes late,
let's go.
I feel like they just win.
We ban Yamato in North
terms of
America?
win conditions right now between the two teams, I definitely give the draft to patron pulverizers, and I also think that it's a very tough road for Pass.
But also, I mean, we're so early in the game's lifespan. You pick whatever character you're comfy on and just win, forehead.
They do obviously have that potential.
No Kelvin, no Ivy. Yeah, no
Warden
Kelvin is
could
also crazy.
Potentially win you a big team fight if you can catch them out and get them locked down. Like pair that with a
We
wall,
saw
it could be
Kelvin have
extremely deadly.
insane impact the entire EU finals, every game. Kelvin goes crazy. The domes are crazy. The beam to catch people. The ice path rescue beam combo, so you're in the sky when you rescue beam somebody. The constant healing with a max dome, max
It's really
grenade.
interesting. I really like.
And also,
Yeah,
can we
the
stop for a
Shiv,
second?
Bebop,
No
Warden,
Grey Talon.
and
I also
Pocket,
forgot. I just
they've
keep
all
assuming
got
Grey Talon was
nerfs
banned.
to high
In EU, they
heavens
first
recently.
pick or ban Grey Talon. In
It's
NA,
just
they don't
gonna be
even ban
interesting
or
how
pick
they
him at
make it
all.
work, especially as
What's
patron
going on here?
pulverizers who definitely feel like they have a much more rounded comp. They definitely have the support elements. You know, you got Abrams who's more of a front line. You've got a good initiation. You've got good farming, and you've got like a good like split push.
Guys, I got a Costco lasagna in my fridge that I made last night. I still have over half it left. You proud of me? I did not eat half a Costco lasagna.
What are the
I ate slightly less than half yesterday.
I know Jason was sort of just mentioning his to an extent. For you, where are the win conditions for both of these teams?
Well, look,
I'm
I
proud
think
of you.
the
Thank you.
conditions
Thank you.
for Pass is that they have to get ahead early. They need the Bebop to become a monster.
Yo, diet question mark?
The mid-game power spike, and on top of all this, they have to do Manji early
NA.
game in a way that it
North
funnels
America.
a lot of farm to Shiv, because even though Shiv has been nerfed, Shiv is still in the category of feels pretty bad to fight if he's ahead of you, feels pretty hilarious to fight the other end if you're way ahead of him, right? So there's certain conditions that Pass must do at every part of the game, and also in terms of what's going to do it is that I also think they need a pretty active pocket roam game here on top of all of it. Meanwhile, for patron pulverizers, I think to an extent it just sort of survive. They have plenty of self-sufficiency tools here, and team fight wise, I don't think they have to. It's not on them to make moves, it's on Pass. But Jason, any final thoughts before we send you to the abyss?
Send you to the abyss.
Chat? No.
What?
Let's have a good match.
What the heck?
All right, patron pulverizers versus Pass.
He's
is
watching.
The play-in. This is a best of one, and the winner of this match is going to go up against Hydra Nation for the finals. They are undefeated, so we'll have to see if one of these two teams will be the ones to dethrone them today.
Here we go, boys. It's game time.
Now that we're getting into the action, I'm curious on what the Bebop build might be, because we've seen two takes on it.
Producer,
we've seen,
observers.
and the names updated at the top for you, but we've seen it be the case that Bebop either
Replay
gets a hyper
producer.
build, which is what Walex
Solomon is like
preferred
that.
when he was using his Bebop, or
The
gets a
head producer
heavy
behind the scenes. But we have a mini people.
Yes,
I thought it was only one at
It's
first.
gonna be interesting, but I don't like lane
I
one.
was spreading misinformation.
I've been on
I
both
suck.
sides of that. I've watched players on both sides of that.
Show me the
Holy
Bebop.
God, putting Warden in the solo lane versus Abrams. You can survive, but you have to play perfectly. That is going to be Yagu's lane to lose.
I thought Warden versus Abrams solo lane.
comparison, You know, I feel like this is something for Mercedes.
Warden solo is a little
Mercedes should
weird.
be calling for rotations early. Like, this is a lane
But
where
at
I feel
Bebop
like you
McGinnis
go
is
out
also
and go
disgusting, so kind of surprised.
You go to a pocket
Not surprised,
and
rather,
you
they
say,
put them both
"Please,
in.
Come on over here sooner rather than later. I need the help."
Yeah, okay, that's a really good story to keep our eyes on. And we got the Mirage in the solo lane against the Infernus instead of having the Wraith there.
I mean, Infernus is a bully.
What are your feelings on that? Any strong feelings towards the choice between the Wraith or the Mirage?
Here, I think I'd rather have the Mirage in the solo lane, and Mirage versus Infernus, I mean,
Yes.
that's a pick 'em. It truthfully can go either way. Both can be bullying in their own right.
On their
Maybe
team,
a
Mirage
slight edge
Abrams
to the
solo lane
Mirage
is totally
depending on the players
normal. I like
involved,
both those picks.
That is a pretty honest lane matchup. The Warden Abrams matchup, basically, there's a million ways that Mercedes can lose it, and by comparison, Yagu just has to play solid, and opportunities may just appear.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting for me is that obviously Wraith, we think about Wraith as this hyper carry. Okay, you want your Wraith, like any hero in that description, to have a good early game. And I feel like this is a dangerous lane. You know, you've got the hook, you've got the wall, so there's a lot of potential to get picks.
Yeah, Bebop McGinnis is actually cancer. I say that, he might die.
I don't know if he wanted to pull a play. He's so low, but hey, it worked out. Got some good chunky damage in there as well. So we'll have to see you know, how that dynamic's going to play out there, ZP. But for me, it feels dangerous to be a Wraith.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Getting wrecked? Nah, that was just one tournament organizer. I won't watch their stuff, but
player in a duo, 2 or 3.
these guys are chill.
Cards are scary regardless if it's duo or solo. Still has like really good last hitting ability. And also, speaking of rotations,
He's sneaking.
this is just cruel. It's already a tough a matchup for the Warden, and you got Lash just creeping up on top, going, "Yep, I'm a slam on in." Lands a slam. Lands
Big
a block.
slam.
Damage coming
It
in
chunks him
at the
for
same
like
time,
3/4 of his
and Abrams
HP.
Not necessarily there to help on the
See ya.
follow through, but just losing that amount of HP, Dan, now means that Abrams can freeze out the lane and just prioritize his better gun.
And
Looks
dude,
like Warden
Cube is OP.
As a friend, the Big Brother's arrived.
And Viscous versus Bebop McGinnis is strong. They need to have a full wall set up on a hook in order to do anything.
And well, there's not too much to be done. So looks like Algae's going to actually fall off. I feel like I built that up, and it's amounted to really nothing. So that's great.
Uh-oh. The fuck?
Just feast. It was Lash who started at that.
Did my browser just crash?
The damage onto the Warden, and again, it just puts it in a mission impossible where you either
It's
die
back.
or get repeatedly denied, or get repeatedly denied and die. Like there wasn't a lot.
I think my browser crashed, sorry.
For Warden in that situation, I'm gonna be honest.
Absolutely, yeah. It's got a brutal lane, to be sure. Okay, wall goes out. And it does definitely seem like McGinnis and Bebop definitely having a nice time with this lane. You can just tell by the
Download more RAM.
And also, I suppose,
They're true.
Also the health of their opponents. Not having a good time over there.
Sound like Warden died? Yeah, I think one person died at the exact moment as my browser crashed. I'm sorry. I think it probably was Warden because he did get ganked earlier.
Pulverize is somewhat across the board here. Except that Bebop McGinnis
Oh,
lane. Like
got a dive?
And here's a dive
Missed a
coming
dash,
through,
doesn't
actually.
matter.
Nice opening there from
Shiv's
Algae,
pretty weak
taking
though.
down Zerbs
Wait,
on the
Shiv, you just walk in a
looking for an
tower?
follow-up as well, but okay, Salty's able to
It's fine, it's
escape
fine.
with almost no health
Holy
remaining.
shit.
Oh, rather, sorry, Walex, that is.
Barely getting out there, and Infernus under pressure.
Goodbye,
Pretty pushy
Infernus.
Pop on the Mirage, just landed a few extra hits.
Nice all in by the Mirage there.
But you look at overall at the lane, slight edge right now.
The fuck?
For
I heard pause. Oh, they're talking in game.
Also, we're hearing the in-game voice.
Yeah, they're hearing the in-game voice. I was like, huh?
I was talking through it, and it was just, you know, they're using in-game voice.
It's uncensored.
Oh.
Anything can happen at this show. That's why you should be watching and subscribing.
Anything can happen
Okay, so you get the
here.
dive coming through, but it looks like a disengage.
Wait, they're talking in game because
McGinnis' ult.
their Discord crashed.
The bouncers are not working out.
So now they're just calming in game, but the casters are hearing it.
Well, Goober playing Viscous, which
This is awesome.
Propo name, I should say, does just manage
They
to
literally
roll
said, should we pause? And then someone said, nah, let's just talk in game, I think.
on lane 3. And for now, you still have to be really careful going against McGinnis in this situation. It's still easy to go a little bit far up, get walled off, and things just end poorly.
It's kind of cool though. Like, you know, normally you'd ask for like just to cut into the team comms, but here at Deadlock Fight Night, we just have them on, and the players probably don't even realize his EP. So that's how
Nope,
you
they
make
don't.
sure that it's like really raw.
You know who doesn't realize it? Warden. You got Lash on top. Well,
Oh,
Pocket
true.
is
Warden
on
is about to
the
get ganked. Look at the
rotate
minimap.
move,
Oh,
so
shit.
Pocket
He's fine. He's
was
fine.
saying, hey,
They walked by because Pocket was
Lash,
rotating and
he's
Shiv.
on his,
They
he's
called
on
off the
stealth
gank.
again. So it is going to scare off the gank attempt from the back as Alju just continually bouncing between lane 1 and 2.
Yeah, and after all is said and done, we've obviously painted a picture whereby patron pulverizers are definitely taking some edges, getting some good ganks already. The Abrams Warden matchup seems to be a desperate one, and all of these different factors we talked about. Yet the soul differential is actually even, and there's no objectives that have been taken just yet. So good work here for Pass to be able to hold on to.
Shiv, what are you aiming at?
In good contention, despite some of these early scenarios that haven't been super favorable for them.
Looks like their Discord came up. They stopped talking.
Lane 1 where it's continuing now as you see both Warden and Pocket getting into it. Abrams down in dirty last stand.
Oh, it actually hit him. He killed both.
And it's Mercedes with 2 in lane 1.
Warden kills both with his ult. Holy shit.
And for Mercedes, he was down almost 1k now, pretty much evened up with Yagu.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I think that's one of those engagements that has kind of had to happen to continue to keep this game close. We don't want the Warden, if you're Pass, to fall off early. That's like the worst thing that could happen. And we've got Wraith coming across to lane 4 to assist in the Mirage versus Infernus battle. So Patron Pulverizers remaining active here. However, that's drawn some attention.
I hear Bebop.
The Bebop and the McGinnis
I hear Bebop.
Pass.
He sees a Mirage. Here he comes. Up and counter gank. Yoink. A Wraith found you.
The sticky bomb is connected. They're getting punched
Wow.
out. Wraith is going to go
It
down.
just dies instantly. See ya.
There, as Bebop also gets taken out. So Pass and Patron Pulverizers coming away from this one somewhat even.
It's looking like a super
Salman tried to run an ad to crash the stream. I got it back fast.
Still in progress here. Poshi Pop not able to evade the pocket for too long. But now we go back to lane 1. The hunt for Warden continues. Lash back on the rooftops.
Oh, didn't connect. They're fine.
Kind of like evil Batman here that Warden's had to deal with.
Evil Batman coming from the rooftops. He's bullying Warden on cooldown. This guy's getting chain ganked, but Bebop's here to counter gank.
Love it. All right, well, looking to defend the Guardian here. Oh, hello.
Wait, Abrams starts it though?
Straight to the face, and the charge comes through. And somehow
he's just dead.
But seismic slam should surely finish this one off. Warden is just sent to space.
And now they can, I mean, they can just take the jungle. Bebop's going to clear wave on tower.
Even though they have the technology.
No. The return technology.
Wait, Shiv is doing a jungle camp. They're going to gank Shiv. Oh, so close.
Get in under hot pursuit here.
He got trolled by the railing. I think the railing slowed down his punch.
As, just too many people there. The parry sends a message.
But in the meantime, Patron Pulverizers takes the first tower. Nice.
3 players on both lane 2 and 3 for Patron Pulverizers as they try to pressure these objectives.
The buff's up in 1 minute.
The 9 to 10 minute mark is interesting because the teams are starting to take more of the Guardians and they're starting to set up for the urns and the bridge buffs. And hello, Binding Word, they have to run away, but look at that gun go. This is top tier. It's the top tier gun, isn't it?
I mean, hey, early game Warden, man, he goes hard.
Well, look, it works out well. He landed slowing Hex to start that out. Lash couldn't grapple the safety at all, and he's still walking on in there is Mercedes. But now you see the rotation coming on in. Viscous saying, all right, calm it down a bit. Both teams looking to reset, and you look between the two teams right now, Dan. 44k to 46k. Specifically, though, you look to the hero farm. It's also pretty even. The most farm player on Patron Pulverizers.
Very even game.
However, it is a little bit worrying when you look at the least farmed on pass, and Salty on the Shiv, not quite on the trajectory you'd want for a Shiv at 10 minutes into the game.
That's a great point, actually.
Oh no, here comes the Lash. Yoink.
As possible. Mercedes
boom.
I mean, no choice in the matter, getting thrown into the Guardian.
What? He was popping his ult and then just lost 500 HP to like a Viscous or something? What was that?
And the fight continues here as Patron Pulverizers try to continue the action. Obviously, the pursuit off of the Viscous is strong. Puddle punch into a mid-air combo with the primary fire. The Divine Shield comes through to just persist.
Nice.
It's beautiful there.
Dude, Viscous is owning.
And from Goober on the Viscous. Great work to follow up. And that's 51k to 50k souls, so he's still pretty close on the souls.
Look, Dan, at this point, I think I'm emotionally
support
invested
McGinnis.
in the idea of a player named Goober having a great game on Viscous. To me, it's far too fitting. But look, Goober's been in the right place, right time thus far for Patron Pulverizers. And, you know, look, hey, Viscous or no, I still do a lot of damage. I can chase this down and make it work.
We should,
Yeah.
We should get Goober on the payroll that doesn't exist, because then we can have like get gooped by Goober.
Yeah, that's true. Signature. Look, 1 year from now, when they end up being the best Viscous and Deadlock, that's a signature collection right there.
Exactly. I'm sorry I interrupted you with just with that nonsense. Please go ahead.
No, we add on to it here, but now 10-minute earn is in play.
What are you buying?
And 57K,
Life Strike or
54K.
something? Oh.
10-minute earn not as impactful as 15-minute and beyond. Oftentimes team will
McGinnis?
use as a bargaining chip to get push
Slowing bullets. Let's
the question
go.
is going to be for pass. What do you do in this instance? Do you contest on neutral? Do you go for Guardians or Walker?
The McGinnis has basically finished her
here?
support
Because
build, but
that's
she
what the 10-minute
honestly
earn really is to me. It's an investment of resources.
could still have one more gun
between
item, but you know,
both
good enough, good
teams.
enough.
And the earn is just kind of the playing chip that you use to set it all up.
Yeah, in terms of, you know, game design and so on, in competitive games, you often want to have some mechanic that forces the teams to move. That's very important, and the earn is really the epitome of this. As both teams are now wondering, sort of, you know, how do we approach this? We don't have information. Obviously, there's the fog of war, so you can't see where all of your opponents are. But obviously, if after 20 seconds of holding the earn, it pops up on the map. So you get
Is there a gank going on Warden?
And it looks actually like Warden might be in for a sore
He's
face
popping ult though.
once
Warden
again,
popping ult. He's gonna turn.
pummeled at the moment by Lash. Last stand comes out.
Nah,
to
there's
keep
nothing you
himself
can do.
alive. That actually, I don't know. There's 4 players.
They might chase him down. I think he still dies.
They
Yeah, he's dead.
really want to kill Mercedes.
They're
I don't know
stacking
why
this
they hate-
Walker.
Why their hatred is so strong, but hey, it is what it is.
Been on the receiving end of a lot of these rotations. Telekinesis now, though, onto Bebop. As you see Spooky try and get away, and no, the damage from Wraith overwhelming in the moment. But now Infernus.
Oh, nice double stun by Infernus. Oh, there's 3 or 1v3, man. I don't know.
With the Mirage. And both teams now saying, okay, that's enough, we're done. And it's Patron Pulverizers, Dan, that end up ahead on both sides of the map with the rotations that were coming into play there. But also, tough times for Warden, where there's a world where you can trade out with Last Stand, but not when the person you're going on to that you could have kept up with and regained your life gets cubed. Viscous just, again,
Gets
ruined
cubed.
the day for pass.
Yeah, Viscous is such a. I think you said earlier, such an important playmaker. I'm not sure if it was you or Jason, but yeah, really in a very, I feel like must pick hero. Just so many amazing options. So the sole difference I think looks worse than it perhaps is. Obviously, one Walker is there.
It's a pretty significant soul difference. Earn time.
Against pass. There's only a 6K
It's still neutral on earn though, so they can force it.
It's going to be collected. It's a neutral
Ooh,
drop-off location.
close.
Ooh, narrow miss from the
That
hook.
was really
would be
close.
Fantastic. Would have been a really big pick to get. But alas, it is not to be, and it does.
Are they gonna take teleporter to contest
there is
this?
Positioning here for pass to defend against this earn. They're going to go for a push
Improve
instead.
burst
So
on
they're
2
trading.
people. Headhunter. Surge of
Yeah, and the
power.
trade-out
Rescue
makes
beam.
a good amount of sense. Also, you talk about early game scenarios here. It hasn't been the biggest game for Bebop in terms of big game-changing hooks here thus far. Also in terms of items, Mercedes.
A nice
Surge
slide.
Power first, Binding
They
Word,
missed the hook.
Mirage,
That was a free pick
and
for
Mirage is
sure.
saying, nope. Do not want a part of that. Earn gonna get turned in, and the price for this earn, Dan, looks to be a Walker, perhaps. But pass, they haven't gotten it.
No, it's not a walk. They can TP and 2v2 them if they absolutely have to, or defend the TP and gank them.
They don't want to stay here at all.
Oh, they're gonna get ganked on themselves. The 2 of them are gonna take TP and gank them right now. The Abrams and 7 are in big trouble, I think. Bebop comes through, but Abrams is gone, but the 7 isn't.
Wraith has collected
Oh,
the Tesla
Abrams
bills.
is fighting now.
And that's going to be a slower burn then for Scout. Patron Pulverizer.
Yeah, so they walked away. They didn't fight. They walked away. Here comes another Warden ult. Dies. Brawl. Improved burst is so much damage.
I'm going to channel this and then instantly die is often the case. Telekinesis meanwhile onto the Infernus. Heavy
Hello,
damage
Wraith.
in from Scout. Quick pick off and done. And now if you're past, this is starting to become a trend where Scout gets Telekinesis, walks in, and now has enough damage to blow someone up, even in Tesla Bullets build. So a solution needs to be found for that, or at least caution needs to be employed.
I mean, they're gonna have a nice earn, right? Yeah, earn's on their side. Super nice.
It feels like should submit a bullying in the workplace complaint or something.
I cannot
because it really
believe
feels
there
like
is a
Mercedes
team
is getting
called
singled out
PP.
so often in this game.
Oh, the wall.
Not over the wall. And is there an escape possible? Yes, just about. Look how many people are ready to just destroy that player that got hooked. And that's just ridiculous. I mean, that wall. Imagine, can you actually get it over the wall? Sometimes it looks like you can. Sometimes it doesn't look like you can. It's just very odd. It's very hard
Chat,
to predict. But
here's the crazy
this
thing.
push should be
That
rejected.
is 2 uncontested earn turn-ins back to back.
Yeah, I mean, Heavy Barrage comes in and slows things down.
That's
a bit.
wild.
And to the last shot, it's all a matter of elevation, Dan. You just gotta be high enough to cross the wall. In that case, was a little bit off. But now you look at Wraith. Shadow Weave has now been bought, and the income of Scout definitely going to be a bit of a problem, because as was seen from our EU games today, once you get to
Now they're almost equal on
Wraith is able
souls.
to
Well, the Urn is a
keep the
huge
jungle
comeback,
with
so
infinity of Tesla bullets, and now has Shadow Weave as an option. Well, guess what? This is now threat number 1, and I'm curious for Pass if they start investing in Ethereal, because they should. You need Veils versus this. You need to not be free every time.
the McGinnis is rotating into turrets, boys. Let's go.
Alju is
She has
doing a great
heroic
job
aura.
in keeping his farm up at the moment, which is definitely a must on the pocket. I mean, Alju especially is quite the specialist. So, you know, the way that we were talking about play with me, you know, for Pass, Alju could be that player for them. I know he's trialing on the team, but that said, usually when players trial on teams, they overperform. So hopefully that is the case here today for Alju.
Dan, is that your GM experience coming in, where you're just like, oh yeah, this player looked really good in Trouts. Now I've signed him to a contract. Oh God, what happened here? Like, I've been sold a false bill of goods. I don't know. It seemed a little bit personal.
It's just this funny thing that I don't think people know about as much. That, like, especially in like Counter-Strike and Valorant and so on, there's a common complaint that teams have where they hate, like coaches hate trialing, because like the player that they see in the trial is not often the player that exists outside of the trial. So like, you know, on their best behavior and all that, and then they're actually a bit of a menace. You know, outside
And then
of
they
the
turn into
so yeah.
NA.
Yeah, day one of the players like, oh, thank you, man.
Holy
It's fine,
shit,
you know,
Scarabs
day
and
10.
fucking
How dare
Mirage is
you?
pretty hard.
You're the worst player ever. Get off my team. But speaking of get off, Mirage right now trying to get off this planet under heavy pressure. But here we go once again. Telekinesis going to the pocket, who's able to get to the same spot. Meanwhile, Goober
Wow, he hits hard.
into the fray.
The Goober is in. Rescue beam though. Rescue beam to save the Inferno.
Goober dive gun in, Braden looking
Bro.
for the exit.
He's gonna die.
Going back and forth now.
NT.
Returns fire onto the Viscous, and it's past Dan. Getting the better of this so far.
The McGinnis is in, boys.
Literally, heavy barrage in play, looking for the Wraith. As Wraith falls in turn, Patron pulverizes,
Okay.
getting crushed.
The McGinnis actually clutched that fight, by the way, chat. Save the Infernus from Viscous. They turn kill the Viscous. She all-ins with zipline ult. Actually sick play.
Now, of course, there is perhaps. I mean, can they defend?
They
the
wipe the whole
line?
team, but I don't know if they could force mid-boss. They're too far away.
Zubsy doesn't really want to have anything to do with it.
And now they're ahead after being behind for the entire game, I think.
Interestingly, it's really felt like Pass have not been in a good position for most of this game. And if you really look at how desperately bullied Mercedes has been on the Warden as well, that prospect, you know, we've talked about how keeping Warden down can just really make the hero somewhat useless. So many things seemingly going against Pass, but yet still. And also, we brought up all the stats as to the fact that most of these heroes that they have chosen have like the lowest win rate percentage in.
It's true. Memes have power though, dude. Look, Shadow Wave Bebop. What do you even do against this? Invis Bebop, bro. You missed! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
7 had no idea the Bebop was there. And,
God damn it.
Just thought there'd be a dodge. Doesn't happen. But I do love the Shadow Weave Bebop build. You know, it's something that's actually been in Deadlock for a while. Wallux was terrorizing people with it months ago. Don't see it a whole lot, but often can be very playmaking, Dan.
Guys, I've had that before. The enemy can't see you, so they're harder to hit. I understand.
Interesting to see. It's not a build I think that we've seen so far from the Bebops. We've seen, again, like hook builds and the Wallix Hyper Beam builds, but haven't seen the Shadow Weave yet. So that's a nice little wrinkle to the different ways that you can build Bebop. And the hook is definitely a very good ability overall in terms of, you know, let's say, like if you guys are familiar with Dota, Dendi initially making his name with Pudge, because if you're really good with the hook, it makes that hero kind of S
Ooh, nice survival rune.
So, but to be that good with the hook, it requires insane game sense.
McGinnis got Mystic Slow.
But hold that thought. Scout just picked off. It's a little bit of a back and forth here in the lane 4. Now looking to Braden on the Infernus, trading out shots with the 7. Concussive combustion over and in, says get over here, burn to cinders. However,
Classic Infernus, boys.
Turn. The life leech though, incredible, Dan. And Pass still making this a good.
He misses one, I think.
Braden not done yet. Looking for the Viscous. More pressure on the Viscous. Parry not going to amount to anything.
He's just killing everybody. Doesn't matter. He's fucking Infernusing.
Yeah, Braden doing a really good job there, and this is going to be a problem. And are they going into mid boss here?
I'm really curious to check the McGinnis' stats after this game. Their build is really good. I like their build a lot.
It's going to be up reasonably quickly.
Support turret
Will
builds
there
are
be a
cool.
challenge here? They can definitely go for it if they want to. There is time to do it, but actually the mid lanes are actually.
They can force this with a. I don't think they have like
so
turret setup. They don't have
just
rapid recharge or
T1
anything,
seems to get
but
there in
I think it's
time.
still fine.
That is very unfortunate. Really good call though from Pass to immediately go for the mid boss.
Walls
All
off
comes up
half,
just
see ya.
to make sure that they can get that rejuve. No weird steal attempts to come into play. And suddenly, after all of
Wow.
this, I say, which
This
is the
game
last
has been
20 minutes,
completely
Pass
turned
have
around.
a 15k soul lead, and they've got the rejuve. They're gonna have full map control.
They've really brought things back, and now you take a look at how that developed too. The reason why the mid-boss call was such an easy call is that even though you had members of Patron Pulverizers coming back up, they were drained on ultimates. I don't even think Scout was going to have telekinesis back up by the time the Rejuvenator was coming down. It was very, very close in any case.
The Shiv doesn't have a single tier 3 or higher item. Huh.
They just didn't have the resources to do it, Dan. But it does make this next urn interesting because I think it's at the point where, yes, it is going to be in Patron Pulverizer territory. And Pass, you've had some good team fights here, but overconfidence is killer. And trying to go in for this urn turn in, even with the McGinnis on your team, you got to be careful going into enemy territory.
I mean, yeah, this is definitely
Very
interesting.
With the last stand up, it should be a fun one for Warden.
I think they're just gonna take, dude. Look how fast they shred this walker. Oh my god, 3,000 from Bebop. The gun bop goes hard.
Okay, yeah, we'll take another walker as well. So walker number 2, looking to be taking.
They're just taking all these things. They're like, oh, this walker's next. Let's take this, take that. Cool, get another flex slot. Good job, team. Huge. They're carrying the urn with them as well in case they have to go turn in, but the Wraith is split pushing, however, but the Wraith versus Shiv might be in a 1v1 on the split push in a sec. I think the Wraith will always win this.
And Scout says, I want to take this fight, Shiv. What are you doing? I'm going to fight back.
Or, well, the Shiv had return fire, so during the ulti, the Wraith actually did like a third of her own health. Return fire is a great counter to Wraith ult. Wraith goes down, gets caught out by the rest of the team. With that pick, they could probably force the urn fight now.
Kind of min-max telekinesis, but maybe would have been better to just drop the telekinesis and run. Urn, though, in contest, Spooky able to take down Goober.
They get the Viscous, and they turn in urn. Wow, this game is turned around.
And now that's a 20k soul lead, and they've taken down all of the walkers as well, so they have obviously an advantage on the flex slot, and they're going to be taking some more here. They still have a rejuve to burn, and it's definitely worth trying to go for this. They've got to.
Can you show us the build? I can't because I can't connect to the spectator for some reason.
The Wraith and the Viscous.
It just keeps timing out. I tried.
So might be able to take a shrine as well.
I mean, this is also potential game winning. You have everyone with rejuve in stock. If you get
I think
here,
they're going to definitely take both shrines for the slot.
I do think you can
then it's going to be a team fight, I think.
In the situation, but
they might leave.
To be measured. Both shrines going down.
Yeah, they left. They left. Just both shrines for the slot, immediately left.
You have rejuve.
4 slots is huge.
However, it is
that is massive.
It's a little bit more conservative.
2 to 4 extra, 2 to 4 flex slots now.
That might be the logic.
We just got hooked.
However, the chase down's happening.
Oh, it's Viscous. He has cubes himself. He's fine.
Indeed, and one of the reasons this might work is because you got that Bebop.
Wait, the Pocket's trying to re-engage. Wait, Pocket and Warden both do the re-engage, but Viscous just rolls away. I think they're okay.
It looks like Pass were ready to
that engage now, at least on the Warden's behalf, is mostly gone.
And this is a little precarious now. Okay, so the rejuve has worn off. But
God, Shiv escalating exposure. He's up to 13 escalating exposure stacks on that guy. He almost killed him.
Because your opponents can have a much better positional engagement.
Bobby sets a private. It's not private because in private it's a different error message. I think. This one is. It's just stuck on this connecting.
You disengage for a little bit, and you set up in sort of an encirclement type maneuver, and then they come into your grasp, and you kill them all. So you got to avoid that.
For Patron
Buff time!
Walked out. Sometimes teams are kind of messy when they disengage, right? They're hoping, okay, maybe they're just like not in the proper position, and maybe there's
Tay with the 70-month resub. Thank you.
Get a good death slam and open something up. It didn't quite work out that way. Both teams able to walk away relatively unscathed, but take a look at Scout right now. Going in for the telekinesis. That's exactly what we're seeing. Besides Warden, let's dance here one more time. Death slam, telekinesis, death slam, the punishment.
See ya.
Mercedes continues where, look.
Damn, that's a really good pick.
That's a bit much, Dan.
It does seem. It really. You just got to feel for Mercedes. I feel like we should give Mercedes the MVP in the grand finals, just to like.
I mean, that's huge. Those two picks, now they get to turn the urn. The urn is a massive catch up in terms of gold.
It is like gets knocked down, gets back up.
That's true. That's true. And I mean, the Patron Pulverizer is going to be able to pick up an urn off of the back of that engagement where they get those 2 kills. So
yeah, they can't contest this one.
The soul gap a little bit.
Let's see, 147 to 170.
Which they're currently trying to do. They've got that
147 to 157.
How much they
158.
Like
So they got 11k souls out of that.
In a couple of minutes. So that's
not, you know, probably like 1k from the rest of the team in that time frame.
Fall back from that lane.
So you say about 10.
Perhaps they were expecting some reaction
That's
and
crazy.
rotation from their opponents. Then they kind of quickly zip out.
Charlie, they were the 71-month resub too.
I think the key thing here too, as you look at the rotations, look at the overall state of the game. The fact that
Gunbop is hunting
into lane 3 onto the Warden. Set up Patron Pulverizers to get the urn, and what was once a 30k deficit now, Dan, is a mere 16k at 27 minutes. That's effectively nothing. That's effectively an even game.
It is even, but the difference is they have 2 extra flex slots. Oh, curse into Gunbop.
Sets up the sticky bomb. The fall through's there, but he's able to tornado away.
Wow. Tornadoes the bomb, gets out, and McGinnis wall there too. McGinnis wall. Pretty strong.
And he ends up getting blocked. And Alju is worth, I don't think we've mentioned yet, has the soul rebirth, so we'll be able to come back alive after going down. That's actually at this stage of the game where the respawn timers are huge. That's a pretty huge pickup. Oh, nice patch.
Oh no.
Nice. Punishment is perhaps nicer, where you got me, but did you want me? Is the real question that Spooky has to be asking there. And now, Patron Pulverizer is looking to take advantage. Bebop out of the fight. Zersby, a little bit of danger here at the 7th. Low HP, ground slam coming on in.
This is chaos. What the fuck is happening?
Gets stunned into the corner by Abrams. Down he goes. Patron Pulverizer.
What is going on?
Salty gets one with the killing blow. And this could be killing blow after killing blow if Patron Pulverizers is not careful.
And Alju's back up because of the soul rebirth as well, so that's going to enable them to continue the aggression. And let's, again, I was about to say, let's not forget mid-boss.
I mean, they're even now, and mid-boss is up. Both teams down 1. No Abrams with Abrams ult to secure.
Or they could just go for it.
They don't really have any ult to secure.
Which one do you want to see?
Well, they're going for it. They don't
Nobody really has ults. This is straight up. I mean, if they get there, it could be interesting, but
I just don't know if they're in position.
Yeah, they're too far away to contest, I think, but I think it is doable. They could do it.
They can get there in time, but the rejuve is already coming on down.
McGinnis is going to be really important here to wall them off, I think. Walls them off. Yep, that's huge.
In play, wall is out. Who's
nice.
Secured by pass? Secures it. Comes on in.
7 ult in the pit. Dude, he did a lot of damage.
They lose Zerbzy in return. 2 down. They get McGinnis in turn, but
oh my god, they're all dying.
One by one, Dan. And with all the damage that's already been done, this could be game.
They went all in, and then they just, it's over.
Wiping the entire team, just Yagi on the Abrams are remaining.
I feel like they didn't have to go that all in, but I guess that's the nature of these contests, right? You are just 50-50. But they were so set up, and they had a McGinnis.
The patron will go down in 10 seconds
like,
to get it
it's
to
hard.
The pits in the weakened form.
I'd have to look at the McGinnis's items, but a lot of the time what happens in this case is the McGinnis will have rapid recharge at this point in the game, and if he has a lot of turrets down, you're all in. Those turrets just are shredding.
Patron Pulverizers is not going to have people up, so it is going to be pass. Likely moving on here to fight Hydra Nation, and I just wonder, Dan, given the level of income between the two teams,
I really enjoyed Pass's comeback this game. The early game was really sketch. I am a fan of, you know, you pick your own characters that you like. Shiv, Bebop, McGinnis. They even picked McGinnis early. All of that is really, really awesome. I like that a lot. That is awesome.
Versus Hydra Nation.
Yo, does Alju get the spot then? Does Alju get the spot on the team? That was a great win, and that's sending them to the grand finals against Hydra Nation. And I gotta say, you know, I'm very.
And now we go to the BO3
because to me, ZP, this felt like it felt like Pass was getting bullied in the ways that you would expect would then lead to them losing. You know, just for example, the Warden, like you highlighted it right at the beginning. Warden's getting absolutely wrecked by Abrams, and not just Abrams, other people were coming to the lane.
Yeah, so the Warden was, and then the Warden won the 1v2, and then they were back in the game. They ulted. And 1v2'd one of the ganks, got 2 kills, and suddenly they were back in the game.
Because look, if they was good about talking about a character getting bullied, it is Jason.
Is Gun Mirage the play? I think everyone I've seen builds Gun Mirage for the most part in all the competition games because he has a lot of bullet resist shred.
Actually, you know, you mentioned Mercedes.
You rush Ricochet, crippling headshot, and you have, you know, probably like minus 40% bullet resist or something, and you just own.
Of having to solo lane as a Warden alone.
Yeah, solo lane Warden is tough.
Coming his way, I was surprised to see him kind of keep his composure. He eventually got like a double kill as well with his last stand. But for him to keep up in souls as well, I feel like the mental game really strong with Mercedes to have so many trials and tribulations go your way and then still come out.
They just love the Warden. They're like, you did this. You made it. Good job.
I think that's fair, to be honest. I think that's really fair. You know,
This is a 1v2. That I put the Warden back in the game.
Here, but ZP,
super far behind, just gets out 1v2, immediately equalizes the souls, and it's just boom, chasing them down.
Said about the dynamics that we saw, because you've been someone that's played a lot of Warden, and you kind of understand how it can be when you're getting bullied like that.
Key thing here is that even though Mercedes was the target in a lot of these fights, I think it's fine to be the target and put into the ground, as we've seen in every hero shooter, so long as the rest of your team is getting work done. And Brayden, especially on the Infernus, look, if you're going to a team fight and you're getting Death Slam, you're getting Telekinesis, you're getting the kitchen sink thrown in the Warden's face, but he's able to use last.
Dude, look at the healing on the McGinnis. Not bad, but it's not as good as Kelvin though, but
you're still
it's not bad.
The Warden, you're not shooting the Infernus, you're not shooting the Shiv, the Pocket, you're not on the Bebop a lot of the time. So, you know, essentially,
and the interesting one to me is
this game and fulfilled his role as kind of a lightning rod
probably the 7 damage and the
of
Abrams
Pass
damage.
really shine.
Imagine being Walex and losing to a Bebop that's using a build that he used months ago.
Dude, actually true. Walex used to play that every game.
So that's the thing. But yeah, really impressive. And I think the utility.
The Bebop not all once? I don't think so. I think it's just Gun Bop. Ult's not that great for him. Maybe early game he ulted. That's about it.
Issues with the composition, but they did such a good job as a team utilizing all of the utility really well, inclusive of the Bebop. Because Bebop, despite people not getting picked a lot, I think Bebop is one of those heroes that will always have value because of the hook. And
he popped it for tier 3s. Yeah, I think you just use it for farm and that's it.
You can catch opponents, leaving. You can, save your teammates.
Also, damn.
Has a lot of
looking at the items, by the way, I got in game. Dude, that McGinnis built double improved armor, heal bane, return fire, mystic slow with max heal station and wall. Literally just a debuffing machine just running around. That's it. And a full tank. Just impossible to kill.
But it was all
that's awesome.
To allow Brayden to kind of have his comeuppance, which he did.
Warden with Majestic Leap, Reach, Slowing Hex, classic items. Mirage.
I don't know. Pass shouldn't have really won.
Toxic, no Ricochet.
Obviously, the Infernus helps quite a bit.
Interesting.
We saw the Wombo combo come out of Patron
Lash, improved burst, 7 escalating enchanters.
Like, if they could get that on a larger scale,
Viscous.
I don't see how Pass
Rescue Beam Viscous with Divine Barrier and just Torment Pulse running around with bursts for your duration.
Was very important if you noticed there.
Gun Wraith, I mean.
Where there was no real healer on the enemy side.
Titanic, intensifying, escalating, Shadow Weave, Tesla.
Obviously helped mitigate a lot of abilities. I don't know. I feel like Pass showed some good signs. It was really weird for me to see that
Abrams Life Strike.
Just in
I like all this. It's cool.
Shadow Weave when we had so many.
Isn't Boundless better for 7 before escalating? I thought so, but I mean,
Hyper Beam. Now I'm thinking about it. I don't remember.
I don't think it's the end of the world either way.
Yeah, I don't think we did. He just didn't skill it. Just flexing on all of us.
It was built as more focused on getting hooks and damage immediately after the hook into the curse right after. I do think, though, when you go back and you look at how this game panned out, the reality is, especially with how far ahead they were at points, this was Patron Pulverizer's game to lose. They came in with, on paper, a stronger composition. They had, overall, a better early game. They were at points where they were significantly ahead within the game. And they weren't able to just hang on to their advantage.
It's true. They were ahead and then they kind of threw it.
realistically speaking, it was avoidable.
Even if they didn't
There
like
was
throw,
just
but
errors
they
that
didn't
got
convert
made
it into the
that
mid and late
let
game.
Pass, chip away, get back in, and then when pass got ahead, they kept the lead and they finished it out.
Yeah, it was around like the 18-minute mark what I was looking at when we saw Patron Pulverizers go for a big push onto lane 4, but they kind of overcommitted as we saw Goober rolling around under the walker, going extremely
Goober
deep.
rolling
They ended up losing
around.
5
What a
players,
name.
And that's where we really started to see the turnaround come in for pass, that paired with like an earn eventually happening. Actually, the earn actually happened at the 23-minute mark.
Also,
when we
I
saw
think the
Scout
most
with
interesting
overtime
part
in
about
lane
this
2,
is the
and he was trying
Viscous
to get
had
the
top
walker,
damage
but
for their
eventually
team.
closed in
Almost
on. They
top
lost him,
damage in
they
the whole
lost him,
game.
it was Goober, and then the earn got turned in against them. It was kind of like 2 bad decisions, I feel like, really put Patron Pulverizers on the back foot the pass was able to capitalize off of.
Well, any final thoughts, gentlemen, before we go into a break? Because I kind of
The finals are coming.
want to get
Dude, I
this
am
next
hyped.
game
Dude, I hope these
started.
guys
That was
pick
actually really awesome to
fucking
see.
McGinnis, Bebop, and all the and Shiv and all these other cool
Finals, but I'm
characters
happy
in
to
the
see
finals
McGinnis
versus Hydra
make it
Nation. That'd be
and
hype.
challenge Hydra Nation.
I really hope they do
We
well.
gotta see,
I'm
Hydra
hyped.
Nation, will you be consistent again this week? You've been that way every week here so far, but to me, you know, I'm a hard sell. You got to prove it week after week, and we'll see what Hydra Nation has.
The Hydra
been
Nation
cooking,
is definitely favored.
Dan, when we come back.
They've been the champs for 4 weeks.
Well,
Hey,
you
is
heard
that
it.
coming up now?
It's
Like
time
10
to go to a
minutes.
break, guys. We'll be
Maybe
back
less.
with the grand finals for the NA portion of Deadlock Fight Night number 5.
I hope it's 10 minutes. I'm gonna go
and
microwave
Hydra
some
Nation.
food.
We'll see you shortly.
7 minutes, close enough. Be right back, guys. Picking up my Costco lasagna from the fridge. BRB.
Look at the size of that thing.
Nessie PLS, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double left pointing triangles, double right pointing triangles.
Lifting. No. Cards out.
Yep. Hello. Okay, I'm here. I was a bit of a close call there, you know, just coming out of the break, back in, and everyone's wondering if I'm here.
I'm back.
I am here. How could I not be here? We've got a very exciting grand finals coming up. Are Hydra Nation going to be able to defend their title for the, I don't know, 100th time in a row, it feels like at this point. They have been a mainstay in the North American region, and Pass, who I think surprised all of us by taking down Patron Pulverizers, are going to face against them. And I just feel like, and maybe you guys can elucidate the situation, I just feel like Hydra Nation is too much of a Goliath. And I just don't see how it could happen.
Mr. DJ with the 100 months.
Tell me how
Thank
it
you.
could happen. How
Holy shit.
could Pass defeat Hydra Nation?
Here's how.
It's a long fucking time. Thank you so much.
That's it. That's all I got. On paper, the one that should be falling is Pass. That is the reality. But that's also what we would be saying about just about.
Listen. Don't be a coward. We vote Pass because they play Bebop and Shiv and McGinnis and all these other weird things. They're gonna fucking win. Surely.
100 weeks in a row, as you have just said. Or there'll come a day where we say Hydra Nation is the favorites. They've won every week until a team comes up and punches them in the mouth. Is that week going to be this week? Who knows? But it could be.
You're really into punching today, ZP. That's not the first time you mentioned it.
Just change the region. Yo, Spain? You guys want to play Spain?
I'll say this. I mean, it is our job as like commentators to keep everything exciting and like try to be unbiased, but I feel like it's hard to not be biased right now with Hydra Nation. Also, if you mix in the fact that Pass are still trialing members on their team, it's kind of very difficult to want to say that Pass have a fairly good chance of beating them. However,
it's gonna be tough.
What I do want to see is what they can do early game against Hydra Nation, and then potentially like when it comes to the macro play. Because I mean, Hydra Nation I think are quite a bit beyond better than most teams in North America, if not all teams, when it comes to macro play. But I want to see some like intent. I want to see like what they can strive for and like what they're going to do to actually accomplish that. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, the ban phase is going to be interesting because what do you ban against Pass? They're already ready to take all the worst heroes. So
True. You can't ban our heroes. They're all dog shit.
If you're gonna run a Warden in the solo lane and come out the win, you get a big W in my book.
Yeah, it's kind of funny you mentioned that. I mean, unironically, kind of true. However, I do think that if you give up a huge amount of hero power, the hydronation, they're probably going to kick you and keep you down a lot harder than what just happened previously against patron pulverizers. So should you live in a world where you give up Wraith late into the draft? Probably not. Also, you think about hydronation in terms of housekeeping for the draft, and think about Flick, where I think about
Guys, why is Costco lasagna so good?
Hydronation.
I think
Do
it's
you give
sponsored by
Flick
Big
Paradox?
Lasagna.
The answer, of course, should be no. So, in terms of bans for pass, the #1 ban that they should have, and I think any team should have against hydronation right now,
Wraith.
you ban Paradox or you pick Paradox. Like if you're first
Oh,
pick, you
well,
can
that
ban
too,
something
yeah.
else, and then you pick the Paradox. I think actually, given that they are first pick, I'm coaching here. I'm considering something along the lines of ban Viscous, pick Paradox. Because you get rid of what has been one of the most impactful heroes all day long in Viscous, and also one of Hydration's best heroes, and you get rid of Paradox and get to play it for yourself, or at the very least force them to ban it. I don't think you give either of those two heroes away.
Paradox is
here we
a
go.
insane
This is their
pick in
dominance
comp. It
over the
always has
past
been.
Weeks here, you can see they have yet to drop a map. To be fair, we have yet to see a single series go 3 maps, but for them to not drop a single map out of their, well, now 5th week running is kind of insane here. As you can see, defeating Bottom Barrel twice in a row in an Omens last week. I think for pass, if I'm perfectly honest, Dan, I don't really think you can ban out hydronation or even pick out hydronation. I feel like just because hydronation has been a team for such a long time now, going on 5-6 weeks, I feel like the synergies.
That's
really
wild. Yeah, they've been stomping.
To kind of figure out
See, the
how we're
problem
gonna
is
fit them in.
NA doesn't have like a
I feel
huge
it
player
doesn't
base,
really
I
matter
think,
what you
compared
take
to
away from
EU.
them. They're still on paper
In
gonna be
terms
the
of
better
players who
team.
are like
It's just about
good
how you
on
can kinda
teams.
play out the
So
match
EU has a lot of
and
its talent more spread out among the top 3 to 4 teams, especially some of the
that does
Russian
make a
teams.
lot of sense,
In
especially
NA, we don't have
know a lot of the history of
a lot of
this,
those. And
pass.
like
And
ZP was talking about
so
earlier,
it's hard for us to say
a lot of those
how
players
deep-
are either
how
not
deep the
playing
pools are.
or
And
just
so
haven't
playing
bought
into your
together yet.
strengths
So
as
it's
a
just kind of
team that
weird.
is playing against
Pass
a
bans
stronger team
Kelvin.
is definitely one approach, or you go with a super high risk approach. And I don't know that necessarily makes sense. I did like how you described the opening though, ZP. I felt like that would be, yeah, okay, Kelvin got banned, so never mind then.
I don't like the Kelvin ban. Like, yes, Quig is a great Kelvin. It may even be Quig's best hero. But no, in hydronation showing like we
I mean,
just don't
Kelvin
wanna
is an
give
insane
Bebop
pick.
because
They
you
banned
have to
Bebop. They know they have a
ban.
Bebop player. Like, fuck them.
The Bebop ban
Makes
makes
sense.
It's kind of a we will force you to play meta that we have scrimmed on. I think at the very least now for pass, Paradox. You pick Paradox.
Yep,
Do
I
not
agree.
give
Pick
up
Paradox.
That is
Assuming
my
they have a
only
Paradox
request
player.
Here is that please do not give Paradox to Flick, because it will be taken by hydronation. There will be no hesitation.
I don't know about you, Chad, or you, Dan, but I have a feeling that ZP wants to see pass take Paradox.
Yes, I do.
Hey!
Thank you, God. Like,
They did it. Let's go.
You've made the right pick.
It is funny that if you guys haven't watched before, Flick, actually, if I'm thinking of a player that strikes fear into my heart, it's probably Flick on Paradox. That actually is. In North America, he is the most scary force, Flick and Paradox. So that's good that we eliminate that, because we want to see as close a game as possible. The Infernus coming out right out of the gate.
Hey, they early Infernus in NA. And EU, they go fucking.
On the really quick with the note,
I don't even know, like IV7 or something.
Week 2, I think it was. He had 0 deaths in their best of 3 when they played.
God.
He had 0 deaths. It was crazy. Yeah, and first, so ZP, you're going to see Viscous come in here.
Actually, not true. I think they went Wraith 7.
See, like Wraith. I mean, obviously, I can understand the Paradox first pick. Going for the
They
Infernus over,
they
like, a Wraith,
prioritize
because, like,
7
it's, like,
over
kinda beat to the
Infernus.
left, and we
Oh, yeah, I
saw
forgot
him
the Mirage
show
too.
what he can do when he gets 2 kills early on if you fail a gank onto him.
Yeah, I mean, Wraith would be a good pick, but also Hydronation just saw Pass not value the Wraith, so maybe they feel like, okay, we can get the Mirage instead. I do think you punish them here, and you pick up the Viscous at a minimum, which also means if they are going to eventually go for the Wraith, and Pass doesn't want to play it, it also gives you one of the best heroes in the game.
At first Mirage crazy, it's a really good 2-pick.
Wraith's power, which is having Viscous, having the Q.
But hey,
you pick the Wraith yourself, and again, to the same logic.
Can't pick Kelvin.
You know Hydronation is
Then do the
100%
McGinnis third
without
pick
doubt
again? That'd be crazy,
going to
right?
pick Viscous if it's not picked here in slot 3. That is the reality of the situation, especially now that Wraith is on the board. You should pick Viscous.
So ZP, the thought I'm getting is you want to see Pass take Viscous for slot 3?
They did not. And now Hypernation's going to pick it in turn, which, you know, decisions. That's all I'm saying.
CP the crystal ball. Is it happening, Viscous? Yeah,
Yes.
there we go. There we
Okay,
go.
I got the
Well,
pocket
the
for
pocket thing,
Viscous.
I get it because they really wanted to secure it.
It's frontline time. Somebody's got to start working their frontline, I think.
Their picks a little bit and saying, okay, let's kick the Paradox straight away. So presumably they're doing that because of Flick. And maybe it's the case that Infernus was selected by Hydra Nation because they just saw Infernus be a pretty critical piece of how Pass won the previous game as well. So maybe some of these picks going back and forth in that sense. But I'm liking both lineups so far. This already for me feels.
All right, so Quig's going to play support Ivy, I assume.
Maybe banning
For
Deadlock
Hydra Nation
was a bad thing. Maybe it's forcing Pass to pick a great comp.
They're securing the support McGinnis
They're
first.
still missing a front line at the moment. I'm actually kind of curious. Are we going to see? I mean, Ivy picked up at some point, probably for slot 6 for Hydra Nation because it's basically the last support that you're going to play here.
I say Yamato or Mo and Krill or Abrams.
Quite a long time. So I'd imagine
One of
they
the
want to start
three.
taking some like tankier.
I'm gonna assume Abrams,
heroes,
but I don't
maybe
actually
get,
know.
Abrams out, maybe Warden, maybe Lash. Like get some beef in your line, in your front line, and deny as much as that you can from Pass. There we go, Abrams.
Yeah.
Hey, there it is.
Crystal ball. Not as good as ZP though.
Abrams exactly who I would have expected there because again, you think about Flick's hero pool and who Flick likes to play. Paradox is off the table. Flick still plays an exceptional Abrams. Not the only player that can play it on their team. Rocker can play it too, but I think this will be Flick on the Abrams. So perfect pick both for who's going to play it and also what they need there in terms of tankiness. Because now you go to Pass.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, Great Talent. I forgot. I always assume he's banned, but he's not. It's a good pick.
Great Talent pick.
But they still need frontline though, so it's kind of worrying, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think you look at here. Pass might have to go with the Mo, and I'm not in love with that as a final pick. Or they go with.
What if Hydra Nation picks? What if they pick Mo and Krill right now? And they have Mo and Krill, Abrams, Viscous, and they just run you down. That sounds hype.
Mo and Krill's do in the last game, but yeah, it's interesting. Hydra Nation though,
All right, they went for Warden. Close enough. Close enough, guys.
Who are we gonna get? Who are we gonna get here?
Dynamo. Haven't seen Dynamo in a while.
I'm trying to think of like the.
I would like Mo and Krill.
And just pair it on, just add it on to the fire, and see what happens. But it has to be someone that's like semi-tanky that can take it.
They need like a tank character. They already have the Great Talent Wraith.
Mo has failed for so many teams who don't know how to sort of like. I feel like it's failed on teams that have picked him because he makes sense on paper, but they don't have a best way to integrate him.
I guess, but I like the disarm a lot.
A good game.
The problem is if you have the disarm and you already have pocket on your team, then they can stack debuff reducer for both the disarm and the other one.
Okay, Shiv, tanky Shiv.
It is Shiv. You guys are right. You guys are right.
I suppose.
I guess.
I was gonna say, Hydra Nation. What was their name before they became Hydra Nation? Mahjong and Krill. So if
My problem is they don't really have a lot of not a lot of CC coming out.
So yeah, we're not gonna see it. Unfortunately, Shiv coming in, and then Hydra Nation, give it to us. Give us the Mo and Krill. Why not? Probably not gonna happen, but that'd be funny.
I think Hydra Nation then with Ivy. Yeah, okay. That
As support Ivy,
that's a scary
exactly what we
lineup
talked
that Hydra
about.
Nation has here.
Yeah. To be fair, I did crystal ball the Ivy 6 pick since the support was taking the other side. But yeah, I mean, just like the last game though, we didn't really
90-month reset from Mr. Ninja. Thank you.
Either, but they made it work for them.
Also
Obviously,
true.
I think a part of that was
We're
due to
time
the fact
traveling.
that Patron Pulverize just kind of
So no
made some
Geist, which is
mistakes and
interesting.
actually capitalized off of it. But to be fair, right? Yeah, they don't have a tanky front line, but damn, they have pick potential. They have a lot of damage. If you get a paradoxical swap with someone, they're guaranteed to be dead. They have a decent amount of poke with Wraith Pocket, Great Talent, even Shiv with the daggers, the knives. They don't have necessarily a bad comp. It's a very high damage composition, but when it comes to like pure team fighting, I feel like that's where they're going to struggle a bit because they just don't have a front line to soak damage.
One thing that's interesting is that Hydra Nation don't have a Lash, don't have Paradox. They don't really have some of those like pure initiators. Obviously, Abrams
They don't have pure initiators, but they have Warden, Abrams, Viscous as a death ball frontline who are running you down.
So I feel like that could be
So it's kind of
Pass
spooky.
maybe has compositionally speaking, if they're able to find those engagements where they're able to catch like a couple of players rotating and they get a good Paradox
Real
and
quick.
take out players early in that fashion. I feel like there could be a small edge there in how they might set up team fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think the number one thing here that might come back to bite Hydra Nation. They did not need to ban Bebop. Bebop was just I don't want to deal with that crap ban. And the penalty for doing that is you have to go against Paradox. If they were up against, say, Buff Enjoyers on an A ping and, not taking a trip via Form to Spain or whatever like that, right? They're not giving up the Paradox in any situation. Giving up the Paradox here is a little bit of an ego play. I will say that pure and simple, given that we know what Paradox can do if played by a sufficiently skilled player. So if you have a really, really good Paradox player on pass that can surpass expectations, it could be the path to Hydra Nation losing their first map ever here at Deadlock Fight Night. And I think that it could be an Achilles heel. We'll see.
Ooh. I think the only realistic reason I see them ban away Bebop is just because, so they did this against Wallix a few weeks ago, right? But that was when Wallix had a really great game, and we saw the hyper beam Bebop that you talked about a lot, DDK, where I think he saves his ability points and invests everything into his ultimate when he gets it online. I feel like they don't want to play against the Bebop they just saw, the Shadowy Bebop. Instead, they're like, okay, we'll ban it away because we don't want to have to play against it. Because Hydra Nation's shown the last weeks they are very good at playing against Bebop when it comes to the hyper beam and their positions. So maybe it's just coming down to that.
Yes, well, oh, what's that, CP?
I was gonna say, it makes perfect sense. I mean, also, I just think when, you know, Hydra Nation, they have coaches, right? And coaches like playing standard gameplay if they can. It's why teams, like, going back to Overwatch days, right? Teams hated playing against Chengdu Hunters because they played something unconventional most of the time. It was very hard to practice against. Most teams aren't running a Bebop right now, so if you want to keep your actual gameplay close to what you've practiced, getting rid of the Bebop just makes it good and standard.
All right, well, we say goodbye to Jason and we say hello to the first map of our best of 3 grand finals.
I'm back. Oh, perfect time. Let's go.
Defend the crown. Now, Pass with a pretty good performance in the previous game.
Overwatch mentioned? What I missed?
They managed to do in the early game because they got kind of bullied in the early game in the last bout. So, okay, we've got 2 players on lane 4 right off the rip here, ZP. Something we see in North America, but we don't really see in Europe.
Yeah, oh yeah, we do that a lot. It's
into Hydra Nation's playbook. What we're seeing here.
They do this every game. They double stack the 4th lane to push fast, and then one person goes to the 3rd lane to catch. It's an easy double soak and get priority for your Infernus early game. See, now look at the Viscous. Flies over.
Yep, it's having a bad day, but hey.
Might double soak, might not, but whatever.
Able to kind of just reframe it. If they're focusing on me,
might just be a thing where like maybe they just don't like level 1 and Furnace something. I don't know. You get the idea.
Reframe it so he doesn't lose his goddamn mind.
Well, he's lost half his goddamn health to add on to that.
Overwatch callback CP talking about how unconventional teams like the Hunters. Oh, Chengdu. Okay, yeah.
For Mercedes in lane 4.
I mean, when you think about it, in video game chat, we saw this actually recently at League of Legends Worlds. When people play their own like game and their own picks,
which you can still do pretty.
You gotta believe in yourself.
Shiv, with how good his shotgun is.
Yeah, and I'm going to do a quick shameless plug here. I featured Leffa on one of my recent videos talking about tracking aim because his tracking aim is probably some of the top that's actually in this game. His tracking is incredible. He's a very good carry player. And so Left is very, very dangerous.
Believe in the heart of the cards.
I'm going to keep an eye on as far as Hydra Nation.
Well, it's mostly that
to just make sure that he's not getting too.
Get to believe in your own vision of the game, essentially.
The burn damage will finish off Mercedes, and we'll go down straight away. I'm not. Look, I guess there's a.
Oh, Pockets here though to clean up.
Dive, though, so
wait, we literally just pulled away the camera at the worst time. I think he died. Yeah, the Infernus died.
As well,
1 for 1.
Maybe put the pressure on to Algae. So that lane 4 really seeing some action early on.
Everyone, party in lane 4, get over here. But look, that is
Goober
really
40
important
months,
to happen,
thank
right?
you.
Leffa is still gonna walk away with about 300 soul lead, but it could have been a whole lot worse if he didn't die, absorbed another wave, and it was a 1,000 soul lead, right? So the rotation from Alju, really, really important to stop Leffa from getting his ramp into beast mode status, which we've seen Leffa do a lot over the last month.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get there eventually. He's just got to slow it down a bit. That's the key. And so just looking at some of the other lanes, we've got the Abrams Wraith on lane 1.
Ammo Scav, Charge Wraith, classic.
And, as a newfound Abrams player, is that a matchup that you've experienced with?
Playing a hero you know is always better than the one you are new on. That's true, but
it's a more even matchup overall.
What we're talking about is more deep than that. It's more about believing in your own vision of the game, essentially, and not getting sucked into what everyone else is doing by the nature of just because everyone else is doing it.
Focus down in turn, so long as she doesn't do something like push away too much and get to a zone where Abrams can freeze and deny her. But overall, I would expect that lane to be largely even until ganks come into play. And speaking of ganks, lane 3, 3-man rotation right now from Pass. Hydra Nation on the Mirage and Viscous just gonna back up a little bit, and it's Algae right now, Dan, that's really trying to be a playmaker.
Yeah,
Pocket is it coming?
Here to try to find an opening pick, but it looks like Hydra Nation. not going to be able to withstand that push. Now, do you not finding really the love that he's looking for?
Hey, Pocket's just going back and forth, double soaking everything, right?
His teammates though take control of these lanes.
We're trying to.
Alleviate some of the pressure.
Nobody's really that far ahead in souls.
My team won't let me hear the end of it.
Well, you see here.
I like the early stamina of McGinnis.
McGinnis right now just saying, I'm going to drop a turret up here. And you still have to be careful pushing McGinnis in lane just because of all the ways that wall can really work against you, especially when you have the burst of a Talon here. So, you know, for
one bullet.
this lane, especially when
Yoink.
it's like Warden Ivy, to be mostly neutral, you're not going to have tons of playmaking from those two. Again, it comes down to rotations. And speaking of rotations, Leffa, public enemy number 1. We've seen 3-man rotations onto him in the past. And instead, though, they decide, no, he's backing up. We're going to go back into lane instead.
Yeah, I like the timing of that because
Here comes a gank.
Mercedes has a
They're running at him.
You know, hold that thought.
Paradox on the run.
Coming through here.
Oh, Paradox went up. Oh shit! Wait.
As Paradox, Salty is going to be able to make the escape. Kinetic Carbine coming through.
He just pops ball and leaves, huh? He doesn't want. He catches the wave instead. Mirage is still chasing.
Actually, we still have the pressure on from DMB up on the rooftop. Have to jump away, and this is kind of a precarious scenario. Left has joined the ranks now, looking to try to take down Mercedes again.
See ya.
Mercedes cannot avoid the bullying. It is actually outrageous, and in comes Alju to try to make something happen between the satchels and the cloaks. And it comes
wow, this is a bloodbath.
Is coming to lane number 3 to show their hand, and it looks like after all said and done, ZP.
I mean, Viscous did get to push the tower, I think, for during all of that.
That's the scary part. It's still
Leffa does miss out on a little bit of farm in the side lane.
Lane 3 to an extent here. It might now be heading to more done, but no, as I say that, Owl comes in, blows DMB, the Kingdom Come. Now Paradox, Salty, under pressure, dives into the subway.
He's doing really good rotations.
Paradox peeking out of the subway now, drops the carbine.
He's at 2. Huge.
Taken out once more.
I was gonna say really good rotation, but they just overstayed that time. Oh, Mirage got walled.
The NA special right now. We
NA special, they run it down, boys.
Neither side letting it go here just yet, Dan.
It's like this Brawl Stars or something. I don't know if you've even played that game. I don't even know what it looks like, but I assume that everyone's fighting all the time. And this is actually quite wild because now the push from it was Hydronation's tower, but now it's come all the way back to past the side of things on lane 3.
Is their stream okay?
Continues. And I mean, they should at least potentially be able to get a little bit of damage.
The deep fried Deadlock.
Substantial. And we got a fight here. Leffa fighting on lane 4, and he's going to be able to take down Mercedes, but off of the zip is going to be Alju, who's going to try to finish off Leffa.
Leffa's out. Damn, dude.
This is beautiful.
This is huge. This is what they need.
Having problems, but I feel like the communication must be really good, ZP, because every time Mercedes is having some trouble and getting a little behind,
his non-stop kills is crazy.
Come in at the right moment to either trade the kill or to
I'll never forget. I think it wasn't it like a month ago when one of the first tournaments we saw? I think it wasn't it like 40 or 60 kills or something by 10 minutes, and the whole server. It was actually absurd.
To a point where they hear a ribbit or a croak somewhere in real life, and they just immediately start shuddering, you know, just without any abandon because of just how Alju has been going out of his way to limit Leffa with rotation after rotation. And look, I think you look at the map movement that Alju.
And Leffa's gonna go farm anyway, but
it's been pretty solid. I think Alju's been one of the key members of keeping past in this early game. And hey, Dan, maybe it's like you said, it's a tryout buff.
Yeah, but what he doesn't know is he's actually trying out for Hydronation because we know what they're up to.
Oh no!
Oh.
Also, historically true.
See ya.
Takes
down
DMB in the Cosmic Veil cubby, but more pressure coming on the Mercedes.
Boom.
Goo Ball smashes into him against the wall.
Ivy flies in. See ya.
So once again, another trade.
Hey, Quig with 4 gun items as a support early game.
Here
feels good, man.
The game, and all of this trading out has made it relatively even, Dan. Everyone at 6 and 5K respectively. Swap in progress here for Salty. Looking for extra damage.
Great ult.
Damage going
Interesting.
into the Abrams.
And Furnace diving.
Here comes Leffa. Concussive combustion.
Misses the ult. Misses the ult. Wraith is gonna go down regardless. Paradox should get out though.
Round and round the statue.
Yeah, Paradox out. Paradox out. Wait, why is Paradox going the other way? Uh-oh. Not anymore.
Abrams gets the hit of...
Oh, wait.
Oh, no. Gets a hit of his
No,
own
you
parry.
did. Dude, he shot one time too many. He had the double, but either way, Infernus is going to parry for him. He has to do an immediate parry and bait it. It's the only way.
Oh, man. North American Deadlock goes. It's just so hard.
It is. NA Deadlock's fucking crazy.
Hard. I don't know what else to describe it. Okay, so lane 3 just seems to be an absolute war zone, and somehow now that the Guardians are still up on both sides. It's unbelievable. There's the parry for the Guardian on the dive. Mercedes trying to make it happen.
Here's
here,
Quig.
but in comes
Quig's appeal. See it, boom.
well, 2 extra players at the very least, and Mercedes goes down. It seemed like a dive worth a shake, but it's Mercedes that ends up going down. So okay, all right, okay, some breathing room for maybe about 10 seconds. So we take stock. 44k to 41k. We've got a slight edge here. 3 Guardians down in favor of Hydronation. They are 2 Guardians in advantage over Pass. So
NA is clearly ahead of miles ahead of EU in terms of gameplay. Honestly, true.
I think Pass is not really out of it or even really tangibly too far behind. The last sequence of tradeouts did give
What do you think about it? I mean, why doesn't Europe? Why don't EU teams just try like killing the enemy?
Time that you get an extra 3k item
like NA teams.
So there is a little bit more of an advantage than it might seem, but it should be a pretty ephemeral one unless Hydronation
So buffs in
just take
15.
a
Let's
really
go.
good team fight soon, which might be the case, Dan, as buffs come up in 10 seconds.
Okay, so looks like we'll get a fight here over the lane 2 bridge. And,
Pocket just wow. Pocket was trying to do the teleport away as a buff spawned. Got 100 to 0 instantly.
In that location as well. So Hydronation taking quite the edge now. And this could begin to become problematic. Now the question is, how does Pass decide to respond to the urn, which actually hasn't been collected just yet? To be honest, CP, it feels like the teams that collect the first urn actually end up being at more of a disadvantage. Oh my god! Like he's been pushed into the bathrooms. His head's like they pushed into the toilet. They're flushing it.
You're not having bullying without a little bit. You're not having bullying without a little bit push into the bathrooms, but yeah, Mercedes down. And the question is how the urn is going to be used here as a bargaining chip. Brayden, though, that's the classic.
I mean, are they going to pick up the urn?
Telekinesis, walk away.
Or are they just going to keep killing each other?
Both teams lose 1.
I see shit.
Hydronation, though, getting the walker, and the urn right now not really being used as bargaining chip whatsoever. It is urn number 1. The 10-minute urn distinctly worth way less than the others in terms of net effect of the game, but oh boy.
Oh, baited the parry.
Goes for the charge. Does it connect it to the wall and says, you know what, Talon? You get to live this time. You live another day.
Indeed.
Headed to York.
Okay, so Pass, or rather, Hydronation managing to kind of just like they're very good at finding good timing windows to just push something, and they managed to take away a walker. So their objective edges are now starting to compound, and Pass is starting to get further.
Ivy's a little bit spooky.
To go their way.
Nice cube.
Some pressure onto the Ivy here. Pass. Can they find a way to finish this one off? I don't think there's
Viscous with the healing Nova. Nice.
And they may end up losing everyone they've invested. Mercedes is here on that Shiv, and is going to try to escape here, but there's Flick with that Viscous. Oh, trying to dash away, and there's no escape. Mercedes goes down yet again. And indeed, the urn, they're not really looking to pick it up.
They don't want to take the urn because the urn will go to their base.
Though, you do get to a point in the game where if it's at around 14 minutes, you just kind of let it go because it's not worth the most soul-wise, and you know a new urn is going to spawn. Or if you want to be cheeky, there is something else you could do here, Dan. Is you could grab the urn and just hold it until
that is what the Ivy's doing. We saw this happen to you. Same thing.
The urn too. I don't think teams have really done that a whole lot, but you can sort of mitigate the impact of the 15-minute urn if you just make sure that this urn is being held before a new urn would spawn.
Ooh, that is devious. Well, it's an urn location at least that is pretty favorable to Pass. Obviously, it spawns towards.
Yeah, they're not even going to run it. They're just going to sit in base.
Interestingly, had the urn been picked up earlier, I actually believe it would have been a neutral location, but maybe it won't really end up mattering too much.
Under attack. I see biscuits.
Well, we're looking at Salty now. Paradox playmaker.
Found that. Wow, they found that Mirage.
Mirage going to try and tornado away, but very, very wounded in process.
See ya.
Brayden, they're on the finish. So Paradox.
Oh, they might find the Viscous. Big cube.
Carbine over and in. Cube
Have it. He's just gonna roll away.
Goes for the goo ball on the
Let's go, McGinnis.
Just comes in from the back. Flick not wanting any part of that. And you take a look at the situation. Leffa says it's go time. Concussive combustion in. Focused on the McGinnis. Gets carbine. Pressure coming in. McGinnis in their own health station, not able to live. Leffa.
I mean, hey, what are you gonna do? It's Infernus, guys. Infernus with infinite lifesteal
here, Dan,
and reactive barrier.
In a good spot. Burn, meanwhile, back at its usual location.
Burns back, but they're not going to pick it up because they're ahead.
I think it's the best game to get like high level aim. I've talked to some aim training coaches about this, and they agree about that. I don't have time to really get into that, but if you're wondering why Leffer's tracking aim is just unbelievable, that is the reason why.
Some good aimers will come out of that game, regardless. You know, think back to the glory days. You know, when DeFran was in competition, making French players.
All right, about Overwatch. Oh yeah, it's one of the hardest games, aiming.
And getting that sort of you know, confession out of a French player, it's not hard. You have to be really, really good, as it turns out. But the urn, I think they are just trying to make the urn.
Yeah, going back to base with urn again.
On this for 30 seconds. Pass doesn't have a great urn to use for the 15-minute urn. This feels like urn sabotage. I'm gonna be honest.
Yep.
They're seeing this every game. They're probably going to speed it up somehow. I would hope they change this on Thursday. It seems like kind of a degen strat.
All right, well, Mercedes actually, honestly, given how much punishment Mercedes takes, I'm always surprised at like how well Mercedes is able to kind of just stay in the game in terms of souls.
Yeah.
Big movement. Oh, go ahead.
No, I mean, it's interesting, especially on Shiv, where sometimes you get put into a hole and it's bad. And, oh, look, Dan, they held on to the urn until right over 15 minutes and they dropped it. That urn is not a very worthwhile urn right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Forgot about that. And we got a push on lane 4 happening at the moment. DMB is on the receiving end of 3 players looking to get that walker down. At the same time, Hydro Nation are trying to push that lane 2. So split pushing happening. 3 players on either side.
Oh, Wraith hold. Is he out?
Coming in. Looks like Hydro Nation will try to disconnect themselves from that lane 2 push, but at the same time, lane 4.
Is this a patch week? Yes. There should be a patch on Thursday. It usually is.
Yeah, the telekinesis is still there. Brayden got stunned, so the telekinesis never left her hands. And Hydro Nation, I mean, if they look at the ults, they'll see it's still up, but they might not realize it because it was going on the rocker. Rocker, though, finish off. Brayden says you can't cast telekinesis when you're dead. Leffa dropping the fire on the ground, moving around. Now laying the damage in the Mercedes. Mercedes as a card.
Dude, melee Shiv, he's just like, what if you just don't parry me?
I got news for you. You're about to burst into flames. Leffa finishes it off and says, oh, and another one. Paradox, let's fight. Will they live? Likely, with hydration coming from the back.
Now he's going to have Ricochet.
That's so difficult because Leffa knows that
so much lifesteal. Yeah, Infernus's lifesteal is crazy strong.
At the same time, there's one way to get the killing blow.
Insanely strong.
Like the melee charge. But the Shiv knows this. Mercedes knows this. So I think what we should have seen is like a fake melee charge. Might have gone pretty hard there.
That's why I countered heal ban.
Force the parry.
They might have had heal ban on him that fight.
And then you get them to kind of miss with the parry. But yeah,
he probably would have lost HP at all if they didn't.
They're really like high level stuff from Leffa, avoiding that situation, and it's getting worse here for Pass as the push comes through on this lane 3.
Oh, Paradox missed a swap.
The fight
Shiv is kind of running it down. Shiv's dead.
Pass, rather for Hydro Nation, before the re-engage comes in after they recommit Mercedes into the fight. And right now it looks like Hydro Nation are beginning to run away with things here, ZP.
Gap is getting bigger, and you take a look, they don't care about the urn. This was a sabotaged urn. That's a 10-minute urn being delivered at 17 minutes. And truth be told, it's still
basically fraud.
Yeah, I mean, it still has some degree of comeback mechanic to it. It does even up the souls a little bit, but Hydro Nation is still nursing a nearly 20k lead.
Hey, the supports have their beams.
I think it just comes down to the fact they didn't care too
Hydration
much
is still building leap on Warden. Nice.
Side. And
it actually makes so much sense now that you've explained it all, ZP. That if you want to like reduce, if you're winning and there's a comeback mechanic and you can make the comeback mechanic worse, you should do that.
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, the real test for me is that if they didn't do urn, would they?
Is Inhibitor better than Leech on Furnace? Absolutely, yes.
Like, we want this urn to be.
The reason is that there's too much diminishing return. If you get Leech after having that much Spirit Life Steal, you're probably only getting like 10 or 15% of the 35.
Life Strike shit,
so it's just kind of pointless.
It's an old favorite. It checks out, but hold the phone. Gage coming on in. Flick.
What is this, dude? What is this owl?
Here by Hydro Nation, and it collapses directly on top of Mercedes. Getting the brunt of it this time. You look here in the Warden, dashing through, getting stymied a little bit by the time wall. Spooky though down, pass down 2. All you falling in turn in this fight around the moat. Scrappy as Hibernation picks up 4, and when you lose 4 in mid, Dan, that's a mid boss.
Yep.
It is indeed. Yeah, you were talking about that earlier.
They die, go mid. Honestly, he should not have popped out there. He should have just been in the fight and popped out later.
Is if mid boss is up, you have a protocol where you just don't take committed fights. In certain locations.
Imagine getting paid to play and you throw that out. Bro, they're not getting paid.
But like protocols are really important at the top level, and it's something that obviously it's very early days. So I'm sure we'll see that in the future.
I don't think anybody's getting
Jason
paid.
in our channel also brought up something. This is like, wow, hydration with most souls in his Warden. The one thing about hydration, and why you'll see hydration regardless of hero usually get ahead, is that hydration.
Went like $100. Yeah, the attorney is like.
Than most,
oh,
but hold on, gets a stun.
oh, he actually stunned it.
However,
Rescue beam went out.
Pressure, but the telekinesis eventually hits. Goes unstoppable off the seismic slam.
What the fuck? There are so many people going in on him. He got beamed and barrier. Didn't even matter.
Came in for the assist. Also getting thrown into the dumpster. Pass up 2 right now in this fight. You see Salty working around the time wall. Gets him rolled up from Mercedes to finish off hydration, and this is a very nice fight for Pass here so far.
Yeah, this is a crazy fight for Pass. They tried to all in off the. They should have just let Abrams go.
Oh wow,
it's super
really,
sketch.
Really important to be on the killing blow. Oh, it's not going to be able to connect because the cube is going to block it, trying to slide through the veil, and there's a insane parry to finish off Mercedes. But these are key fights here because they've got obviously the rejuve. You're trying to prevent them from taking major objectives with that rejuve, and a straight up fight might be the one to do it. But you don't want to get wiped. 3 players you were killed with the rejuve.
Brov's like, hello?
Action right now. They're on the zips all the way across to the fight, and if you're past now, you just have to prevent the bleeding. You can't die at this point because you have to be able to defend the base and prevent the progress of.
More importantly, look at the urn.
That rejuve on 3 players still.
They're running the urn right now. Everybody's dead.
After getting back up, after getting hit by the killing blow, says, okay, you guys push lane 4. Keep everything nice, warm, and toasty over here because the urn is coming on in. And for Pass, you don't want to give up this urn. Already, you're behind around 25k. The damage to your economy is going to be incredible should hydration keep it in. The problem is the map presence from
another
hydration
plus 7k for hydration, or actually maybe even 10. I don't even know.
And now, Dan, that deficit has grown to nearly about 35,000. So the window of opportunity for Pass here is starting to close. And I don't know entirely what they're going to be able to do to bring it back into play. It's turning into Hibernation's game to lose.
Absolutely, and one of the scary things also is, we talked about it earlier, it's like we know that Left is going to get ahead. We just have to slow him down so you can make it, stay competitive and still be able to be good.
I mean, Leffa is just farming. With hydration, they both have 30k.
Leffa's now
the carries on Pass only have 20, 22. It's just, what do you do?
Pretty hard in the Infernus, and that's very worrying because there's not really all that much to really deal with that. There's so much of a front line and that can be in front of Leffa as well. It's going to be hard to even single him out and so on if he's smart with the positioning. So lots of problems right now, and there's another one.
Dude, the viscous POV is so goofy. And spectator, like the camera's too close.
Mercedes has been the target of a multi-person gank here at Deadlock Fight Night North America. But I got news for you, Hydration, they're not necessarily done yet. Swap though, in on the flick, Flick in danger, taken on down. Paradox still deadly, even when this far ahead. But now we look to Hydration, a very fed Warden. For now, just looking to get shrine damage. Drops the flask.
Holy shit.
The finishing blow on the Spooky.
That thing hit like a truck.
Only 2 members left alive as Hibernation go. We're taking down the shrines. We're taking down the patron. And Dan, even without a Rejuvenator in play, this could be GG. We'll see what Hibernation does.
Yeah, it's only looking like it. They don't really have the issues, even if they're up actually at this point. Hibernation is so far ahead.
I mean, I think the Infernus can solo the whole team.
You got Leffa here, who's not going to die. Just the nature of the lifesteal, the spirit lifesteal. So this is looking pretty desperate indeed for Pass.
They're just focusing the throne. They got this. Patron, sorry.
Dive comes in, it's still sustaining some damage. Pass still down 3 players.
GG.
Hydronation, and that's going to be it. Map 1 here for Hydronation in the grand finals, looking to I don't know, what is it called when you win 5 times in a row?
Quintuple.
What's that called?
It'd be a quintuple.
5P?
Yeah.
The 5P?
Quadruple would be 4. Quintuple would be...
Quint-P?
Yeah, Quint-P. Yeah, close enough. I mean, look, you don't
it doesn't
really
sound
get
very
to...
good, so I don't...
look, you don't get to that situation a whole lot in any form of sports. So it's not like a word we've had to go to. It usually stops at 3. But yeah, Hydronation just continuing their reign of excellence here in map 1. Not that there weren't interesting points. I think that you think about Salty on the Paradox, still found good picks, and there you had the NA special where early in the game, the back and forth, it's a back and forth, and the back and forth where both teams were able to be at 6 to 5K for a while, but eventually the decisions add up. Also, the earn sabotage, pretty cheeky coming in from Hydronation, just going like, you know, we don't want to be a slave to the earn and go into your territory. It's not really what we want to do. So if you do go for the earn, we're gonna make sure that it's not a very good earn, you know.
Speaking of good earns, we got Jason Kaplan here for his thoughts.
Okay.
Speaking of not very good
Whoa, what
earns,
is that in the background, Jason? Whoa, hold up, Jason. What's going on there?
What is that?
Okay, dude.
So confusing.
Pandering,
like
Jason.
It's bad.
I don't know what you're talking about. Siegel. What?
Okay. He's
like
farming.
10 minutes of straight fighting. Lane 3 was like, I cannot. Like whoever was cleaning up the trash on that lane was like, there's just too many dead bodies. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, there was constant fighting. I feel like that was a little bit of lax out of Hydronation. Maybe not taking it as seriously because there was just constant fighting that there really didn't need to have happen. But I mean, in the end, Hydronation closed things out. They made it a little bit closer than maybe I expected at some points, but they showed some high-level tech with the solar, and like you were mentioning before, ZP.
Yeah, again, Hydronation, this is a team that does have more active coaching than norm. I think they have a staff of 2 coaches now. This is gonna, like, I wonder if this is gonna just be like the NA
2 coaches,
conglomerate where everyone just goes, okay, we want a piece of Hydronation. All right, you want to get talk of Hydronation? Well, we got 2 managers, we got 5 coaches, we got 6 personal assistants. You know, we just want, you know, all to make Hydronation the best NA. You think I'm kidding, but the stuff does escalate as time goes on. But you know what? Also,
he's not wrong. It does eventually, but we're so early that everybody, nobody's even getting paid.
Definitely a Hydronation staple, but Alju did his best to continually rotate and make Lefa's life hell in the very beginning.
True, trying to make him I'm gonna reuse the joke, trying to make his case for a spot on Hydronation. But Alju has been a pretty consistent performer on this pocket. I don't know that we've seen Alju on too many other heroes, but yeah, it's so hard to keep Lefa down.
Unpaid pro team getting a staff of 25.
Really good.
Hey, everybody wants to volunteer.
Like Lefa, who's playing a carry, and he's extremely
a lot of unpaid
interns. He's also he understands the meta of the micro decisions in these fights, how in these certain matchups, how you're supposed to get ahead, the expected timings on maybe the melees or the distances that you have to be wary of. He obviously has so much experience that he's going to be pretty menacing in those scenarios. So this is a definitely not the style of gameplay I feel like is good against players like Lefa.
I'm gonna answer that question for you, by the way, on if he has played, because you said that and I'm like, I don't know. Alju has played in Deadlock Fight Night Pocket 5 times and Yamato once. That's it.
Wow, that's a lot of pocket.
I just wanted to look it up because I took the time to like go make a database for it. Yeah, I mean, I think Alju should be like, if we talk about like Ido as well, if we're talking about like pocket 1 tricks, like you need to be able to extend your hero pool to be able to play at this kind of level. You can't just bank on the fact that pocket's going to be your 1 trick. I would like to see what else he's playing like more actively, because he's typically being like the solo lane player. You have to be able to obviously like do like Wraith.
I mean, I've seen Alju on pocket a billion times in my games too, but
I also want to see like his Yamato.
Chances are he has other picks,
played
but
against Hydronation once, but obviously that was a loss in the end.
if you keep getting pocket, then why not play pocket?
Watching the stream and just wondering, whoa, I'm catching strays here. It's like I've expanded my hero pool. You can't just throw that on me.
I haven't seen him in a long time. That's the problem.
No, I know. However, I do think in Ido's defense, word on the street is that he has expanded his hero pool because he was pretty well aware that he got the reputation of being just the most obvious pocket 1 trick in the world, pocket and paradox. So, you know, players eventually they adapt, they evolve. But
stats.
Speaking of adapting and evolving, and just also high.
That's a lot of damage from the Warden and the Mirage.
At 27k, Hydration sneakily high at 26k. I mean, which also kind of makes sense. Like Warden, especially if you're having a good Warden game, also can be a little bit of a stat pattern with what Last Stand does in fights. Even in a fight where Last Stand doesn't get kills, it just, you're hitting a lot of people, it adds up on the spirit damage. But you know, you look to the other side for Pass and you wonder, well, where did things go well? Where did things not go so well? Mercedes, for being jumped on early on in most fights, still had pretty darn good damage output on the Shiv. And actually, seeing the final number surprised me just a bit.
Yeah, poor Mercedes, man. Just
What is
every
Mirage's
match
build?
Bullied, ganked over and over. But then again, like on the Warden we talked about, was
I think
able
it's just
to
a
keep
normal
himself
gun
in the
build.
game and obviously get his team to a victory here. I feel like he was doing like kind of all right, to be fair, considering how many times he died. 11 times, and he was still like up there with Braden and with Aljuz. So I feel like Mercedes was doing a fairly good job of keeping himself in the running. But
Okay, he's
he wasn't
running
able to
just
get ahead in the lane
normal
and kind of
gun
snowball
build with toxic crippling headshot but no ricochet, and instead he goes Headhunter, kinetic dash, long range.
What a game with Mercedes would look like. Without
No
just
ricochet,
getting
though.
Just this insane amount of like, but because I feel like Mercedes almost like treated like it's some.
It has a
super
Wraith of
well-known,
0
like,
objective damage.
carry, like a specialist or something.
It's tough,
like that,
bro.
where I was,
That's
like,
tough.
Super afraid of like you got to keep this player down or we're gonna get wrecked, because that was the treatment that Mercedes is getting in these games.
Well, what's the most reliable car brand that you can
McGinnis?
just do
Oh, it's
anything
a
to
support
and it would
build.
still like magically run? Because I feel like that's what Mercedes
It's pretty
needs
normal
to change
support.
their name to after the 2 maps I've seen here today, where 1 win, 1 loss, but the one constant is, oh, Mercedes is in the lane. Better send 3 people, 4 to be sure.
Yeah.
I feel like we need to send Mercedes one of those like hoodies, like to get gooped, because that's all it really
Quig
happens
also
to
is
him, and,
playing
like, constantly
support.
getting gooped over and over, which funny enough you guys at home can pick up if you head over to deadlockfightnight.com. All of the proceeds do go, of course, back into the event when it comes to the prize pool and of course the production to make sure that we can run the show every single week for you. Not to mention over in Twitch chat, you can get gooped here on deadlockfightnight.com. You guys get gooped in chat as well, as we do have some emotes. So we just got a sub button for you guys at home who are interested in supporting this cause as well. We're still working on the badges, working on some more emotes for you guys on top of that. If you have any ideas, feel free to submit those over on deadlockfightnight.com, because we have a suggestion section there.
Indeed, we appreciate all your support. As you can see, this episode we're currently running sponsorless. You guys are the sponsors. You guys are showing us the love through watching the broadcast and taking part in the show, in the community, and this effort to bring Deadlock esports into the forefront, and I'm sure we're not far away from it. I feel like in 2025 I bet some big things will happen. The game has a lot of promise, but speaking of promise, of course we've got one more game, and it seems like it is promised
Admiral
to Hydra Nation.
Admiral Albatross, thank you for the prime.
Winners. Is there hope though for Pass? Is there something that they could change or do
Also,
differently?
third round from Deputy, thank you
into
too.
into that next match. I suppose that's probably a question to be asked after a quick break, guys. I'm getting ahead of myself because we got to do the thing. We got to do right by the runner show. So take a quick break,
True.
and then we'll get into the nitty gritty of how it is possible, or could be possible, for Pass to defeat Hydra Nation.
Oh.
Such good music. We got 5 minutes. The Buff Enjoyers lost. And they lost this week. And then they didn't play last week. And the week before that, they also lost. But I think they're part of like the big 3 though, in terms of like the 3 good teams in EU. They always, all 3 put up insane games versus each other. Although DMS has won the last 2 weeks, so I guess I'd say they're like probably the best now. Bro, are you in my room? Yes. Is DMS a paid team? Guys, I don't think there's a single paid team Okay, guys. You want to know that the esports part of this? There's not a single paid team, and even if they do get paid, it's gonna be dog shit because it's esports. There'll be like a signed team getting paid like 1,000 a month. $1,000 a month to be generous. Probably true, to be honest. Jace will be held accountable for shameless pandering. It is pretty shameless. Thank you, ZP. Isn't the whole point of being a pro player is to pivot into a streaming career? No. It's not, actually. There are many people who are pro players, if you tell them to stream, they just don't want to. They just want to play. They're in it for the love of the game, boys. Will you play Apex this new season? Probably not, to be honest. I saw they're bringing back like some old Apex or something. That looked kind of cool. Oops. I left my mouse cursor on the screen. Old Apex is fun for a few rounds. Yeah, I think it'd be cool to have a nostalgia hit playing old Apex. I think it's cool. Old Apex is neat, and then you realize all the changes they made over 5 years are actually good. Are good, actually true.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to Deadlock Fight Night number
That really been 10
5,
minutes?
and you are joining us for the completion of our grand finals between
Next
Hydra
double
Nation and the
Kraber solo
Challengers
win.
Pass.
Dude, my double
The first
Kraber win
map
was
being
actually
basically
insane.
Pass, but maybe map 2 will be different. I'm joined by Jason Kaplan and ZP to break it down.
Yep,
So,
and
guys, how do we break this down?
well, you break it down by knowing there's a flock of seagulls behind Jason and his shameless.
Okay, guys, what is this
and
pandering?
should it multiply, Hex himself will come on to lay down the law. That's it. That's the final word on that.
To be fair, I am adding 1 seagull per every sub he gets. So
I get. What do you mean? You just do it per year. What you get? You have a sub button.
Just to be clear, but as we go into the act,
prove it, Seagulls chat.
Okay,
Make me
okay.
run out of room. I dare you.
Chill.
as we actually go into the game, what I want to know here is that I think part of the reason why the last game was even as close as it was that Paradox did a whole lot for PASS. It's the one character that right now a lot of teams don't like giving up unless they're getting something ridiculous in return.
Shameless
Does
pandering.
Hibernation once again go, we don't want to deal with any bebop funny
And
business,
chat's falling for it.
and go with
3 gifted from
what
As
they
of the
consider
Worst.
to be a more
1 gift from
selectable bebop
Stormcorp.
ban, and then go,
And plus
you
the
can have
content for the 2
Paradox, you
months.
still won't
Thank
beat us
you.
with it. I'm very curious to see
Think
what
if
the
I have
ban is going to be coming out of Hibernation here as a result.
All right.
I think production's also interested in knowing what it is. Actually, no, I guess it's past their
killing
first
me.
ban. I thought it was supposed to be Hydration doing the first ban.
Wait,
It just keeps going back and forth.
they don't know who's banning first.
Did I
Nate throws
start this? Did I mess
Augustix,
it up with the
XBL and
seagulls?
Ghost. Thank you.
I mean, it's very possible.
Are there too many sequels added? We messed up the cast.
Universe and where it helped. But Dan, you take a look at it. Hydra Nation says we're gonna help ourselves to a no Bebop game.
All right. Well, okay.
Ooh, ban Bebop again. Ban Paradox. See ya.
Paradox. Okay, so we've established this at least. But Viscous is obviously still online. I feel like these are the main talking points I'm sort of following up on from what you previously established.
Jackman for the 8 months. Appreciate you. I've been pandered to.
I feel like that's one of the main things here. They go instantly for the Infernus, so just keeping comfort there for Lefa. Super comfort pick. And pretty guaranteed to, again, you know that he's going to come online at some point and just destroy. So that's pretty nice. Now the question is, what does Pass want to go with? The shift didn't seem effective. It would be nice to see Mercedes on something that is actually able to like play. Not in the sense that Mercedes is not playing well, but just like
holy fuck, dude, that almost came off so brutal and hilarious. Yeah, I can't wait to see that guy actually be able to play something. What he's trying to say is that guy's been chain ganked, so he's excited to see him actually be able to play the game, but it came off hilarious.
Like he was still up there in souls, but I'm curious what happens if he
Zermi, thank you for 22 months.
Mercedes start to carry the team to victory here. Obviously the Mirage could be coming through. We kind of expected that one as a first pick for Pass, and the Wraith. Okay, so pretty similar picks from last time.
And now that they've gone that, I feel like the real decision there was, do you go Wraith or Viscous if you consider them. Oh wow, okay. That was the anti-Alju pick. Normally Hydra Nation,
they don't blink it. They don't play pocket much.
We would rather you have Viscous or prove that you want to pick Viscous.
Infernus 7 pocket versus Mirage Wraith. I like this.
Also one of the biggest.
The 7 pocket I like.
Along with Salty on the Paradox. So all the early game power that they had in the last game.
Lefa 7. Yeah, probably.
Between Salty and Paradox.
Lefa does love his farming characters.
And I got news for you. There's not better roamers in the game overall.
Yeah, and with
Abrams.
Oh, I was just gonna say, with the 7 coming in so soon as well.
No Viscous?
It might be that we see DMB and also Mirage being on Pass. It might be that we see DMB playing Infernus and see Lefa playing 7. Actually, that might be a different look that we could expect from Hydra Nation. I hear.
I'm also just curious why I don't feel like 7 was going to be a highly contested pick. Why not just go for Viscous and Pocket together instead of 7 and Pocket?
Because the early 7 is more cool.
Yeah.
And now they get Viscous instead.
Also could be who knows? Like, there's so many examples here where a team that feels like their head can be like, we can experiment a little bit. We can do this. Or, I mean, 7 is a pick that
7 got picked early in EU every game.
There might have been the idea of like
every game they pick it before Infernus in EU. They like last pick Infernus in EU. So the 7, I believe, is totally fine.
Maybe that's a situation. The Abrams early, I mean, it makes sense. Rocker and Flick are both really good on Abrams.
And they're probably going to do, because they picked Abrams, McGinnis would be either Warden. I assume Warden now.
Instead, Hydra Nation picks the Abrams in your stead. The problem is now is that your Wraith is going to be less effective because you gave up the Viscous. But McGinnis now being taken by Pass.
Yeah, solid pickup. I'm imagining we're going to see like an Ivy out of Hydra Nation. I feel like we don't really see too much Kelvin for some. I think it's like too much. No,
yeah, where is the Kelvin? Actually, wait, they do need Kelvin still.
Head, but I could be completely wrong. Here it is.
But they already picked support McGinnis, so I don't think they have to worry. They can do Kelvin last. Kelvin last and pick.
I think.
All right, never mind. They want to know.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. is my excuse.
I think they just do Kelvin last and pick something else now.
For last, again, I'm looking towards someone to be a front line for them. I know
Lash maybe.
I was thinking Lash or Mo, honestly. Like I know Hydration can play Viscous. I know he can play Mo and Krill. I don't know. I just kind of want to see like another beefy frontliner for them.
It could
Yamato.
Yamato as well because
Great Talon free game. Yeah, they keep forgetting Great Talon is not banned. I'm used to him being banned.
So and that's
every time.
Well,
in that case,
didn't see Yamato present in the last game at all from either team.
I think Hydra Nation probably would have picked it in place of like Infernus or 7 most of the time.
Some extra initiation and obviously Bebop is banned.
Now they just need something frontline. They need. Give me Mo and Krill. Give me Mo and Krill. He's fun.
Where are you guys seeing these?
Vindicta?
We haven't seen Vindicta in a
Dude, let's fucking go.
Mental mode is in play. I think even though Vindicta
now they're trolling. Let's go.
A solid pick and has probably been a little undervalued. I think there's ways you can make Vindicta work, especially if you go her just absolutely horrific Crow build, where if you get ahead of Vindicta and you get to turn Crow into effectively a affliction that can kill. It's really annoying, especially
Yes,
if you play
the
Buffy,
owl,
who
or
also
say
has
owl.
affliction.
The
Like, you
Crow
think
is
you're
insane.
DOT hell when you just have Infernus Pocket. Add in Crows that don't go away and have escalating exposure. But Mo and Krill coming in from pass, okay. I mean, this is a very, very heavy front line between Yamato, Mo and Krill, Abrams. You even have McGinnis wall on top of it. Wraith and Mirage will have an enormous amount of space to work with here. But on the other hand, if you clump up at all, I just feel like the level of damage over time coming out from Hydra Nation's comp is going to be so obnoxious to where, even though it's not usually highly prioritized in comp, like you see it every now and then as an item, but again, it's not something
I like
people
this.
heavily go to.
I like the Mo and
You
Krill.
look at Hydra Nation's comp, it's a debuff remover game. It is pure and simple a debuff remover game. I think that is one item you actually prio way harder than normal in the setup.
I mean, they're gonna go Spirit Vindicta and it's gonna have Crow, so you need debuff reducer. Debuff reducer is also great versus Infernus.
Nation against Catgirl and friends, and Vindicta ended off with 18 kills.
And of course,
for
obviously
deaths.
Pocket.
So if anyone knows how to play Vindicta, it's definitely gonna be Hydra Nation here. I don't know if it's gonna have the same level of impact, but the funny thing is, I actually like Pass's team comp way better than I like Hydra Nation's. I feel like it's just a little bit more.
Oh yeah, I
complete all
agree.
around.
I like past Team Comp more, but I think they're just having fun.
All right, well, with that, I think Jason goes away for a little bit as he is our analyst for this one, and it's you and me here, CP, for Hydra Nation versus Pass. And with the comps as they are, do you feel like you like Pass's chances any better, or are we going to see a shutdown again?
I mean, on paper, I think Pass is running something that's been proven more traditionally effective. I think Hydra Nation, there's an element of experimentation. I feel like I go here, or it's just the hidden comp where they've already tested.
I agree.
It's really good. I mean, again, I feel like the problem here for team fights for Pass is going to need quick team fights. They need good, quick, either Abrams kills or Wraith telekinesis kills. You cannot take a long team fight versus Pocket, Vindicta, Infernus, particularly if
Why did Mirage say loser?
Build, which
I
think is gonna
assume.
be the
Wait,
case
who's
because
playing
that
Mirage?
is the main build you see Vindictus go at high and Mar right now.
It's Braden.
Is
I don't actually know
just
why.
Horrifyingly annoying.
And you know, we get the Vindicta on the fourth lane to add some assistance to just damage the Wraith down a little bit to make Lefa's life.
They do the usual. They push out first wave for Lefa.
Flick on the Vindicta. So Vindicta is also going to be able to have a lot of control potentially in the mid two lanes because of the flight. It allows you to get, you know, between those two lanes and get really good angles. Stake ganks as well are really can be really effective.
And
Pocket's getting
lane
chunked.
4. Left DMB pressured Mercedes all the way back to lane. That alone is going to be about like a wave and a half. To,
Actually, true. Yeah,
even
the
2
Wraith had to go to
waves worth of
spawn.
farm
Oh,
in
well, hold the
response.
phone. We do have.
But we have
some assistance
Abrams
coming in to
ganking
try
level
to at least
2.
Recover something here, pressuring DMB down. Can we get a charge?
He did get the charge and the parry. He parried.
Oh,
The 2 punch.
The health is very low. The car's
I
going
mean, hey.
through, but it's not going to find the kill onto
God,
DMB.
Infernus is such a brilliant character.
First blood. Oh, comes from left.
Meanwhile,
onto
Mo and Krill goes down.
And Rocket taking down Algiu as well.
You know, the interesting thing there, Abrams didn't actually charge Infernus into the wall. He did not get stunned there. So if DMB was smashed,
Oh, he thought he was stunned. Huh? Oh, that's a huge crow.
Hydra Nation already up 2. I mean, the 7K, the 4K looks horrifying. It's not, you know, lanes will be pushed out soon. It shouldn't be that bad. So long as
It is that bad. No, it's not that bad. I take it back. It's over.
But regardless, it's not a pretty start right now for Pass. Hydra Nation, everything that could go well early thus far has.
Oh, Mercedes really feeling it here as well. It's a very difficult lane.
He's right. Yeah, it's 9K to 6K. Still pretty bad.
Any Infernus,
But it's not as bad as we thought. Okay, he's got a point.
DMB, right? You're right.
Yeah.
Surely.
DMB gets the Infernus prio in this instance. Lefa gets stuck on Eat the Jungle duty.
I even called it in the draft. What am I doing?
You did. Yeah, but we've also seen like 8 million games of Lefa on Infernus, so it's a hard habit to break.
It is tough in this game. You get those associations and you get betrayed. Well,
I mean, man, it's kind of crazy. DMB just gets the advantage on Infernus in that lane.
To make of that lead
So much from the duo that came in. Like, they just 2-stack him and they leave. And then he had to go back to base. It's just like, if you're not going to get 2 stacks, there's got to be a better way to play that somehow. I don't know how, but
So really creating
Like maybe
problems for
their
Mercedes
team
and
should
giving
double
those
stack
slot
him
hits.
because they know they're gonna do it, and just have the duo lane be there for a
Might need some
minute.
more assistance there to deal with Leffer. Leffer gonna
Any plans to commentate turning in the future? No.
Might get followed actually by
I don't think so. Oh, quick! Got meleeed. He's out. He's out.
As we see the gang coming
I
through
can't
here.
believe he got meleeed that high up.
One as well.
Yeah, quick going down, not a bad yet. The thing that worries me a little
Pocket?
bit.
Pocket's dead. Pocket's dead.
Pocket under a whole lot of pressure as Mo comes in.
Bro, just
So
reload
close
and
yet so
chase.
far.
Oh my
Rocker
god.
Actually, might have been true 1 HP. But the thing I worry a little bit about.
How did he not die?
The situation here, the Infernus Wraith lane has gotten a little bit out of hand for Mercedes.
And why do you let him go? I guess it's because he knew the Kelvin could be coming, but still.
Mercedes, which kind of means that Mercedes.
I think he still gets down no matter what.
Contest DMB in lane anymore at this point. Infernus can just sort of stat check Mercedes until help comes in, and it's a rough spot to be in, and it means that Mercedes has
Healing
to play more
right,
passive,
classic.
is more likely to get denied. Speaking of passive and setups and hydration, just looking for the perfect puddle punch.
Boom. They changed shaders again. Not again. It's been sunset for like a week or two now.
Oh my god, he's going for it. Oh my goodness.
I mean, hey,
There's a card coming through, but
it doesn't matter. He's just Infernus. Actually, this is the most insane character.
Is impervious to damage.
What do you do? He doesn't take damage.
Very scary. It feels like each game it gets worse for Mercedes.
Yeah, I mean, and also that was just the nature of how the lane started off bad. DMB was able to get a head up on the Infernus, and it's a stat check in the end. When you get that far behind in lane, you need help, or you need to swap lanes, or anything is, it just goes from bad to worse. Things explode over here in lane 3. 2 kills, blink and you miss them. The hydronation, 24
Minus 25% spirit damage is OP. Yeah, I really think a huge part of Infernus' strength is in that one trait. For those that don't know, the level 1 upgrade to Infernus' dot, like the dot he puts on you, makes you do 25% less spirit damage. So Wraith cards, Yamato, anything like that, the Infernus can't face tank you. It's just insane.
A little bit here in lane 4. Is DMB gonna get caught? He does. But
And it gets to level 1.
okay, Dan, this is just getting grim.
That's why a lot of people like to put Infernus' soul lane.
No, 2 Guardians are down for pass though, so you know.
Didn't they nerf it? Yeah, I think it used to be 30.
So, and with that gank onto DMB, that's definitely encouraging for pass and their chances to bring themselves back into this one. Slowing down DMB ever so slightly. You're already at 5k, but so is Rocker and Flick and Quick and Leffer.
So yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big nerf.
Time on the farm there for hydronation overall, as they have a really strong early game.
Dude, they are getting absolutely stomped early game. This is crazy.
And Dan, when I look at this here, I look at, okay, who can make a play right now in hydronation? And the number, for the most part, you're looking at Spooky. And as I say that, well, the combo begins. So Spooky says, yeah, you're right. I can't make a play. Heavy damage, though, going on the Salty as you see DMB rush on in. Braden also incredibly low. Cube out from hydration, saves him from Braden. Braden falls, and again, these are not trade outs like last game, where Pass had the paradox. This is just
This is a stop.
Kills.
This is tough.
Yeah, it's really
This is cyberbullying.
Problematic. Okay, and another gang coming in from BNB, getting behind Mercedes on lane 4.
I mean, he's just gonna dash after him and kill him. He doesn't have a tower. Like, what? You're just gone.
And there it is. Mercedes going down again. This is feeling very bad right now for Pass.
I mean, I guess I can see the idea from his POV now. Hey, I'm so far behind. I'm not even worth money anymore.
Oh my god, they're bullying so hard right now, DP. It feels like they're able to take this, like, what should be disadvantageous fights, but because the farm is so ahead for them, they can just do it anyway.
Yep.
Again, we've entered stat check territory, which is just, in a lot of these fights, any given member of hydronation can walk up on any given member of Pass and just say, what's up? And you have to back off, you have to hope for help. And you take a look here. Here we go again.
He's all-inning under Walker. Doesn't even care. Walker's gonna stun him twice. He just kills him. It doesn't even matter. He doesn't even get stunned twice.
And 43k to 30k, Dan, I'm not sure it's getting any closer than this.
The Walker stunned during the Wraith ult.
Lots of pressure on that Walker, probably going
If the Wraith was smarter, she would have held Wraith ult for a second or two for the Walker stun first into the Wraith ult to combo it, and then they might have been able to kill him. That's the only way. You have to double stun because you're so far behind.
Objectives. for Hydronation to farm, and it seems like they can kind of pick and choose whatever they want at this point.
Actually, Infernus ult stuns walkers.
It's rare to have this
Wait, I thought the stun went off though.
8.5 minutes. And
Wait, it was
yet
just
here we
that when
are,
he was in
and we
the
haven't even had
Wraith
the first
ult.
urn spawn yet. Here we go, Kelvin. Ice path over the top. Looking to chill down McGinnis.
No, the walker just got stunned. Oh, okay, my bad.
Salty falling in turn, and this continues to just add on here, Dan, where just no matter what Hydronation does, it works. Also, Flick is getting a lot of kills off this on top of it.
Oh yeah,
I don't know
Flick
if
enjoys
has
his
the final
Vindicta.
level assassinate yet, but it's just something that is piling on and piling on. The only light at the end of the tunnel here is that the urn at 10 minutes will be in Pass's territory, and they're running the McGinnis. So the urn could function as a comeback mechanic here, but they also have to be able to show themselves on the map without instantly getting concussively combust by DMB.
Yeah.
Just some furnace
That
things.
is a really big problem. And looks like, you know, they got a lot of players here past towards the left side of the map where the, you know, could spawn.
He's one?
Goodbye, Mirage, question mark.
He's just LOSing for days. He literally is not going to repeak. He's not going to repeak. He's like, yeah, fuck him. He's just stuck. Oh, he got out. He got out. He just dashed out.
Here, and they know there's players low there, so Salty is going to have problems on the Abrams. Probably going to go down. Yep,
Is the spectator UI just super bugged on Vindicta or what?
About to be a 20k soul lead as mid buffs and urn take the stage. Take a look at mid buffs. At least Spooky wants to try and contest for one Spooky.
That's okay, guys. The buff spawned. We're only 20k souls down.
Ambiguous on the minimap. Next time we see them, we'll have an idea. No, no.
The urn is
DB,
spawning. It's
don't do
time.
it,
This
man.
is the comeback.
Don't go for
Just get the
Mercedes
urn.
again, and Mercedes is dead.
3v1. Ganging up on him is already unfair, but and that's the urn under control as well, so they can just pick that up. And to be honest, they could run the urn into their opponent's side of the map. Like, they legitimately could do that.
Yeah, I think this is. You saw last game where they just stalled out the urn because they didn't want to take a disadvantageous fight, and they still wanted to deny the comeback mechanic. Well, in this game, in this situation,
They're probably just going to do it. They'll just kill him.
Survival mid buff. No one gets to tell you what to do, Dan. You make your own rules. Do whatever you want.
Yep.
True. And what's crazy is it really feels like they can just do this. They can just.
No, they're just going to walk up, and if they fight them, they're going to kill them. They're so far ahead. Doesn't matter.
The first urn going into the enemy side. This is quite crazy, but we'll see if there's
I
anything they can
mean,
do to stop this.
even the McGinnis being here is tough.
Trouble here, indeed. Gets taken down, and Hydronation just farming the kills.
I mean, they tried fighting it.
Looked at Kelvin in the eyes and just could have emoted at him and just said, "I'm turning this in your face. What are you gonna do about it?"
What is gonna do? Is that dog gonna kill Azure right there?
The court level stuff. Ice cold.
Oh my God, one tick.
I mean, you know, honestly, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but what more can you do right now? This is just, it's a crush.
Yeah.
It's a patron pulverizing without the pulverizers.
Yeah. Yeah. It's bad. It's just bad. Well, here's a big team fight from past off the rip, off the respawn, off the ropes. They're coming in to see what they can do if they can get anything done here. DMB goes down quick. He's taken.
Is DMB stream trying to learn Infernus? I don't know. He is generally not the first Infernus player for them. Usually their normal Infernus player is Lefa. He does stream.
And now she has no HP, goes down.
I forget the exact username. It's like Lefa LEFF or LEFAAWR or something. I don't remember.
Rocker is actually owning people on this pocket. Cooldown's coming up. Will be available in 5 seconds. And looks like Hydration also able to stay up here. So after all said and done,
Oh, goodbye, Viscous.
Pass, but still a huge
Dude.
difference. Nice find on Hydration though. Maybe I spoke too soon.
I mean, he got a kill.
You look at all the souls.
He got a kill, guys. He died. He got dotted.
Simply losing all life to the flames of the furnace.
I mean, hey, they're coming back.
Overall,
Copium.
Pass actually catches up a little bit. The problem, though, is that it's still a 30,000 soul lead. This is just not something easy to come back from. Tornado comes on in, sets the stage. Alju can't get away. 7 goes, let's summon the storm.
The 7 is just ulting, and they just don't even care.
Mo and Krill just getting
Okay, never mind. They cared. It took a minute.
Again, I said it in the
They can't kill anyone. This is so sad. Oh no, so sad.
And do whatever they want, where you can engage in fisticuffs with an Abrams. This is the power you have at the moment if you're Hydronation.
A Dome and a 7 ult. Yeah, I mean, what do you do against Dome? The Dome is too good.
extremely long.
Honestly,
extremely
I feel
close.
like Kelvin should be an earlier
But
pick
here,
with how
domination,
impactful
complete
Kelvin's
domination.
support has been all day.
And just taking down all
Like
the
comparing
towers,
it to
all the
Mirage,
objectives,
no
leaving
offense.
their-
I never see Mirage doing shit compared to Kelvin all game long.
I mean, the pass hope now kind of goes into the realm of, oh, we need the remake because a player has gotten disconnected and there's been a version update and they can't reconnect to the game because the version has updated. Like, you're literally praying to Gabe Newell for that level of just shenanigans.
Yeah, true, actually, yeah.
Mercedes falls immediately because it doesn't matter if you have telekinesis when the other team is at 20k. It just, you can do nothing.
Vindicta literally snipes somebody, gets charged by Abrams, mid-charge gets pulled back by Kelvin.
Win rates at the Deadlock Fight Night. And all
Only
the
Yoshi
shrines are
can
now
stop
getting crushed
Hydronation
down,
now.
and
It's true.
slowly but surely, looks like
Yoshi
we're
needs to
about
release an
have a
update and
conclusion
crash
here.
at least 2 of the
Motivation
players.
need to ever stop pushing. They are
Mercedes just said, I think we're losing, guys.
Mercedes, right in the game. I think we're losing, guys.
You know, honestly, I think while things have not gone awry, or things have gone awry for Pass here, I think their estimation of the situation is actually very accurate. Does that help their situation at all?
Man, I mean, at least the EU games were crazy close.
I would say, for lack of
All of the EU series were amazing.
has been,
NA is just
form, and Hydronation show
NA.
no signs of stopping. Nearly a 70k soul lead here, and
We need somebody to upset these guys. Come on.
It might be one of the fastest games we've had, actually, ZP.
For Deadlock Fight Night, it absolutely is. It's gonna go over the 15-minute mark, but not much over than that. As everything for Pass simply crumbles to ash. And Hydronation, the
Wraith ults Vindicta. She immediately gets cubed.
they can taste it.
Oh, Wraith got another kill. This is it. This is the start of the
I mean, they
comeback.
could delay this. They could just not kill the patron. I mean, to be honest, it wouldn't be too surprising.
Well, here we go.
Jason's telling me that 16:25 is our shortest game, so this could still beat it.
Hey. There you go, stream.
It's at half here, Dan. Hydronation on their way to becoming the 5-time champions here at Deadlock Fight Night. The patron is low. Alju gets a kill on the flick, but it is
Finish them.
inevitable. The patron goes on lower and lower, and it is Hydronation, your champions once more.
Well,
Setting a new record at 1550.
1550.
Hydronation. Who is going to stop them? That is the question that remains. Maybe there'll be some stability that starts to happen in the North American scene in terms of some of the top rosters, so that we can get some solid challenges for Hydronation.
Yeah, we need more NA
until then,
teams to challenge these guys. What's going on here?
The most dominant. They are the kings of the throne. The kings of the throne. That sounds uncomfortable if there's only one throne and there's multiple kings. But
Now Hydronation should do this to EU.
I mean, you can't fault them. Here's EP. This is. They
I mean, just bring them to Spain.
Yeah, and right now the hope for NA, said in whispers, would probably be the new Ido team, which is trying to be billed as a new super team. I believe they've called themselves the Llama Lords.
The Llama Lords, huh? That's the new upcoming team.
Lop off a head or two off the Hydra, but it was not Pass. Pass showed that they could, at least turn things into the typical NA scrum in map 1 when they were able to get Paradox and Pocket and have a really good early game. But
It did pretty well. The first game I did think they did pretty well. Second game, not so much.
Make your early game smooth, and as a result, well, their early game was not smooth, Dan. It was domination.
Yep.
Yeah,
that was a stomp.
From start to finish. We might as well bring Jason back in here to see what he has to say about this game. But
what's there to break down from that game?
Well, I know.
Was just utter bloodbath.
Yeah, that is a bloodbath. Not wrong.
Got anything? Any wisdom? Any insight? I
feel like Mercedes needs to secretly change his name to something else, and then hope people forget about him. Because my man just
oh no,
not gonna break today whatsoever. Just constantly being ganked, constantly being pressured. I'm not even saying that in a negative way. I just feel so bad for him. Just couldn't get going on the game. But obviously, I mean, Hydronation, the most dominant team in North America, as you can see why. You give them a drop of blood in the water and they'll swarm over you like a shark or like a Hydra. I don't know if Hydras live in the water. But yeah, just non-stop game. It was cool to see DMB mostly mess you guys up, funny enough, because you kept assuming it was left foot there on him, but for good reason. But his dives under tower were pretty sick, like under the guards.
Yeah, it was DMB.
Which is why I actually gave him the play of the match. Because it was just honestly really cool to see. He was that confident. He knew the limits of his hero.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just a point where you just see DMB and it's like, well, concussive combustion is off cooldown in 3, 2, oh, yeah, there he goes, over and in. And again, I brought up midcast. It continually came up as a point because it was a very one-side game. But there are points in Deadlock where if you are a certain percentage ahead of the other hero, you no longer have to respect the other hero. You just hold W, you go in, and you collect your kill. And because
It's true.
Mercedes fell behind early,
You just dashes them and they die. What do you do?
Map 2, that was
It's a
the role
classic.
DMB was living in. DMB just got to keep going in over and over again with very consistent damage, and the stat difference was just too much for Mercedes to do anything about
Shatters.
it without help.
We're gonna end it there.
The ability points.
Shout out to all the EU games and everybody watching today. It was a blast. I am skedaddling for the night. Thank you so much for hanging out and watching. It's honestly it's so cool to see people actually watch anything this early in Deadlock. NA's kind of a stomps, it's whatever, but the EU games in particular are so good. And I'm happy to be able to, you know, watch with everybody who's also watching online. So thanks for watching. I will see you all tomorrow. Y'all have a good night.